narrative makes it real somehow, makes it have real kinetic force in the world. He has it's a very interesting explanation of this, and since he's arrived at this now, he's now, as I say, putting out his own paradigm or his own model for how this works. It'd probably be good to interview him on this and have him, explain it in detail, because I think it makes perfect sense. It explains everything. People are in on it. They're in on it. And that means at a certain level they know they're in on a big lie. They know they're in on a big lie, but they feel the necessity to do that because they're so desperate to be part of the narrative, so much that if you actually hand them a DVD and say, "Hey, would you watch this?" they'll push it away. They'll
Yeah,
say, "No,
there's
I don't
a
want to look at that."
very interesting book. I think it's Howard Bloom, The Lucifer Principle, a scientific exploration of the forces of nature. And it gets into the idea of groupthink and how when you have a group of people, it essentially becomes what he calls a superorganism, where the individual will now defend the interests of the group because the group is the unit of value, not the individual. And that this type of groupthink is very defensive, and no individual wants to be the one that destroys the integrity of the group. So they're all like T cells. They are the immune system of the
It's
cult.
organic.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's organic, and one of the best explanations of this, or maybe it's limited, maybe it's not good enough, is Matthias Desmet, Desmet, called mass formation. I'm sure you've seen videos, and he's got a book out about it. And this is his explanation for why everybody went along with the COVID psyop, even though it was completely fake. He calls it a mass formation. And he explains the difference between traditional autocracies and monarchies and dictatorships and modern, postmodern totalitarian technocracy, where they literally want to control your every thought and your every word, your every particle of discourse. They want to control and regulate. And he calls it a mass formation, and says that it arises out of the alienation and what he calls free-floating anxiety and loneliness and alienation, the so-called lonely crowd. Every individual in the crowd. It's a crowd, but everybody individual in it is like plagued by loneliness and free-floating anxiety. And in order to provide an explanation or a target for this free-floating anxiety, you create a myth, a psyop, a COVID plague, and then everybody's able to reintegrate with the collective and able to reassociate themselves and for somehow or other maintain their connection to society in general by embracing this fake narrative, this phony mythological
Could,
narrative.
could this explain why there seems to be some kind of a need or a desire for a doomsday? Like today, now in 924, there's this spontaneous conspiracy theory that there's going to be a doomsday today. And it seems like a lot of people want it. And I get the vibe from some people of disappointment when something doesn't happen. Like, oh, we were hoping for the sky to fall, it didn't. Like, it's almost like they want another 9/11. Like, they want that sense of belonging, I guess. But I
Well,
call it. Mm,
imagine you're in the right to life crowd, right? And these are people who they've been campaigning against abortion for like 30 years now, and sort of in the political wilderness, you know, ever since Roe v. Wade. No one would listen to them, and now all of a sudden they're back on the map, and they matter. And imagine that you've been out there picketing abortion clinics for the last 20 years, and feeling kind of never expecting to get anywhere. And now all of a sudden the Supreme Court reverses itself, and now you're there. This is your world now.
All right, that's Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax, or GTFO. Storm Antarctica. Now imagine if instead of following the frog, people had followed the penguin. I'm talking
Chris,
about
welcome to you. What did you make of that
had the
stunning graphic?
had the far right not been swayed by Trump, had they realized the whole thing was staged, maybe instead of storming the Capitol, they would have stormed Antarctica. Phones are going to be open here shortly. It is September the 26th, 2022. The topic tonight, or today rather, is flat Earth and fake nukes. Because right now, people are afraid of nukes, and I've been covering the nuke story, and I don't even believe they're real. And if you do, that's fine. Some people believe in unicorns. Some people believe in Bigfoot. My question would be, what makes you believe? I want to play a clip here. This is a excerpt from GB News, where, as you'll hear, it's a short discussion about the Russian nuclear tsunami threat, and it raises the question, has anybody actually seen this? Have you verified anything like this to actually exist? Because now we're being told that there are nuclear tsunamis that could destroy the coast.
Chris, welcome to you. What did you make of that stunning graphic, terrifying graphic? Where's it coming from?
Well, it doesn't terrify me because I haven't seen the weapon working yet, and nobody else has. It's, I'm afraid, something that is a fantasy weapon, very much like the ones that Hitler was threatening us with at the end of the Second World War.
A fantasy weapon. And the nuclear submarine thing, or the nuclear tsunami, is something that's being tested. I don't even think they've made the claim that it's actually real yet, but he's talking about fantasy weapons. And are you afraid of fantasy weapons?
That is a fantasy weapon, very much like the ones that Hitler was threatening us with at the end of the Second World War. I'm afraid this is the rage of an impotent bully that isn't getting its way. Russia desperately wants to be liked by civilized nations like the United Kingdom. It's not getting the...
But it doesn't terrify me because I haven't seen it working yet. Anybody here terrified? Got a commenter says, are you going to gloss over the fact that nothing happened on Friday the 24th? Oh, you're talking about the 924 thing. Yeah, that was based on a German politician who said, you will remember where you were on 924. And I'm sure you remember. You were sitting in front of your TV screen, your phone screen, doom scrolling, doom hoping, waiting for the world to end, and you're mad that it didn't. Well, look, I'm not the one who said it was, and nor did that German politician. That was something taken out of context. He was referring to February 24th, and this was earlier this year. Someone took that clip where he had a gaffe and he said September by accident, and they correlated that with a Simpsons episode in a really poor and sloppy attempt at predictive programming analysis and prediction, and then nothing happened. Meanwhile, QAnon saw this as an opportunity to say, oh yeah, JFK is coming back and Abraham Lincoln's coming back. It's the usual suspects who glom onto any possibility of there being hype around something bad. So they can sell you ivermectin, or I guess it would be iodine for the nuke stuff. My point is, if you're hoping for the world to end, I'm sorry, it doesn't end. There's no global warming either. I mean, are you mad? Let me ask you, the commenter who's a little triggered in here. Are you mad about 34 years of failed climate change predictions? I don't think so. You're probably not even worried about that because you probably believe in it. And if you believe in these things, you make excuses for your leaders, for your prophets. And Al Gore is a failed prophet, but you're madder at me for referring to something that the mainstream media was pointing out than you are at Al Gore, someone you actually trust. And meanwhile, I said from day one that this thing was a gaffe. I didn't really say this was anything other than very interesting and notable in the sense that it would be an easy opportunity for the mass media like Vice and Daily Beast to say, hey, look, these internet people think the world's going to end. They're crazy. Meanwhile, their true believers are setting themselves on fire on tennis courts, in front of courthouses, literal self-immolations, and you don't consider that to be crazy. And they say, see something, say something. If you see something, say something, right? Be paranoid, according to the DHS. The 25th was See Say Day, right? And how many years have they been predicting some kind of nuclear attack, dirty bomb from Islam, from domestic violent extremists? Look, the world's not going to end. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, but you're going to have to live out the rest of your miserable days. Don't blame me. Japan soars to its highest temperature ever recorded, 106 degrees. Doubt it. Again, most people just assume that, yeah, they got nuked 75 years ago, 76 years ago. I saw it on TV, and I'm going to go through a number of bits of, I would say, skeptical memes, like this one. Melted atomic bottles from Nagasaki. I'm pretty sure I've done that in a campfire. Hiroshima Revisited. The evidence that napalm and mustard gas helped to fake the atomic bombings by Michael Palmer. I actually have that book at archive.org linked in my Minds account. Fused coins from the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. Fused metal washers from the Chicago fire. Interesting. There's plenty to go through. But what I want to start with, because I don't believe nukes exist, but I want to start with a couple of other things here first, a couple of recent news updates. I guess the big news today, of course, is this threat that we're going to get nuked by Putin. And that's one of the reasons why I'm addressing this. Everything seems to be positioned around what he's going to do, and the U.S. has warned him that there would be a, quote, catastrophic consequence. Catastrophic consequences of a nuclear strike. And I'm thinking, well, what is that? Catastrophic consequences. Where have I heard that word before? Last year, when William Shatner went to space, he said that a catastrophic event would be destroying the world. And there's speculation that he wasn't talking about global warming. The catastrophic event would be something having to do with a nuke. There's some speculation there, which we may get into. I also want to talk about Fetterman and his tattoos. I don't know if you've been following, but one of these politicians, former mayor, tattooed the birth dates of a number of people that died while he was mayor. His whole body, he's just a walking tombstone. It's the weirdest thing in the world. But I looked very closely at this guy, and I couldn't help but notice he has a striking resemblance to JFK Jr., if you can just imagine him with one of these rubbery skin hoods on. But we'll get to all of that. First thing, though, this was just posted in Discord. There's a new Pinocchio movie that just came out where Tom Hanks plays Geppetto, and we've been talking about this one. Well, I have a clip here where Geppetto tells Pinocchio essentially that the world's flat. Take a listen.
Father, what's that big shining thing?
That is the sun, my son. It goes around the earth once a day. It's basic, simple science. You'll learn all about it in school. And here.
The sun goes around, I'll play it one more time. The sun goes around the earth once a day.
The sun, my son. It goes around the earth once a day. It's basic, simple science.
Basic, simple science. Sounds like he was describing a flat world. Also, I had to report a troll to the Department of Homeland Security today. Shout out to Doug. And this is your CSAY Day present. Again, yesterday was CSAY Day. If you see something, say something. Although if you see something in The Simpsons, don't say anything because they'll make fun of you. Well, yesterday, I saw this comment from a user named Doug Ewald. And he said that my channel's likely to incite a mass murder and that I'll have to take responsibility for it and that it will be forced on me. I took this as a threat, so I went to the DHS CSAY site and I said, YouTube user Doug Ewald claims the responsibility will be on me. Here's a link to his channel. Now again, this is, I think, a very suspicious comment. So shout out to Doug. Now here's what Doug actually said. There's a few things. He said, you have repeatedly referred to Elon Musk's satellites as CubeSats. They are not. Do you understand the harm that you do to your credibility when you're wrong about basic things? So he was a little mad about this. Again, I'm not the one that calls them CubeSats. I refer to, well, techtimes.com. He's not correcting them. Aside from sending the advanced Starlink internet CubeSats, SpaceX is also collaborating with other companies to enhance its broadband service further. So according to Tech Times, they use CubeSats. Again, this is just a phrase that they use. I've heard it from their mouths. I see it on their websites. But this individual is adamant about correcting me. And one of the things he said is that I am likely to have an effect on listeners that Hitler, Jim Jones, and who else? There was someone else. Here it is. This is dangerous. History, and this is from Doug Ewald, history is filled with propagandists like Hitler and Jim Jones who will lead their believers to tragedy. Will you take responsibility when somebody does something terrible because of the things that you say? The responsibility will be forced on you. Should I bring up Alex Jones? Now, I really hope that Doug doesn't shoot up a supermarket, but as I said, I see something here. I'm going to go ahead and say something, and hopefully they can intervene. I hope they don't let due process get in the way. Just send over just basically swat them. Isn't that how they do things today? All right, Pete Shea says, I for one am terrified. The nukes, right? Lloyd says, I think the war is either fake and most likely nukes are too. Well, the fakeability question, are they fakeable? Well, considering that it's all basically second hand, nobody has any first hand, except the guy that was holding the camera. I was looking at some of the footage and I'm like, is the same guy that is holding the camera near these little exploding villages, is he alive, or do they have disposable cameramen? Like the guy on the moon who recorded the lander jumping back to the Earth. It's like, I think they left that guy behind. Let me go ahead and play a few clips here. I've got a number of interesting articles. This is from BitChute. I'm just going to play a couple minutes from this one, just going through some of the basic special effects. This is from a video called Nukes Do Not Exist on BitChute.
Another thing that people have taken as a given that seems to be, that could possibly be a complete fabrication. It might be another offshoot of this Mason's plan to just siphon off a bunch of money from the space program, but also siphon a bunch of money from the nuclear weapons program, because it seems like, and this was only brought to my attention through you and your post about it and the footage that you've shown, it seems like at least the test footage that we've seen of a lot of nuclear weapons from back in the day when they're telling our parents to duck and cover under their school desk to protect them from a nuclear blast, and you got the air raid sirens going off. Obviously, our entire culture was completely paralyzed by the idea of nuclear weapons.
Now, this is interesting to me because I think what they've done is this is how they get you to genuflect before big government. This is how they cow you. This is part of the mind control MK Ultra, where one generation is beneath their desks, cowering because of this possibility that at any minute they could all be nuked. Well, that kind of off, and the new spell is the mass shooter.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path, and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Masquerade JT33 featuring Symbia, 1:23 p.m. Mountain Time, 1/27/2023, a few hours before the release of what appears to be another George Floyd type video. It's already been compared to the Rodney King beating. We're talking about the video that shows the beating of Tyre Nichols, who died 3 days after the beating. And I wanted to get ahead of this thing, do a little pre-auto-hoax checkup here. There's a lot of obvious preparation in the mainstream media for riots. National Guard are being deployed. And there appears to be a buildup of consensus that there's some kind of outrage that's about to be unleashed. In other words, peaceful protests incoming. Now, we haven't seen the footage yet. We haven't seen the images. And I wanted to get ahead of it because they caught us kind of blind with the George Floyd event, where we're left wondering, is it real? Is it not real? Is there an agenda? And in this case, I'm looking to see, is there an agenda? Is it timed? Is there anything conspicuous about this? And fascinatingly, it does contain a lot of symbolism that kind of connects it with the Damar Hamlin fake heart attack resurrection, whatever you want to call that. And now we have that weekend at Buffalo situation where it appears that they're carrying walking around the Damar body double, leading many to think that he's actually dead and they're covering it up. I mean, the whole thing's really bizarre, as you all know. But the symbolism is one of the things that's consistent here, as you'll see momentarily. The main ones right now that I'm seeing, the main symbols are, it's these icons that they're putting up here. So for example, looking at the thumbnail, atrocity propaganda incoming. There at the top you have Tyre Nichols, and on his shirt it says love, and very conspicuously you see the number 3. Everything about Damar Hamlin, love and 3. Just pointing out there's a pattern here. Below you see an image of, again, that's the same individual, but he looks kind of George Floydish with the hat and the pose. There are many pictures when you search any of these martyrs that show up, and it kind of distills into this kind of icon, and you see it in murals, and that's a George Floyd-esque picture. I've seen other images of him right next to Rodney King, and there's something of maybe a resemblance, but they pose them like that on purpose, making these associations. They've also compared him to Emmett Till, which makes very little sense. Emmett Till was 14. It was a lynching. It wasn't the same thing at all. But they made that association because Emmett Till's face was so it was so destroyed by the beating that they showed the public as a way of, look at what you did. Atrocity propaganda. And I think we're going to be treated to more of that today. So I put together a list of the things that stood out to me immediately, and we'll reassess this after the fact. Starting from the top, and then I'll be going through your comments here momentarily, and anything that you have to add, I'll certainly add to this. And you can follow along at timosman.blog. That's where I post the newsletter, and I posted this in Patreon. If you're not on Patreon, I now have a new 30-day free trial to see if you find it of value to get live stream notifications and other insider info. It's $1 a month. $1 a month, 30-day free trial. It's a new approach that I have moving forward, and I think you will all agree it'll be better for building and aggregating a think tank like the one we have. But you know, we're getting into other areas as well, and we need a bigger raft. Tyre Nichols, 29-year-old black man, beaten by 5 police officers from the Scorpion unit. He was hospitalized after the arrest, which was on January the 7th, and died 3 days later. One conspicuous instance of concurrent programming, Killing County by Colin Kaepernick, who's the titular head of the BLM. That will be released on the 3rd. So next week on Hulu, you will have Killing County by Colin Kaepernick, and its focus is on structurally violent policing. And it's not specifically white on black violence. I think we're getting to the point where they're actually getting past that specific dialectic. Even this one here, it's 5 cops against this one individual, but these cops were all also black. So they don't have the same Derek Chauvin element here, not the Western chauvinist bad guy. And I think this is going beyond the racial element and going into the structural elements how policing is bad, carceral culture, locking people up needs to go, open the prisons, all the stuff advocated by Kaepernick, again, whose film comes out next week on Hulu. In initial photographs, Tyre Nichols is seen as a shirt that says love, like I said, the number 3. And also, I noticed the activists all have love on their hats. I've seen that already, like on their beanies, very conspicuous. It was a 3-minute beating. Dies 3 days later, so 3 and 3. He supposedly cried for his mother during the beating. We haven't seen the footage yet. And in the interview, she claimed that she felt his pain. And this is very reminiscent of George Floyd, who was also said to have cried out for his mother. And you'll notice the mother center stage with her glasses, bereaved mother. And I was doing some research on this, and there's a fascinating article which I linked over at my Substack. It's called "The Power of Mothers, Bereaved Mothers as Victim Heroes in Media Enacted Crusades for Justice." And it just makes a point about the propaganda power of the display of maternal suffering and how it is enmeshed with our calls to change the system, and that this is something of a force multiplier. And I just noted very conspicuous. It almost seemed cliche. It reminded me of so many other scenes. In fact, I was sort of reminded of Nipsey Hussle's mother, interestingly. The reaction, and they put him center stage, and you may or may not think that's normal for bereaved people to go on TV, but I think it's just a powerful propaganda tool. Forrest Crump is on the scene, and this is another clue if you ask me. Anytime there's a big psyop with an agenda attached, you see the same characters, and that's why I say Forrest Crump. He's at every historically important psyop. We're talking about Benjamin Crump, the attorney. And it says here, the video reminded him of the beating of Rodney King, and that the officers used Nichols as a human piñata. Now, did they use batons? I'm curious as to how he arrives at piñata, and I'm sure we're going to see very soon. I'm sure it's not relevant, but someone did share something with me about this particular attorney, and they're like, "Hey, look, he's at Prince Hall Lodge number 420 or something like that. Maybe it was 422. I'll have to look." But anyway, the numbers are very consistent with all of these events, and so are all the principal characters. Again, Colin Kaepernick's killing County is what I would consider to be an example of concurrent programming, and it focuses on the lack of trustworthiness of the police precincts, that they're cults, or gangs rather, on the inside. They're unaccountable. Who do you call the police when you need to report something that the police have done? And this, I believe, is concurrent programming. It's being hyped right now by ABC News. I think this is being hyped up because it's going to shape the public's attitude toward the police after the Tyre Nichols body cam footage is released, and what we should do about it. So it's problem, reaction, solution. The problem is what we're about to see. We'll have a reaction, and then next week this is going to come out, and the national conversation is going to be, what do we do? Quote, beyond Emmett Till, family of man who died after police chase wants justice. What they're saying is that he, I guess, was killed 250 feet from his house, was pulled over and ran. We don't have all the details yet, but interestingly here, beyond Emmett Till, Jamaica Hill, Emmett Till's older sister, said he was unrecognizable. And if you're looking here on the screen, this is the open casket, and that's Mammy Till, who insisted on an open casket, quote, so the world could see what they did to my baby. She's there with Gene Mobley, her husband. And you have the body of Emmett Till. I don't know what to make of that. It looks unlike anything I've ever seen before. But it's an old picture. My point is, she insisted on an open casket so the world could see. And then, of course, I'm saying this is atrocity propaganda. We're about to see with this Tyre Nichols. And the comparison to Emmett Till is so people ask, well, what's that? Who's that? Well, yeah, it's somebody who was beaten so badly that the mother wanted it to be displayed so the world could be, appropriately shocked. The Scorpions, the group that killed him, were a group of plainclothes cops who wore hoodies, they bumped rap music, and they blended in with the community unmarked cars. But then they would just strike with speed whenever somebody broke a law. And people wouldn't see what they were until after they were already out of their cars. They had the word scorpion on the backs of their vests. And they've been described as an internal gang, the Scorpions. Now, I think there might be some significance here. I mentioned how 3-minute beating, 3 days in the hospital, then he dies. There's the threes, kind of repeated threes. And I was thinking, Jesus is betrayed by Judas. And Judas is a representative of Scorpio. And it's the Scorpio that stings the sun and condemns it to death. So the Scorpion put him in the hospital after a 3-minute beating. Dies 3 days later. A lot of threes and 33 is very much consistent with the Damar Hamlin. Rodney King, who's been brought up in this context, was attacked for 1 minute, 19 seconds, a reverse 9/11, and he was hit 33 times. And that prompted riots. 9/11, by the way, began at 8:46 a.m. And this is not gematria. This is just pattern recognition. You might just look at this as some kind of internal spook code so they can communicate to themselves. Again, Rodney King attacked 1 minute 19 seconds, hit 33 times. It's on Wikipedia. Riots ensued. 9/11 began at 8:46 a.m. George Floyd asphyxiated 8 minutes 46 seconds. Sun set in the Twin Cities that day, 8:46 p.m. Recently, we had the shooting, or last year, of Jaylen Walker. And I pointed out how the protests at that event had a lot of Black Christ imagery. And I can go back and bring some of that up. But it turned out that Jaylen Walker was shot by 8 cops 46 times. That's another 846. Then you had Amir Locke last February, who was shot and killed at 6:48 a.m. on a no-knock warrant. 6:48 is a reverse or a mirror. Again, Amir Locke killed 6:48, a mirror of 8:46. These are heavily encoded psyops, and they all involve the same characters. Those are my initial notes. My initial take on it is that it has all the hallmarks of being a major league psyop. It's been structured perfectly, and we are waiting for the release. And already they're saying, we're waiting until the students are home from school, people are home from work. It looks like it's set up. And we don't really have riots for real events. It seems to me that there has to be some kind of, it's not about political will, it's about, I guess Democrats paying the rioters to go show up in, I'm sorry, peaceful protesters. Peaceful protesters. We're talking about the ones who potentially burn stuff down. The rioters, the violent rioters, the insurrectionists are the ones who walk around lazily and steal podiums. All right, let me catch up on comments before we get too much further. Joined here by Diana South, Symbia, Clockwork 113, GCF, Sleepy Random, Cat Bunny Buffalo, MC Dirty Work, Rocco Calzone, Pell, says hello Penguinators. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, thank you for joining. G33, and I believe that's a Greek fraternity. I'll have to look it up. The name of this commenter. Very great comments, by the way. Buggy Life says, there was a story of a young Russian soldier who was gunned down last week in the middle of a field. Supposedly he had a chest cam on. The last words he said, "I want my mama." Yeah, very consistent themes. What's with all the heart stuff? Joined by Benton, Osher06, Tim and Vic 131. Yeah, the Emmett Till body looks like a papier-mâché doll. Look, as someone who has been in the restorative arts, and I'm talking about the embalming room after the morgue, the ones who put people back together. I've seen floaters, decomps, the standard, even shotguns to the face. I've never seen a body that looks like that Emmett Till photo, and it looks like papier-mâché of what some special effects person of that time would imagine a dead body looks like. Like, it's not even convincing to me in the slightest. And the way they're just posing with it, I don't think so. Because if you did have, I don't know, to me, I'm just looking at it, it's looks like a psyop. It all does. And when you look at these hoax codes, like the number 42, always attached to these racial psyops, it goes way back. Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42, Rosa Parks happened to be 42. It's very integrated. And by the way, we just had the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death, crash, supposed death, which again, another event with a ton of predictive programming. We more or less predicted a fiery immolation that week, but his death was very much connected to the summer riots of 2020 that followed. And we'll look at all of these when we take a look at the big picture. That's why I was bringing up the conspicuous uses of the number 846, the 9/11s. It is a story here that they're telling. Again, Emmett Till, Rodney King. You can get those notes at timosmond.blog, and I'll be adding to it as we go along. Joined by Pippi Langstruff. Yeah, Sleepy Random points out the DePepe body cam footage. I watched it. I watched the footage of DePepe, like Pepe the Frog, with a hammer attack against Pelosi. And it looks real. I mean, you can't say it doesn't look real. But is it fakeable? Yeah, I don't know. Look, I wouldn't, if I was directing a PSYOP, I wouldn't have an 80-year-old fall on the floor like that. It looked pretty bad. But the guy definitely looked crazy, the guy with the hammer. It didn't look that unbelievable to me. But it doesn't change the essential facts of the case here, that they were framing this up for political gain on both sides. One side was saying, oh, he's a QAnoner, which made very little sense. What makes more sense is the guy was entirely crazy, as they say, but look, anything they can fake in the movies, they can fake in the news. And yeah, they could obviously have a dummy, and you don't actually see. You know, if you don't see it, if there's any blind spot, you have to be open to the possibility that it was edited before you saw it. You cannot take the screen as evidence. Not in these extraordinary cases, not when it's something that's that politically loaded and useful for both sides. AngsG says, when you get full-blown ARDS, is the condition further labeled with an RET prefix? Oh yeah, ARDS is Acquired Reasoning Deficiency Syndrome. It's a reference to the movie Hot Skull, where people who don't put on their ear coverings hear mind viruses communicated by people who don't cover their ears. It's kind of a parody of COVID, but instead of it being a virus, it's a mind virus, and it's communicated through talking, and everyone has to put on these earphones. These days, they're trying to get you to put a mask over your mind. That's what's coming next. But they called it ARDS, and ARDS, again, Acquired Reasoning Deficiency Syndrome. I'm thinking, aren't the people who automatically believe the news, aren't the people who automatically believe the programming deficient in their reasoning? Absolutely. They're defaulting. They're saying, I'm going to believe what's on the screen. They have ARDS. I put out a live stream the other day. I think I called it mind aids, meaning their minds don't have any immune systems. They don't want you to rely on your own immune system. They want to be able to produce a perfectly sanitary environment where you're safe. It's a safe space from mind viruses that might kill you. And that's the state of the average believer in news. By not using reasoning and critical thinking at critical points, yeah, you've given your mind malware. Or ARDS. I think ARDS is probably better than mind aids. Joined by Forbidden Earther. Thanks for joining. We got Deadbeat out in Minneapolis. Tim and Vic says the Till incident also happened in Money, Mississippi. And MLK was killed on 4/4. Yeah, look, MLK, this is really fascinating to me. MLK 2020, 57th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech. You have Rip King trending on Twitter. And then Chadwick Boseman dies. Now, Chadwick Boseman was the king of Wakanda, Black Panther. Meanwhile, the Black Lives Matter is on the march. And Black Lives Matter is the new Black Panther movement. It's the same basic thing, a new iteration. So you had this combination of Rip King, King of Wakanda, or King Martin Luther King. It was kind of interchangeable. And it got everybody involved because the children were mourning the death of Chadwick Boseman, who played Mr. 42, Jackie Robinson. And there's all kinds of 42s connected with all of this. But, to keep it focused on MLK, I was thinking, this looks like a reference to the dead Sun King, Osiris. And then it kind of occurred to me, the dead assassinated king dressed in black, there's something else to it. And MLK, if you just pronounce it, it's very much like Moloch, which is just Saturn. It's the same thing, as is another name for it, Malcolm X. And I've been finding that there's a lot of this killing of the king stuff. It's not just JFK, it's on all sides. You can find the ritualistic meaning behind the role of these different world stage characters, which makes me think that these characters aren't actually being killed. And it explains a lot of the code around it. Your Mama has a link here, Emmett Till Deception. Okay, does it involve paper mache? I'll definitely look at this in depth here. They're bringing this up because they are preparing to traumatize everybody today. So enjoy the piece for the next few hours. I'm not saying they're going to burn everything down, but the way this is being set up, I think that it's not off the table that they're inciting. But what's more, they're going to just inflate the story to the point where you can't avoid it. And everybody's going to react to it, and nobody's going to think it's fake. And even if it is fake or not, whatever it happens to be, we may not be able to prove it right away. And that's always kind of problematic. You know, how do you prove it's fake? We don't have enough evidence. But what they don't understand, the believers, they don't understand that they don't have enough evidence to know it's true. Like, you may not believe it, but do they have enough evidence to believe it? I'm saying that's where we get this discrepancy between the world stagers and those of us who are the last remaining or the only true objectivists in the world. And people hear objectivist and they think it's a bad thing because Ayn Rand. Well, she wasn't an objectivist. You know, there's the philosophy, but then in practical application, she fell under the spell of mass media. She became a subjectivist just like everybody else. She was a world stager. But the philosophy there was essentially about not taking information secondhand to the point where you've accepted false explanations and your reality's been constrained by a false model. And we are very objective when it comes to this stuff. So I'm very open to the fact that it might be real. However, given past precedent, I'm assuming it's fake, but we're going to see. That's why I'm calling this a pre-Autohoax analysis. Osher says, that was fake AF. The mom always has the same setup as the father holding her. Yeah, they haven't even changed their script all these years later. Joined by Thirst for Truth. Thanks for joining. Yeah, we have about 55 people. Not bad considering I haven't sent out text notifications. I'm saving up money for the court filings. I'm still in the process of suing YouTube and company. And it's going very well, I have to say. Everything's going according to plan, and everything will be 100% in the works and filed, including all the necessary subpoenas by this time next week. So I appreciate all of you who have helped out, but that's where most of my money's gone, is into just filing fees and moving that process along. And look, I've reported the hacking of my site and the theft of my copyrights to the FBI, to the DHS's IPR collection center. That's the IPR is the Intellectual Property Rights division, where they just investigate this type of stuff specifically. I was referred there. The only thing I haven't done is a local cybercrimes police report, but I'm about to. I have the number. Anyway, I'll update you on that later, but this is far more crucial because we're a few hours away from the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Instigation, whoever's behind it. They're going to drop this video. It's going to be multiple body cams. There's going to be a camera up, I think, on a light post. It's going to be like the George Floyd level of coverage. 3 minutes, a 3-minute beating. And there's that 3 again. The pattern here is what strikes me. And look, if this was real, we wouldn't see patterns. It wouldn't be connected with the Damar Hamlin a weekend at Buffalo's debacle. Forbidden Earther says, did you hear about the Justice Department suing Google, Tim? No, I have not yet. I'll look into it. Benton says the courts are a scam. It costs way more money to do anything than people realize. It depends. I mean, look, I'm pro se. I represent myself, and the only thing I'm paying are fees to have things served. It's much cheaper than doing a lot of the legwork. Now, I did apply for free filing because my income on Patreon and such should be low enough, but no, they denied that for some reason. But if you don't have to hire someone, maybe. But I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to give any advice. I'm just saying what I'm doing isn't all that. I mean, it's not like it's mostly a civil matter. However, there are criminal elements to it, specifically the hacking of my Kickstarter account. And that is such a problem that, Kickstarter's on my side. They sent me the IP addresses. But that's a bigger problem, but it's hard to get attention on it. How do you get people to pay attention to the fact that you just got hacked by some guy and you know who he is? They don't care. I've tried and nothing works. But I figure, well, I'm just going to sue him for committing a federal crime. I'm suing him over a felony. And the judge is going to have to see this in court, on civil court. Oh, I'm suing him because he committed a felony and nobody's prosecuting it. Maybe you have some authority that I don't. And I'm hoping I can leverage the power of small claims to force somebody with some authority to bring about some grand jury indictment of a cyber criminal with many provable felonies having been committed in the last 3 or 4 years. But I'm having fun with it, honestly. When this thing started, I didn't know who this person was. He said he was going to ruin me and destroy my life. And he did his best. But he bragged about his money, and I verified it, the yachts and everything. He bragged about how destroying people like me was fun for him, so he's kind of like an evil Batman. And he said it was a game, a quote game, like Squid Games or something. And I just decided, okay, fine, this is a game. I'm not going to cry for help. I'm not going to hire a lawyer. If it's a game, I'm going to win it, fair and square. And I've pretty much won. I've literally won. If you don't know the whole story, you'll hear about it soon. Or go to marcusgoldfinch.com and you'll get a better idea about how screwed this person is. We're talking about confessionals to major crimes emailed to his friends, forwarded now to the authorities. Anyway, let us move forward. I didn't want to get sidetracked. I haven't been live because that's been taking up my time and I wanted to kind of purge it from my mind. Clear the cache. Okay, atrocity propaganda incoming. Coming up later today, you're going to see comparisons to Rodney King, Emmett Till. I haven't heard of George Floyd, but it's going to be there, obviously, because it's 5 against 1. I've heard the video described as MMA by Family. Again, one of the first shirts that you see that him wearing, and I think he's on a skateboard, is the word love and 3. Super conspicuous because to me it stands out. It's associated with Damar Hamlin. Love and 3, third degree, some kind of ritual implication. I don't know about a specific pose there with his arm at a right angle, but everything there stands out to me as contrived. He's wearing a lanyard, which is what crisis actors tend to wear. Now let's go ahead and go through some of the other clips that I have available. If you want to hear what the authorities are saying about the video. So we're going to get the preview here. You're going to hear them describing it. And the first one is by the Memphis Police Department Chief C.J. Davis being interviewed by Don Lemon. Penguin Doctor says things are heating up for the summer of fun. Maybe it's going to be dark winter. Maybe they're going to start early.
Monday morning is when you first saw the video?
That's absolutely right.
And then when you saw it, what was your reaction?
I was outraged. It was incomprehensible to me. It was unconscionable, and I felt that I needed to do something and do something quickly. I don't think I've witnessed anything of that nature in my entire career.
Yeah. All right, so we haven't seen it yet, and this is sort of setting the stage. And I've seen this before. They do this all the time. They'll release a video, but it'll say caution, very disturbing. You may want to look away. And they do this to get you to respond emotionally, to prep yourself, to turn off your critical thinking. If you look at it critically, you might see something that's fake. But if you're already reacting to it in advance, you're not going to be so critical. So now they're prepping everybody for the big shock.
Really?
That bad?
It was that bad.
What are we going to see then?
You're going to see acts that defy humanity.
You're going to see acts that defy humanity. You know what they don't talk about? Acts that defy humanity. I was watching a video the other day of a shootout in, I believe it was Chicago, probably, Chirac, where 2 groups go out of a bar and there's a scuffle, and then one person shoots the dad, shoots the daughter who's doing CPR, shoots the friend, shoots the other person, shoots 2 other people hiding behind the van, and drives off. I mean, just in cold blood murders a bunch of people. A real mass murder, and it took less than 30 seconds. Way worse than what happened at the Lunar Lodge thing. And have we talked about that yet? We'll probably get into that as well. These events are so right now they're so dense. It's just one after another. I used to say it's 48 hours of news every 24 hours. Now it's 48 hours of psyops every 24 hours. It's even difficult for us to keep up. Anyway, let me play the rest of this here. This is, again, Don Lemon talking to Chief C.J. Davis about what we're about to see. Like, I've seen real stuff, and I don't think this is going to be really shocking compared to that. Well, it'll be engineered to be shocking. But you have to ask yourself again, is it fakeable? And the answer is that, yeah, it will be fakeable. We haven't seen it yet, though, and I'm not going to prejudge it.
You're going to see a disregard for life, duty of care that we're all sworn to, and a level of physical interaction that is above and beyond what is required in law enforcement. And I'm sure that, as I said before, that individuals watching will feel what the family felt.
Okay, individuals watching will feel what the family felt. They're getting you ready to feel. Here's what you're going to feel. Sounds like a hypnotic induction.
And if you don't, then you're not a human being. And we all are human beings. And I think there will be a measure of sadness as well.
All right, mass trauma incoming. She needs to watch cartel videos, says Sleepy Random. Well, look, the average person doesn't watch that kind of stuff and don't have the comparison, the basis for comparison. And most people do look away. Why would you want to watch it on the news? They make the news bad on so many levels anyway. You wonder, how do these people get these jobs? Well, yeah, they want to make it unwatchable. They're not in it for profit. They're in it to program you. Look at this. I really like this police chief. I'm dreading this video. It sounds like it will be horrific. Police urge calm in light of unspeakable evil they committed. That's from The Onion. They're releasing it at 6 p.m. on a Friday. Tyree Nichols was supposedly stopped for driving recklessly, but then he was faced with excessive, sadistic, inhuman behavior from cops who were supposed to serve and protect. Okay, we're going to find out here soon. Does anyone here think it's going to be real? If you're in the chat. If you think this is going to be real, like eminently, real, like provably real, let us know. I don't have any expectation. SpaceX destacks Starship to prepare for epic 33-engine test fire. We'll look at some of the other news here just while we're waiting for that. WHO urges stockpiling on radiation meds. Now, I noticed that the sign they put up for the nuke symbol on the Drudge Report is in black and white. But if you look at the officially prescribed one, it's got a yellow background. Why would they make it in black and white? And it makes me think about Helter Skelter. It makes me think about the nuke that they're about to drop on us, the psychological nuke. That's what I think this is about. Dallas police released body cam footage of a shootout with a murder suspect. This is on Fox. Just getting people's, whetting their appetite for blood. Getting the outrage turned up. I watched the footage. This actually looked real, but it was a murder suspect. I don't imagine there's going to be any outrage about it. But it was well timed. The Federal Bureau of Instigators. Let's see. Memo to engineers, says Penguin Doctor. Just fit 33 engines in there. Don't ask why. One of them has 42. They added 9. And I did watch that thing with Project Veritas where they caught the individual from Pfizer talking about mutating viruses. That was some Scooby-Doo justice. The end with the really bad acting, the guy comes out, they take off his mask, and he says, I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for James O'Keefe. It was just too fake to believe. Couldn't believe it. I don't know if it's going to have any impact now. And if you are interested in that story, I have done some research on it. We're talking about the Pfizer director talking about mutating COVID. And I found a pretty interesting Substack breaking it down where they found some strange inconsistencies in the biography of this Pfizer director exposed by Project Veritas for basically revealing the evil plan and then acting miffed, freaking out when he saw that he was caught. It looked so staged. This was like World Wrestling Entertainment level fake news. It was just, I was not impressed. But someone pointed out a couple of things. They said, why all the aliases? Legitimate doctors don't really have that many name combos. They pointed out that the date of his New York State licensure, which needs to be verified, was October 2021, in the middle of his term as a consultant for Pfizer. All of his research being very basic. Anyway, I have all the information here that this person had posted, and I'm looking through it, and I'll bring it up again later when we analyze that video. But the long and short of it is, it looks fake to me. It looks like Scooby-Doo justice, something to get clicks. Did we have that moment of silence yet? I think I meant to have one. There were seven homeless people under a bridge, and they inadvertently shared a Vax needle instead of a heroin needle, and they all died suddenly. You know, I tweeted that, and a lot of people believed it, and they retweeted it. The anti-vaxxers are like ghouls now, trying to, raise their body. I think they have 278,000 they say have died so far. It's like they're all just selling their own version of their own Holocaust. Like, oh, we got 50,000 kids died in the schools last year. Oh yeah, well, we got 250,000 died from the vax. Well, 500,000 died because they weren't vaxxed. I mean, they're always trying to. It's like a contest. It's never ending. I've called this an inverted civil war, where nobody's really dying, but each side is just claiming the other side died from not doing what they do. Sleepy Random says, hoax until proven real. Yeah, rules for life. Fake until proven real. Put on your BS detector. Diana South says, Project Veritas is fake Jesuit theater. I thought so. Look, Project Veritas is a world stage version of what investigative journalists would look like. But they're extremely obvious. Do all bad guys, do all villains give their plans up over dinner? Take them to a Chili's, get them a beer, and they just tell you everything? That's just so phony. None of it's even slightly plausible. Even their original big score, when James O'Keefe took down Acorn, they dressed up like Halloween pimp and prostitute, corny costumes, and they applied for loans in a fraudulent way, committing crimes essentially, to say, hey, look, they will give you money if you want to traffic 13-year-old Salvadorian girls into prostitution. It's like, well, no, they didn't actually. It's just that you filled out the form under false pretenses, and then you took these video clips and gave them a really bad smear job. It looks to me like they're not all that serious, and they're never going to call out anything in terms of the fake news, the fake shootings. Like, they're world stagers. And I have no problem with world stagers. None at all. We have a different perspective, and I don't have the same agenda. I'm not on a side. We're more philosophical. Inactivists. Elon Musk's SpaceX may launch Tom Cruise into space. And I was thinking about this. It makes perfect sense. Elon Musk sent Starman into space. Why? And Starman, of course, is David Bowie. David Bowie, space oddity. Starman is the savior, mankind savior from space. But it makes perfect sense Elon Musk would send Tom Cruise as well. Because Tom Cruise is Major Tom from Space Oddity. Major Tom is the subject in the song, and it's the first music video in space performed by Chris Hadfield. Ground Control to Major Tom. Yeah, I think it's about Tom Cruise, and has been this entire time. And I can substantiate that. The fact that he's going to the space station is the fulfillment of a decades-long prophecy, if you ask me. In the sense that it's a scripted event. All of it. Even Top Gun. I can go on at length about the symbolism in the movie Top Gun 2, the fact they space them 33 years apart. It's very intricate. Every single name, every character, every scene. Take a look at this. I'm watching a show called 3%, which I would describe as a combination of Hunger Games and Squid Games. Like if you like Squid Games, but the violence was overpowering, this is perfect. 3%. And if you take their logo and you turn it 90 degrees clockwise, the 3 becomes the Twin Towers, and the percent becomes the Twin Towers as seen from above. Not a coincidence. Again, rotate it 90 degrees. You could also see it as a 311 because the twins are 11 and there's a 3, or 11-3, which is the date of the new tower rising. Just pointing this out because all of these films on Netflix are encoded and it's often right in your face. This is interesting too. For the first time, a statue of a woman sits atop a Manhattan courthouse. This is huge, actually. If you haven't seen this sculpture, first thing I thought when I saw it, I thought Kraken. It's a woman with tentacle arms, and her hair is curled up like kind of like ram's horns. Now the artwork is called Now, and it's by an artist. I got to find the artist's name here, but it's called Now. For the first time, a statue of a woman sits atop this Manhattan courthouse. At last, this work puts a female figure on a level plane with traditional patriarchal depictions of justice and power. Now, the significance of it. One, the description of it is it rises above, she can breathe. I'm seeing a lot in this, but the main thing is the Kraken is a very important symbol. We've been talking about it for the past year. The hair is very significant here as well, because what I realized is last year you had Supreme Court Justice nominee Jackson, and Justice Jackson was the 116th to become a Supreme Court Justice, first woman. So there you have the first woman, 116. Now the number 116, it's an upside down 9/11, but it's one of these numbers that we've seen consistently connected with this Kraken thing. So I already noted then there was something to it. At this time, the discussion was about the Crown Act, which has to do with hair. And the correlation between the crown and the hair was very much emphasized at the time when Jada Smith was offended by Chris Rock, who made fun of her lack of hair. And then, of course, Will Smith slaps Chris Rock. Well, Jada Smith had said before, quote, "Our hair is our crown." Again, this correlates to the Crown Act, which is about non-discrimination against how people wear their hair naturally. And the bigger picture here, though, is as the Supreme Court Justice, the first, and again, first time a woman statue atop the patriarchal Manhattan courthouse, it was the first time you had a female in the Supreme Court. And then second, this is also at the same time as the movie King Richard is out. And when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock to defend Jada, Jada was in a green dress. I think green, jade, Jada. Green is the color of Venus. And again, Venus Williams, Serena Williams. These are the ones who were on the green court. So the Supreme Court and the tennis court were brought up at the same time. And here's where it ties in. Just as Will Smith was defending Jada, King Richard had to defend Venus. They had this parallel story here. And at that same time, the left was calling on theirs to defend Justice Jackson against the right. I mean, these are concurrent events with parallel stories. Will Smith even said, "I was acting just like the character King Richard from the movie I was just in." I watched the movie to understand what he was referencing. I'm pointing out, though, that the Williams sisters going through the Green Court was correlated with Justice Jackson and the Supreme Court. And, of course, the reference to the crown and the hair, very significant here. All right, let me catch up on comments. 75 people here in the chat. Restless Bear says that isn't a woman. Okay, well, I'll have to check the shoulder to hip ratio. Is that how you all do it? Okay, I'm just suggesting here that this is all just a ritual prop anyway, and it's definitely a Kraken. I mean, tentacle arms. It's way better than the MLK statue. The MLK NSFW statue. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Maybe they just didn't see it. All right, we can talk about eggshells. I want to stay focused on this main topic, though, which is, again, the video that's about to drop. We have talked about Weekend at Buffalo. Damar Hamlin showing up, it seems, in effigy, possibly a body double. So I have been doing some more logo analysis, and in this case it's Westworld. I wanted to show you this one because I've mentioned this before, but I never actually put it all together. And if you go to metascript.cc, I'm putting it all together. I'm redeveloping. That site's changed. I'm adding more to it. Metascript.cc. But take a look at this. The Westworld logo is a W. Well, it's two W's, but one of the W's is simply two bars, parallel to the outward leaning bars of the W. So it looks to me like you can understand how it's Westworld, but it also looks like a W knocking over the Twin Towers. So above it I put W, or W, taking down the Twin Towers. And this is then, of course, replaced by the Freedom Tower. 13 years later on 11/3, again 113, you can even see a 113 built into that logo. The two vertical slanted pillars are the ones, the W turning it into 3. Super encoded. So W knocks down the Twin Towers. The new tower on 113 opens. Well, the new tower is a big vax needle, and we've talked about this quite a lot. It's a big syringe. Fascinating connections between syringe, the Greek word syrinx, which means pan, flute, and Pan, the god of panic, and pandemic. You can go down the line with that one. It's pretty in-depth. But in this case, if you look at Westworld Season 3, which started 3 days or 4 days after the pandemic was declared, it has a person, it looks to be impaled on the One World Trade Tower. They're actually kneeling in the foreground, but they're directly in front of it. And above it, it says, free will is not free. Again, Freedom Tower, free will is not free. The impaled on the one tower, that is clearly a pandemic reference. The logos are, a huge part of the giveaway and the tell when you're looking at these events, these movies. I'll be doing a deeper study on all of those, but if you want to go to metascript.cc, as in Chief Crow, metascript.cc, the basic premise is that the world stage construct is a fictional universe. It's an immersive illusion maintained by a monolithic media. This explains predictive programming. Concurrent programming demonstrates the precise timing of scheduled fake news events with entertainment. For example, Colin Kaepernick's Killing County being released right now after a weekend of riots or planned protests, peaceful protests, with a few bad apples, or however they're going to frame it. The world stage is a closed system that omits aspects of reality and emphasizes others, while maintaining a fabricated status quo with non-stop false reality reinforcing propaganda. That's the basic premise of the world stage as I describe it, and the meta script is the story, the bigger story. And there's a little bit of freedom, creative freedom, the further down you go the pyramid, but the big story doesn't change. And what I look at here are the big patterns, the big stories that are being told from multiple platforms, and it's generally given away in the timing of things, in the name of things. Like Derek Chauvin, named for a hangman who killed 3,000. That's another 9/11 reference. Twin Cities, Twin Towers, 846 AM, but the name Derek associated with a hangman who killed 3,000. 9/11 number. Chauvinism, Western chauvinism is obviously the thing that killed George Floyd in this context. So the names are a perfect way to kind of convey part of the, what I call the meta script. A lot of times it's just in the symbolism, like when the Uvalde shooter was first shown on the Drudge Report, he had a halo inexplicably. Looked like a saint. The day before, USA Today had an article about online extremists are turning shooters into, quote, saints. And these are, again, separate news platforms, but their messages connect. These connections explain how they've rebooted the old world flood myths and dressed it up like science with NOAA and NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. We find a lot of interesting stuff. Metascript.cc. I'm not going to go through it all now, but you have to check out the Titanic and 9/11 connections. This is huge. Titanic sinking in 2 parts, very 9/11-y. And again, this is a work in progress. just get your scroll on, go to metascript.cc, and I'll be adding to this pretty much daily. All right, let me continue. I'm going to catch up on chat. All right. If you want to call in and leave messages, feel free. You can also text at the number at infiniteplane.media. By the way, all of the domains now go to the same place. I had a different member site. Now it's only Patreon. If you go to infiniteplanesociety.com or IPSmonster or infiniteplane.live, they all take you to the same place. And it has all of the relevant links right there. If you want to join Patreon with a 30-day free trial, link is right there, and you can jump right in to the Discord server. I've also made it very easy to contact me with a contact form if you have any tips. I appreciate everyone who reaches out. I get every message, and I try not to miss anything. If I find it to be of value, I'll usually post it on my minds.com account so we can share it later. There was somebody who used to frequent our YouTube chat. The name was Xmas Evil. Yes, it was Xmas Evil. And I believe that person got shadow banned. I might have done it. I'm not sure. Anyway, I saw that person on Twitter in a discussion with John LeBon, who I'll be speaking with very soon. And John LeBon said to Xmas Evil, "Do you really believe that I am Heath Ledger?" And Xmas responded with, "Haha, yes, but that does not discredit your evidence." Yeah, there are people out there who think John LeBon is Heath Ledger. I have not come across that one yet. I thought Heath Ledger was Dabu 007. All right, let us continue. I'm going to catch up on my Twitter feed. It's Real Tim Osman. Will the real DeMar please stand up? Are clones the biggest secret in professional sports? Clones have the ideal combination of size, strength, speed, and agility. That's actually the fake news from conspiratain.com. If you haven't been keeping up with the fake news, go to conspiratain.com. Every day I go to my AI writer and the AI artist and create, I believable fake news like this one. New public health threat. Harmful misinformation swarming like bees. And many of these will see print. Whoever said that words can never hurt never felt the poisonous sting of disinformation. It's the leading cause of death. And that's from Miss Heard. Again, new public health threat, harmful misinformation swarming like bees. The cover art is AI generated, although I added the words myself. You can see that they're being attacked by words like crisis actor, hoax, fake. The scene opens up on a bustling city street where people are going out their daily business. Suddenly, words begin to fly through the air like insect swarms. They buzz and swirl around. The people are initially confused and frightened by the strange phenomenon. They're made of... Anyway, this is an entire article about people being attacked by the dark side of technology. It says, conspiracy theorists and other chaos agents, grifters, and merchants of hate release toxic misinformation in crowded public spaces to create chaos and distraction while they commit their crimes. The authorities are struggling to catch up with word criminals. This is AI generated. I prompt it, but it does come up with some pretty useful stuff. Furthermore, words can be used in a way that can be described as a swarm when multiple negative comments can be thrown at a person, similar to how a group of bees can attack together, overwhelming their target. Liver King hospitalized after consuming own liver. He thought the incredible gains would be worth the risk. And he's not looking too well, but if you look, this is some fine art. Liver King hospitalized after consuming his own liver. The bodybuilder was consumed by a burning passion for extreme diets. He experimented with different meal plans. It goes on. This is a pretty long article, but it says it's good writing. He picked up the liver and took a bite, savoring the sweetness as it burst in his mouth. With each bite, dark blood ran down his chin and dripped onto his bulging muscles. He ate until the liver was nothing more, and he sat back in his chair, feeling the weight of the cannibalized organ in his stomach, and a sense of contentment washed over him. Anyway, it ends with He began to feel lightheaded. He had to call the emergency, and feeling liverless and alone, he waited for the ambulance to arrive. Anyway, go to conspirattained.com for your daily fake news fix. And a lot of people probably don't even know it's fake news. I advertise it as mostly AI generated. But AI wouldn't lie, right? So we can mostly trust it. Plus, I have a blue check. All right, catching up on comments. Yeah, you heard me right. John LeBon is going to be reaching out, and we'll be talking here very soon. Take a look at this. This is from Vice, and thankfully, Vice.com is going out of business. A high caliber bullet poked at one of the gates outside Guzman's house in Jesus Maria, Sonora. Yeah, this is a cartel battle, very epic, but one of the bullets actually had its casing with it when it poked through the gate. Like, this is Vice. These are the anti-gun people. This tells you that they're gunophobes. They don't even know what bullets are. They don't know how these things work. This is not a joke. It's not The Onion. It's not the Babylon Bee. This is what Vice actually thinks it looks like when you fire a round. The whole thing flies out there. They've never been to a firing range, and they want to ban guns. It's like, maybe you guys shouldn't have guns. Like, you shouldn't. If you think that this is what happens when you fire a gun, you should never be close to a bullet. You shouldn't even do that with a bullet. So many things could go wrong. Everything's wrong with that picture. But that's pretty much how the average liberal sees bullets. Now, you might say that's true, and if you're a liberal, you might say that's not fair, but it's true. This is what liberals think bullets do. But conversely, the conservatives have an analogous fear of needles, the assault needle. That's what I'm calling them now. It's like, you're going to make fun of them for calling AR-15s assault rifles. Well, I think the assault needle threat's been a little overhyped and exaggerated. All right, joined here by C. Luke, biggest fan. Thanks for joining. If you want to call in, number is 833-311-1984. But I kind of just wanted to get out here ahead of the PSYOP. I'm going to be watching as it drops. Again, I think it's going to be at 6 o'clock Central Time. Central Time, they're going to be dropping this thing, and it's going to set off outrage, I suppose. They said it's going to be analogous to Rodney King, and we know what that looked like. Riots, violence, civil unrest. Tyree Nichols, what is the Scorpion unit of the Memphis Police? And this doesn't sound good anyway. The Scorpion unit. Plain clothes, wearing hoodies, bumping rap, sitting around in unmarked cars, looking for things to arrest people for and jumping out and attacking. I mean, it doesn't look legitimate to me. And it's been described as a gang. Business Insider, Memphis Police Chief warns the footage is heinous. Georgia governor declares state of emergency, oh, here we go, 1,000. He's activated 1,000 National Guard troops. Video, Benjamin Crump, Forrest Crump says, Tyree Nichols video will remind you of Rodney King. TMZ.com, Rodney King's daughter says, Tyree Nichols' family can't prepare for what's coming. And here you have Rodney King right next to Tyree Nichols. They're putting these two together. Emmett Till, Rodney King, George Floyd, Tyree Nichols. They're all together. This is the building up of an icon. FBI director appalled by video of the fatal encounter with police. Yeah, it's really overtaken the headlines. I have one other article I wanted to draw your attention to if you want to take a look at it and share it. I'm not going to go through all of it. It's called Curse of the Red Power Ranger. I've been planning to write this for some time. And it's basically the case that all of the Red Power Rangers have come to very unfortunate ends. One had committed a double murder, tied a couple of people to an anchor after forcing them to sign legal documents, and threw him overboard. Cold water, too. Drowned him. Then a few years later, this person attempted a self-sex change with a razor blade in jail, and now this person is known as Skylar, is still in jail. That's one of the Red Rangers. The other one was attacked by his roommate in a house fight. He grabbed a samurai sword and stabbed his roommate to death. The other one beat his wife so bad, multiple concussions, and then he hanged himself because she threatened to leave him. And then the other one, we're talking about Red Power Rangers. This guy was part of a $3.5 million COVID-19 loan scam. And now there's only one more Red Power Ranger left, and that would be Marcus Goldfinch, who was the stunt double for the one who beat his family and killed himself. And he has committed felony identity theft, hacking, and aggravated cyber stalking. And it's just a matter of time until he's caught. But it looks like he has been caught up in the Red Ranger curse. It just hasn't quite caught him yet, but it's got to be on the way. In fact, I brought this up a couple years ago. I was like, hey, look, the curse is going to get him. And then it hits this other guy. I didn't even know this other guy existed, and he got hit with a $3.5 million scam. Like he's going to jail for years for this. Now, there is a new Red Ranger who was coincidentally announced a couple of days ago, and it's a female. The first female Red Ranger. So I'm hoping that maybe the extra attention to that role will bring attention to this individual. Pal asks, Tim, do you have an opinion of the YouTube news show Redacted? If you go to infiniteplane.media, there's a contact form, and if you want to send me a link, I will take a listen. And I'll go from there, but I don't have enough information right now. Okay, we're going to be back later on tonight with open phones. I'm going to watch this video, the Emmett Till story deception, which I think does look like paper mache. It doesn't look all that real to me. We'll be back, and if you want to go through my notes, atrocity propaganda incoming, go to timosman.blog. I put that one free. I'm posting all of my blogs there, all of the research. I'm trying to centralize it for your convenience. And I'll be back, open phones, more information, as it unfolds. But again, I wanted to get ahead and kind of pre-auto hoax the situation. I'm going to return back to the 24/7 stream and sign up for the newsletter. I'll put a link down below one more time so that you get the archive once I crop it and upload it. And I'm going to return it right back to where we were. But text messages may go out tonight as well. Thanks again. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd degree.
Most amazing thing, the sun and moon are closing in, and all the people
talking about the iconography here, the symbolism in. What's the symbolism of the bowl cut? And someone said it reminded them of a mushroom, like a mushroom cloud. And I just think it's funny because we're talking about this new threat, this new ubiquitous threat that could wipe you out in your classroom at any time unless you hide beneath your desks. And now it's the school shooter. They've replaced it, but it's all the same mind control. Duck and cover, kneel before the power of the state. Stockholm Syndrome.
But when you're looking at the test footage, given back then it might not have looked fake. Back then they actually thought King Kong looked real in the movie or Jaws looked real in the movie.
And good point. They also thought that the Apollo moon mission looked real. Think about it. Everything was cartoony back then. Special effects have really improved over the years, but the foundational traumas were made with basically bad cartoons. And if you look back, you can reverse engineer it. I mean, it is so laughable to me. And I'm speaking as someone who spent 6 months studying this stuff in detail. I was at the Fort McClellan NBC School, Nuclear, Chemical, Biological Decontamination, and my whole job was about decontaminating from nuclear fallout. Our main objective was making sure the unit was ready in case we had some kind of high altitude blast. My point is, I've studied all these videos. I was made to believe that these things were real and that our unit is charged with keeping everybody safe should something happen. And now I'm looking back at it, and I was basically just a paid crisis actor that didn't know it.
Movie, but now we can see it's clearly fake. When you look back at that footage, it's oftentimes, it looks like the scale of, say, a subdivision where you're in an empty lot across the street aiming a camera at a farmhouse on the other side of the street, a lot over, and then the blast hits and the farmhouse just gets destroyed. The house just gets ripped apart. But what happened to the camera?
Yeah, the camera, the magic camera. So you have the magic cameras from these nuke tests. We have the magic passports from 9/11. We have many magical objects that survive these events. It's very commonplace. It's like, let's find out, what did they make these cameras out of? What did they make the passports out of from 9/11? And let's just use that. Look at this. This is, again, looking at doll houses being blown up.
Who's filming that? The camera is only a couple 100 feet away from that. And in some videos, man, this is the most compelling, is the blast comes from behind the camera. What the hell is that?
Okay, let me go to the next clip. I'm mostly just going to be perusing a few examples of what are, I think, models being destroyed. I mean, this is so hoaxy. But this was used to convince an entire generation.
And back to these trees again. And then they show us what looks to be a real forest that's been chopped down or torn down. Now take a look at this. It's footage of the first H-bomb test called Ivy Mike. Watch how it changes.
It looks like a cardboard cutout. There's also another example. There was another test where it looks like they were just time-lapsing the sunrise and using that as a layer. I mean, this is just art. That's all it is. This is just art.
That's a composite.
We're looking at composites, like layers of film spliced together with different special effects.
This. It looks like a completely separate explosion.
There's a lot of these montages. And yesterday we were talking about North Korea, and this is what kind of got me into it. A few years ago, I had a friend who was crying, and her daughter was crying because they just went through some drills in their home. And the drills were based on some threat that her boyfriend at the time saw on the Drudge Report, that North Korea was going to nuke us. So they're hiding under their stairs and crying the night. And I'm just thinking, well, that's what you get when you, I don't know what to say. I mean, you can't really fault people for not having the discernment to see some people are just media radicalized, MSM fundamentalists. They're going to believe whatever they see on TV. And think about that before the next pandemic. Do you want to be locked down with somebody who's essentially a hypochondriac? My point is, the North Korean rockets are often exposed as fake. So this isn't like, okay, fakery is the norm, not the exception. Your war is a decoy operation. North Korea faked missile test footage, U.S. experts. Footage released by North Korea purporting to show the firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile appears to be fake. Now, if these same experts applied the same level of scrutiny to, let's say, NASA or SpaceX or Bezos's blimps, they would say those are fake as well. But they're not going to. But they're happy to call North Korea's things fake. In defiance of a ban, North Korea said it had a ballistic missile technology that would allow them to launch a warhead from a sub. But state media images cast doubt on the claim. There are many videos like this, many videos that show these things where they're just basically composites. Many of these pictures are faked. You can tell they're fake. Sometimes you can tell by the stars in the background that show you it's the wrong time of the year. South Korea's missile set, this is from South Korea's military, they reported on it and they said that it was a modified video from 2014. They had modified some footage. Again, this is the norm. Jussie Smollett got caught very publicly and shamed to help you give the impression that if anybody tries to pull one over in the mass media, they're going to call it out. No. But for some reason, they're not giving this guy a break. Now, he just recently launched another one in the direction of Kamala Harris. I don't know if that one was real. I have to assume it's fake. Every single time I watch one of these North Korean rocket launches, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like one of Bezos's Blue Origins that's been painted olive drab. They always look like that. All right, let me see who is in the comments here. Joined by Copaesthetic, Salty Siren, Angst G. My Third Eye says cube satelloons. Yes, hey Doug, the satellites from Musk are cube satelloons. They're not orbiting, they're dangling. Rocco Calzone says, what's the opposite of hopium? Right, see, the hopium is kind of interesting how they're hoping for the end. And I say hopium because it is based on hope. But just because it's hope doesn't mean they're hoping for something good. And that's the sick part. Like, there are people who want the world to end. The global warmists, they want it to turn into climate chaos. They want it to be visible. They want space junk. People want space junk. They want you to see the effects of what we're doing to the world here in America. They need it to be real. And it definitely is. It definitely is something they hope for, even though it's got a bad ending. Think about the QAnoners. Every Sunday, they sit around praying that JFK is going to resurrect and come save them. I mean, they really hope this to be true. They want to be saved by this dead Democrat, and they make up stories like, oh, he's Trump in a fat suit, or his son's going to save us, and he's wearing this costume that looks like an aged John Denver, Vincent Fuchsia, if you recall. But what are they hoping for? They're hoping for the good guys to reveal themselves so they can murder all the bad guys. And I use the word murder, and they don't like it, because they like to say, oh, these are tribunals. What are they, holy tribunals? No, you want to murder all the Democrats. Just admit it. That is what they want. And that's why I don't take politics so seriously. I don't want to be sided. I don't want to be on the same side as the people who are actually advocating for mass murder and tribunals. Like, I'm not really for that. I think it's a bad idea. Like secret trials, tribunals, that's what the noners are actually about. And you just got to hold them to it. Ask any one of them, do you not want to see everyone on the Democrat side murdered on TV while you eat popcorn? They won't admit it, but that's exactly what they're hoping for. They call it the storm. Auto Hoaxer says doom addicts. Well, somehow they've associated hope with doom. And this is how all religions work too, where the end is actually the beginning of their new version of reality. But before you can start the new one, you've got to destroy the old one. Build back better. Have your great reset, great awakening. If you're on the left wing, you want a great reset. If you are on the right wing, you want a great awakening. It's the same program. Oh, those guys are crazy commies. They want universal basic income. But we want Nasara and Jassara. It's the same thing. Cubstar says tribunals and tribulations. Yep. They have basically adapted, as a template, Revelation and applied it onto politics today. It's an obvious program. General Flynn's a huge part of it. Some of it's new age. In fact, they've made it very appealing. This is what's fascinating about Q. Because the run-of-the-mill white nationalism is off-putting to people who aren't white nationalists, like what Nick Fuentes and MTG are before. But Q is a little more multicultural, and it's new agey. So if you're a QAnoner, one, yeah, you believe that these are the end times, and you believe in Jesus, and you want to kill all the bad guys for Jesus, who you may or may not associate with JFK. Not all of them do. but you're basically a Christian nationalist and you can feel good about it. But if you're if you're a QAnoner, you also believe in aliens, galactic federations, reptoids, blue avians, med beds, Nikola Tesla, time travel, and magic in a sense, New Age magic. So in other words, Q appeals to the Christian nationalists, to the New Agers, and it's a very inclusive religion. But as far as the role of the Kennedys, the idea, of course, is that Christ did come back, but they shot him in the head. But luckily, he had a son, and his son is going to save us. And if you go back into the story of Jesus and Magdalene, there are many, and this is from another Tom Hanks movie, it's based on Dan Brown, The Da Vinci Code. The idea there is that Jesus had a baby with Magdalene before he was crucified. And there are some who don't even believe that he died. Like the Muslim religion believes that Jesus is, that he faked his death. He was a death faker, and that he had a baby. Now, the bloodline of Christ gives us this whole other mythology. And the mythology of QAnon does end up going directly to the bloodline idea, that the Kennedys are the bloodline of Christ, and that they tapped Trump on the shoulder and said, look, we're the bloodline of Christ, the bloodline of Satan is the Democrats, and we need you, Trump, to, since you're a rogue and you're uncontrolled, we need you to fight the deep state. And that's what the QAnoners are basing their new religion off of. They're going to bring about revelation. Kevin Mooring says, like how years ago they said the world had enough nukes to destroy the world 10 times over, so why keep building them? It's like that NASA money dump. I used to see billboards here in New Mexico in particular that would say, like, you know, stop nukes. And I'd always see these pictures, and it's very dramatic. Like, oh, at any minute somebody could push the button and it's all over for all of us. And that idea that there's a reset button or there's an end of the world button is a program. They put it into you so you believe it, that there's this, at any moment it can end. And look, there isn't one. Sorry to disappoint, but nobody has that much power. Not for like there were some, when 5G was rolling out, they said, okay, we're done. Got to get off the grid. Because once 5G's on, they're going to hit the button, and it's going to be a distributed direct energy weapon, human bug zappers. All of us are going to die. I'm like, okay. Got rid of nukes. You cured yourself of the fear of nukes, and now you're afraid of 5Gs. There's a whole army of people who had lost their fear, and then they became vaxophobes. Like, I'm sorry, if you fear anything, if you're a vaxophobe, like, I understand skepticism, but if you're legitimately afraid that they're going to wipe out the human race, I think you need to really question maybe the basic premise there. Because I would say it's not even a possibility that there's any way they could wipe us out, nor would they want to. But people do respond to this fear, and they vote accordingly, and it's midterms, and it's the only reason we're seeing it. And I was asking the question the other day, are they going to simulate it to scare us, or are they just threatening to use it? Like, what's more effective? Well, once they have you cowed, they don't need to do the big spectacle every time. All they need to do is threaten it. And it seems to me that it's the threat that really seems to keep everybody in line. And Putin is just serving the role, but it's all about the threat. And if that ever gets too weak and it doesn't have the influence, all they need to do is they'll have to simulate something. And that's what I've been waiting on. Rocco Calzone says mutually assured destruction. No, it's mutually assured decoys. I mean, I was looking at Ukraine, and they have these wooden surface-to-air missile carrying trucks, like they're just wood made out of plywood. It's like you have wooden trucks, wooden tanks, and they say, oh, this is so the Russians waste their missiles. You think they're going to waste multi-million-dollar munitions on wood? No, it's a decoy to scare the civilians, to fool the newspapers, and both sides do it. Like, how can you believe that these different sides are at war when they're up there in space, floating around together in peace and harmony? Well, that only makes sense, I guess, if you believe the space station's real. But when you take into account that the space station's just a movie set, then you can see there is a conspiracy. It involves all of the governments, and the conspiracy is against the masses. The conspiracy is to keep the masses dumb. dumbed down visually, so they can't tell the difference between real and fake because they trust the television as a source. It's your primary source of information. It's the screen, and if it doesn't come through the screen, it doesn't matter. It can't be true. Mutually assured deception. Angst G. Yeah, there we go. I have a lot of pictures I've been going through. Here's a picture here. Talking to friends and family online about the nuclear hoax and asking them what they would expect to find at Hiroshima if the A-bomb went off 1,000 feet above the area. Most people haven't thought about it. It would have been equal to 15,000 tons of TNT, supposedly enough to destroy everything within a kilometer of ground zero with blast energy and intense heat that would vaporize humans and leave atomic shadows behind. But if you go to 360cities.net and type in Hiroshima, you'll find telephone poles, charred trees, radio antenna right next to the Hiroshima Bomb Memorial Building, less than 300 meters from the alleged blast. There's no evidence of such a blast and million-plus degree heat that we've been told about in history books and war documentaries. All we see is destruction consistent with incendiary bombing, which was carried out in other cities like Tokyo. The highly flammable timber and rice paper traditional homes with their matte flooring burned up, leaving a few damaged concrete structures, but true believers will deny the evidence, but the truly open-minded cannot. And that's right. True believers believe that there was a car sent into space by Elon Musk. Why do they believe that? The evidence contradicts it. Well, they don't want to see the evidence. They don't want to put on the glasses, the they live glasses, the shades that let you see through the thing. It's a big burden. Okay, this is at 10 to, here we go. 1962, Operation Sunrise. I was going through this BitChute video. Well, it wasn't called Operation Sunrise. I think it's called Operation Fireworks. But there was this operation that was supposedly a test, but it's clearly a sunrise. I called it Operation Sunrise because it appeared to me that to simulate a nuke, it's back then, pre-CGI, I mean, this is stuff that you would have to just, I guess, recruit a bunch of artists to do. And they would be up to it. They would absolutely be up to it. But this video is showing how you could easily simulate the effect of a nuke, and it looks just like many of them that we've seen with the sun. And I think that would even make sense symbolically speaking when you get into what the sun means to the sun-worshipping cult and its relevance to the nuke itself, which is, in a way, again, it's a fantasy weapon like global warming. I mean, what's the difference? I've noticed that many of the things that are global are hoaxed. The things that are ubiquitous, those are the things that they hoax. But I'm not a reality denialist. Rocco says, we carpet bombed those areas for days and weeks before the nukes ever fell. Bombs are real. Yeah, exactly. I'll turn on phones if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Maybe Doug can call in and explain why he wants to shoot up a supermarket based on things that I've said. I really don't want to be blamed for something, but he said that my words will incite some violence and it will be pinned on me. And I took it as a threat. I don't know if the DHS is going to take action. Here's a meme. You've been lied to about everything. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot unlearn the many lies they've been taught to believe. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hola.
Good afternoon. Do you believe in nukes, and are you scared that the end is near?
Okay, so I'm Rojo. I'm in your chat.
Awesome. Thanks for calling.
My first sentence was like, nothing happened. You're glossing over the fact that was just a joke. But I've been trying to research you all weekend, and I found very limited information about you, Tim. Very, very limited. I mean, I've seen all your books on Amazon, blah, blah, blah. I've seen a little bit of video of you. Real quickly, how would you categorize yourself? Would you say you were red-pilled, black-pilled? What are you?
Well, red pill, the term was very much appropriated from its original usage outside of the movie. Because the movie The Matrix, it made the red pill, blue pill verse. It was, are you in the Matrix or out? And the Matrix was meant to be the simulation. But later it got picked up by the alt-right. And red pill meant, are you you up to speed with what they believe? And so are you anti-liberal? They took it out of the realm of philosophy and into the political realm. So red pill kind of lost all its meaning. Black pill is, for the most part, an extension of red pill, and it's also presuming that everything you see on TV is more or less real. Like the world is doomed, climate change is real. Like they believe all the bad stuff. So they're true believers. So both the black pill and the red pill are world stagers. And I consider what we do to be off-world stage. We don't really delve into the politics. And what we're doing doesn't really have a pill because we're very apolitical.
When you say we, is there a group or is there multiple personalities? Which one?
Well, there's a large group of people who have seen through the mechanism of mass deception, referring to mass media, using perception management and psyops. And if you don't take into account the fact that your news uses psyops, you don't have the same worldview as those of us who do. And there are many of us who actually account for this type of thing.
And what is the name of that group that you're a part of? Is there a name? Is there a name?
Yeah, well, Infinite Plane Society. And the whole idea was, again, let's form not an anti or an alternative media, because those are all controlled. Those are the pill poppers, red pill, black pill, blue pill. I was like, let's create something parallel that isn't part of it. It's more philosophical, it's more media criticism, media deconstruction, and analysis, rather than taking sides. And that's where we're at. And the number of us there are many people who aren't fooled, but there's no platform where they can actually network. And what I've done here is I've created a way that we can actually network on this. That way we can eventually maintain, and we have maintained, a big pool of people who are in the know.
And that's the isp.org or whatever it is, or .com?
Yeah, ips.monster. Very easy to remember.
Monster.
ips.monster. I'll get the .com eventually. Someone snagged it from me a couple years ago.
I just find you the most interesting person in a long time that I've come across.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. And yeah, about the end of the day, end of the world, we're always looking at these things because it is a fact. And and I say fact, I don't mean this isn't cherry picking. The mass media isn't just the news, it includes everything that's in the entertainment. And we've been finding stuff within entertainment that corresponds to what's happening in the news, like real time, the same day. Like it's not a coincidence that you watch the new season of Game of Thrones, and it's basically a way to draw your attention to Roe v. Wade. Like they coordinate our entertainment so much that it's all propaganda. And when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of shows you that most people are in a bubble, and we've stepped outside of that.
No. Now, what year did you establish this philosophy and start getting other people to believe? Like 2018, 2016?
2017 was when our channel was really established. For me, it was 2016 for the most part, when I really started to realize it was the shooting in, I guess for me it was the Charleston shooting. I watched that one very closely and I realized, hey, this shooter, and I started looking at other shooters as well, fits a certain...
The Black Church, right? That's the one you're talking about, the Black Church?
Okay. Yeah, the shooter, Dylan Roof, that whole thing. Well, I was like, why does this guy look like every other shooter? And then I look closer, and I'm like, wait, he's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Now they're associating him with toxic masculinity. So I realized these are composites. These are bogeymen they're creating for the masses. And the more I started to examine it, the more I realized, hey, all of these various shootings are interconnected in a certain way. And I could see that we're looking at a story being imposed over reality. And people believe the story. And it matters because if the school shootings are fake, if the shooters are fake, why are we traumatizing children? And the school shooting drills are, in fact, demonstrably traumatizing for students.
Now, I've been watching, like I said, all weekend, looking you up. Are you around 35-ish? Would I be right about that?
Maybe. Look, I've been countersued. I've sued people. I've had stalkers. And one of my stalkers actually committed felony identity theft against me. And I've had more.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah. That to me was what caught my. Whenever I first started listening on Friday night.
Oh yes, I've been targeted for a long time, and so I'm very sparse.
The George News guy, is that right? Alex, what's his name again? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, George.news. He's the guy. He's a major QAnon influencer, like the top one.
Yeah, he was the stunt double for the Red Power Ranger and all. Well, wait a minute. he's got a last name Goldberg or something.
It's Goldfinch, and he's a real person. I've been through his family tree. His brother works for Pat Robertson. I know everything about him because eventually we're going to be in court. It's really hard to get some people, and he's someone who's very well practiced in remaining anonymous, and he never got over the fact that I doxed him, and I doxed him through a very.
And now he's closer to my age. I'm almost 50, so he would be like 47, 48 years old.
He's 46 right now. He'll be 47 on November the 24th.
Okay.
I always send him a birthday tweet.
Of course you do. So you were going through life. You were doing a normie kind of a job. Is that safe to say? You were a normie kind of person. You saw this shooting in Charleston, and you're like, "Hey, wait a minute. Let me connect the dots." How did you get so? Because I've listened to your rebroadcast all off and on all weekend, and you're so knowledgeable. You have so many names, so many connections, so many numbers that connect to this and that. And I was trying to get a general idea of your philosophy.
I see.
Okay. That's how. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying. Okay, but before I even look closely at the news, I was studying what the esoteric aspects of the major religions are, the symbolism, and I was noticing there is a lot of symbolism in plain sight.
That's all it is. Yeah.
And that kind of, and I didn't pay attention to the news because I figured this is just brainwashing for the normies, hardly worth paying attention to. But as soon as I looked closer at it, I realized, okay, I'm missing something here. And then I realized that the television has quite literally supplanted religion as the main worldview shaper. And the more I looked at television as the new Bible, universally for the entire world, because this is what struck me. The entire world is being synchronized in a singular worldview, and the controllers of media are instrumental in this. And what they're doing is what I consider to be Psywar. And it's an extension of what religions did. And I realized that just as religion has an esoteric aspect, so too does media. And like I said, it's just a one-for-one.
And esoteric means a small group that's in the know, right? There's only a small group that really knows what all is going on.
Generally, yes, but esoteric means the initiated interpretation of things. The interpretation, like it might be in plain sight, but unless you're an initiate, you might not know what it actually means. Like, for example, when I started looking closely at NASA's missions, I was realizing, wait, every single one of these missions has a rocket that is based on some old sun god, and all of the old sun gods are based on, or their main symbol is the obelisk. And then I already knew about Jack Parsons, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, and I started to realize, okay, there's a strong correlation here between the symbolism of NASA, the names, the actual, like the obelisk and the missions, and Mystery Babylon. And it went back to Jack Parsons, who explicitly stated that the New Age was the reassimilation of the Sumerian Babylonian tradition. So to me, I'm looking at the space program is actually just the heaven program. It's Mystery Babylon, and that's the primary focus of it. It's about worldview, and we're worshiping the god of the earth under a new name.
Now, were you primarily raised in a religious family?
Well, I was raised Catholic, but I never believed in religions. But I was so I was familiar with the symbolism. And then when I went into the military, I became very aware of the presence of Freemasonry, and I dug deeper into that. And I joined, and then I got into the Lemic group, and then I started studying various Kabbalistic groups. So I always made it my intention to always find information. I was always researching firsthand. So I studied as much as I could and learned what I could about all these different groups, and I realized this is a hydra. There is a monolithic controller that is universal, and it has many different facets. And you wouldn't know unless you're like me and you look in every single area. Like, for example, most Mormons may not associate their special underwear with Freemasonic rituals and tradition, yet they have Masonic underwear. My point is, it's so compartmentalized, the secret societies that run this place, and I've always made it my business to try to understand how they operate.
I'm listening. I'm getting my little piece of paper out and my pen, because sometimes you come off with words that I'm not really for sure what the meaning is, or how you're meaning it to use it. Excuse me, hold on, I got a call.
Well, okay, that's fine.
I'm not a fan or anything like that. I'm actually really well known on D Live, and I just came across, like I said to you on Friday, you somehow got close to the carousel, or you were on the carousel,
Okay.
But somehow you've managed to have over 977 followers, and I've never seen you before. I've never heard of you. And I watch a lot of, how do I say it, red pill people, left-leaning extremist channels. And I've never seen you in the groups or whatever. I've never heard your name mentioned either. But yet you mentioned a lot of names that they've rattled off too.
Yeah, we've been suppressed pretty heavily. There are times where we've gone from 300 to 11,000 subs, and then we get kicked off. DLive kicked me off before when I had like 4,000. I had to start over, but that's a reoccurring thing.
When did you come back to DLive? When did you come back?
I just recently started using DLive again a couple months ago because we can't stay on YouTube. I just had my latest channel pulled. What's your DLive channel? A few people might want to know.
It's the same as my username.
Oh, okay, that's
everybody.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, I'm just. I'm Roho. Rohomophobia is actually a joke. I'm like the only gay on DLive.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know. See,
so
DLive is a great platform in terms of its the chat room. I like the notification features, but yeah, it has. I don't know much about its culture. I know it's mostly gamers, and they tend to defund or demonetize political channels. And I was covering 1.6, and like I said, I consider us to be apolitical, but my commentary on 1.6 got us kicked off. So I'm not too familiar with DLive overall, but yeah. And you said extremist. My view with red pill and woke is another thing. Woke is left, red pill is right, and they're the extremes on the world stage. And my point is, we are too extreme for even them. And by extreme, I mean we're not even in their arena. But I don't advocate any form of activism. I consider what we do to be inactivism. That it doesn't make sense to line up behind one of these Pied Pipers, one of these provocateurs. But instead, we are objectively analyzing things from a safe distance, journalistic distance. Like we have some measure of objectivity that media doesn't have. And that's what distinguishes what Infinite Plane Society does from what every other alternative media platform does.
And why did you choose Infinite Plane Society? Do you believe in infinity? Do you believe that's a real thing?
Well, the Infinite Plane Society was chosen for a very specific reason, because when the channel started, I was really questioning or explaining the basis for NASA and their various rituals. How it's not about taking you to some distant place. It's about building a utopian vision that you accept, that you'll institute here on Earth. And moreover, it's a cover for an older religious system. But at that time, the flat Earth topic was really blowing up. And unfortunately, it was co-opted by Bible thumpers who were insisting that we were under a dome because of the Bible. And the Flat Earth Society believes in that as well. That the Earth is finite.
The firmament and all that, right?
Yes.
Is that right? Firmament? Is that the correct word? Okay.
That's what they use. And I'm like, well, how do you know? If our basis of knowing is evidence, and all you've been given is cartoons, and you're taking away those cartoons because you no longer believe NASA, then how are you going to just suddenly jump ship and say, oh, now it's flat with the dome? So what I suggested was that instead of Flat Earth Society, it ought to be Infinite Plane, infinite till proven otherwise. And the reason why we start with infinite till proven otherwise is there's no evidence for a curve if you rule out what NASA has presented. So if you don't have a curve, it's objectively flat until you can prove otherwise, but we don't have enough information to assume there to be a dome or a cover or a boundary. So infinite till proven otherwise, and nobody's debunked no one's gone far enough actually to contradict the idea that there's a dome.
Thank you.
But they're still stuck on the dome, and I just, like I said, IPS, Infinite Plane Society, and it could it could expand into a few other areas. This idea of not putting blinders on or accepting false explanations in general. And that's what I think we're looking at here. When it comes to our worldview, is we're given models. And if you accept the model, you don't have to test it. And I don't think there's been enough testing on the globe thing. And this is why the Flat Earth movement was so problematic for the scientists who are basing their entire worldview on this thing, is you can't have people rejecting ground zero. You can't have them reject the basic premise. And when they do, they question everything else. And of course, question marks are forbidden today.
Real quickly, somebody just posted a sticker, auto hoax. What is the definition of auto hoax? Because I've heard when that lady called on the replay, I enjoyed her. I don't know if you know her or not, but I really did enjoy her information that she gave. What does auto hoax mean?
That would be Lynn. The term auto hoax refers originally as a pejorative. Whenever these shootings would happen, you'd have people jumping online saying it's a hoax. And if you called it a hoax, you could get a ton of hits right away. Meanwhile, you'd be competing with the mainstream media. But the people who believed the shootings are real didn't like this competition from people calling it fake. They didn't like that you got more traction. And so they said, don't be an auto hoaxer. We don't know if it's fake. We have to wait and see. How dare you mock the grieving victims? So therefore, you had a distinction between people who automatically assume what they see on TV to be real until it's debunked. Then the auto hoaxers are the ones who come out and saying, no, it's a hoax until you can prove it real. So what is it? Is it fake until proven real? Or is it real until proven fake? Well, logically speaking, the burden of proof should belong to the media with extraordinary claims. But they've shifted the burden of proof to you, kind of like religions do. It's on you to believe the book. They don't have to provide evidence. They don't have to show you angels. They don't have to show you God. You believe. It's on you. If you don't, you're bad. Well, they've taken that same dynamic and they've applied it to media, where now we're supposed to believe first. And then if we can poke holes, then we can question. And that's how they have managed, I think, to convince most of the public of things like nukes, things like climate change, things like the globe, space travel, because they don't let you have any leeway here to insist that they provide evidence. So like, no, if you question, you're a conspiracy theorist. In fact, some say the term conspiracy theorist was originated for the sole purpose of attacking anybody who questioned the news.
Gotcha. I'm just going through your chat.
But again, yeah, so
And I see that you.
auto hoax, though, is this, though. To automatically assume it's a hoax, it's logically sound. We really should be doing that. Because if you think about it, why would the media have a problem with that? They shouldn't have a problem with that. If it's true, it would be self-evidently true. So why is it problematic if you have people questioning them? And what we do here was picked up on by Mick Media. Mick Media is kind of a Huffington Post offshoot. They interviewed me briefly, and they realized that we're categorizing people into auto hoaxers and auto believers. Which one are you? And most people don't know, because by default, the cultural default is believe the news. And most people believe 100% of the news they don't watch. They just assume it's all just reporting. And what I'm saying is it's less reporting and it's more of like a reality TV show. It's far more curated than people would think. And it's given away in not just the selectivity in what they choose not to cover, but it's given away with actors, with narratives that match political agendas that happen to correlate with what's on the entertainment.
Okay, so the truther movement, they trace their lineage all the way back to the JFK assassination, right? That was the first time that people, ordinary citizens, questioned things that didn't seem like how you felt about Charleston, right? That was the first time they ever questioned, like, hey, and Walter Cronkite, of course, the most trusted man in America, is the one who delivered the news. He wasn't famous before that, but he got famous after reporting that. A lot of people don't know that. He became America's dad and the most trusted man in America, blah, blah, blah. At what point did you say, okay, I'm going to sit down and I'm not going to believe anything that I see on the TV because it's programming, which, we know the definition of programming. At what point did you say, okay, politicians are absolutely 100% fake? And at what point in our society, American society, did we turn from being a truthful? Has America ever been truthful? Has the world ever been truthful?
Great questions. Okay, so after we started the channel, we were always there, the first ones to watch a shooting. And we were always there like, okay, let's look at the evidence. After the Vegas event happened, the Vegas shooting of 10/1/2017, my channel was shut down because I was looking at pictures of EMTs carrying people and I was pointing out how fake it all looked. Within 20 minutes, YouTube pulled my channel. And they said, we're going to give preference to authoritative sources like the BBC before we ever give preference to randoms on YouTube. So then at that point, I started realizing that within the truther community, you have most people think that everything is a false flag, that it's real, but the government's lying or they instigated it. And the group of auto hoaxers were those who were saying, nothing even happened, nobody died, nobody cried. So the group of people saying nobody died was shunned by the ones who think somebody died or a lot of people died, and now they're looking for a scapegoat. So that's when I realized that the truther movement has been compromised, that they are guardrailed, is the term I came up with. So in 2018, I did put out a book called Guardrailed, and it basically referred to conspiracy theorists, or free thinkers rather, who are turned into conspiracy theorists, who follow various stories. Like it was the Muslims that did it, it was the government instigated MK Ultra shooter that did it. Those are all alternative versions of the atrocity the media reports. And that's far different from what we're doing, saying we don't even think anybody died. We need evidence first. And that was about 2018. So then we codified this thing. And we have an actual methodology here where we are not accepting extraordinary claims from the media without evidence. And once we implemented that, we realized, we've been right 100% of the time. Everything we've looked at, we've been accurate. We've been preemptively calling things out as faked, and nothing's contradicted us. So we realized, okay, fakery is the rule, not the exception. And that's a paradigm shift. And most people who think you have to investigate first and then poke holes in it, they're still putting a bit of blind faith in media. And that's what I would refer to as media fundamentalism. Like when the news reports a mass shooting in Russia today, 13 people were shot. Some guy named, last name was Artem, like Artemis, he shoots 13 people. Well, 99% of the population is going to say, oh, that's real, it's a tragedy, it's Putin's fault. But what evidence do you have that it's real? And again, if you saw it on the screen, that's not evidence. That's what I would call see-say. And see-say is another term I've come up with to go along with hearsay. It shouldn't be admissible as evidence. And interestingly enough, though, the Department of Homeland Security made yesterday see-say day.
Yes, I've watched. Yeah, during the replay, like I said, I've watched the whole replay, and I've watched it multiple times, and I've learned I'm not really the smartest person on earth. And I don't remember everything, but yeah, I do remember key points that you've made up in the whole see-say thing. See something, say something, which is literally, like you said, an indoctrination of making people compliant and pushing the narrative of whatever the police or whatever agency it is. Hey, see, somebody saw it, so now we've got the right to have our cameras up. We have the right to invade privacy. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yep. A commenter says smart is measured in terms of curiosity. I think so too. Because to me, what we're doing here, especially with the think tank, the open chat room, is we're gathering intel. We're getting more facts. Because the difference between someone who questions the news, like we do, versus those who just believe it, is we know more than they do. Because we research more and we bring more facts to the table. But ironically, we end up believing less. So we know what we know, and they believe some stories. And there's a huge distinction there. And when you think about it long term, years and years and years of being lied to puts you into a world view. I liken it to a doomsday cult. And this is one of the things that I've studied, is I have made a study of cults. I've joined cults, and I've observed it. I've experienced it. The love bombing, the groupthink, the parasitic nature of big organizations. The nature of the cult is to turn you into a member of the group. Now you're no longer an individual. And this cultiness nature to media is what I'm really honing in on today. Like in Australia, they say, if you don't believe in climate change, you're mentally ill. And yet there's this tennis competition on Saturday where some guy sets himself on fire to protest climate change. And like, well, who's crazy? Who's the religious indoctrinator? The one who thinks the world's going to end and who's self-immolating? Or those of us who are questioning what's being said on the TV? And again, I'm the enemy. I'm the one who's in the cult. I'm the one with mental issues, not the guy that set himself on fire to make a political point.
So basically, throughout history, even if you read or whatever, media started off with the town crier, the town jester. And of course, they were told what to say. This is what happened. This is the story we're going with. This is a narrative. And then all of a sudden it started getting to writing and newspapers dominated forever and ever and ever until radio, until television. So it's always been the same script, just flipped by different people.
I agree. In fact, the idea of like the movable type press and the Reformation, that was creating an issue for the power elite, because now through mass publication, people could get information that wasn't specifically filtered through them. And I think we're having something of a historical analog here with the internet. And right now we're going through a neo-reformation. And I actually think this is one of the main agendas behind the infodemic, rather the pandemic, which I think was a cover for the infodemic. I think the internet represents an infodemic to the elite. Information they don't control that they need to control. They use the pandemic so they could put out the infrastructure for censorship to corral all this random information, what they call dis, mis, and malinformation. So we're going through a new kind of a holy war, and they're trying to purify their doctrines. They're regaining control of media because of the internet. I think this is all a big reaction because they don't want real reporting, real networks of reporters to compete with controlled media. And I think this has always been the case. They've always gatekept. They've always had big gatekeepers, people like Rush Limbaugh. Like, right, you think of him as extreme because they say he's extreme. But when you really think about it, no, they exist in a fictional universe. They exist on the world stage. And yeah, right now I think that we're going through something of a new reformation. And I look at the vax as a political decision. And when you make that decision, it shows, okay, I may not know everything, but I'm going to go ahead and side with the world church and their priesthood. To me, it's just a communion wafer. It's a baptism. It means that I'm with the world church. And I think this is a very intentional schism they've created in society as they purify their doctrines. And they control both sides. But again, yeah, I think this is business as usual. We've never had a free media.
I followed somebody or listened to somebody once who said that they broke it down that the world is controlled by 13 houses. Do you agree with that statement that there are 13 houses that literally run the entire world?
Yeah, I've seen these. I've seen the bloodlines of the Illuminati, Fritz Sprigmeyer, and that's an interesting idea. I don't know how you could ever prove something like that, but I would say there is centralized control, and it would have to be a very small number compared to the rest. I don't know if 13 is the number, but you can find a lot about the gang that runs this place by their own signs and symbols. It's all over the place, and one of their main symbols is the black cube, which has a lot of esoteric significance. The black cube, sometimes represented as the monolith, like the iPhone in your hand. Like, I will say this, there is a cult that runs the world, and it is ancient, but it's been dressed up like something modern. Science fiction is a cover for an esoteric religion, and every aspect of the old religion's been replaced. I think we are in a cult. Is it 13 families? I don't know. What are they? I don't know. I don't point to any specific. I mean, some will say it's this group, it's them, it's the Samoans, or it's the Chinese. But I'm sorry, but if you're pointing at a scapegoat, you have to ask yourself, if you remove this person or this group rather, would everything just suddenly be fixed? And the answer is no. I think what we have is a pyramid structure that's based on masses of ignorance, masses living in darkness, and then an illuminated elite.
Okay, so can we just deduce down to who's the good guys and who's? Then when it all comes down, it comes down to there are good guys and bad guys, right?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so, but the QAnoners, for example, well, they think they're good. They're fighting the deep state, right? But they want to murder a bunch of people. They really do. They want to murder the Democrats. It's political warfare. So the good people are being hijacked and they're being put into the world stage where they are committing, what do you want to call it? Like if you're at war with another group and then you're being controlled by a third party, humanity is kind of in a circular firing squad. And there are no good guys from what I can tell. I just see legions of the deceived and the deceivers. The only good guys are the conscientious objectors from the Psy-War, and there aren't very many of us because most people don't know it's even there.
Well, the reason why I asked is that there's a long-standing theory, two wings, one bird, the Republicans and Democrats, left and right, that no matter how much that they pretend to go to war and hate each other, they have to work together. And that was kind of proven in the 92 election when Ross Perot almost got 20% of the vote. And immediately they worked together to change the rules in order to run for president. Because before then, anybody can run for president. When I was a kid in school, we had mock elections, and they went and printed the actual ballot for the presidential election. And there were 15 different people. It wasn't just a Democrat and Republican on there. There were 13 other candidates, and one was for the Communist Party. We don't have that nowadays. After they reformed the rules in order to run for president after the 92 election. Are you familiar with that?
I am. And you brought this up earlier about, when did I figure out or when did I decide or just start assuming all politicians to be, more or less, actors and controlled. And this is where Trump comes in, because Trump arrives as an outsider, as a rogue, and he's not part of the system and everything like that. And that was his main selling point. And I gave it the benefit of the doubt because he said the news is fake. He's going to open up the libel laws. The media is going to be sued. And I thought, wow, this might actually work. If we get some guy in here who doesn't give a damn and he's willing to call out the fakery, then maybe the whole infrastructure of Psywar as the norm will be taken down. That there'll be some kind of, great awakening, like he said. And it would be. But the instant PSYOP started happening, like Parkland, he's just marching lockstep. Oh, that's real. The virus is real. Nukes are real. Space war is real. And this is the other thing, too. You're not going to have a savior from the political realm because they're all on the world stage. And if you're a world stager, you're required to believe in things like space junk and space wars and nukes. You don't get to opt out. My point is, you don't get to be in politics if you're not a true believer. So there's no hope if you're looking to be, quote, saved. Not that I think there's anything to be saved from, because I don't believe the world's ending. Hey, I got a comment here. A commenter here, his name is Cookies. He says, channels like yours are confusing kids and turning them into mass shooters. You're reported. You're jail material, spreading lies and misinformation. Okay, well, this is why Cookies is a moron. Whoever is behind that moniker is a moron, because this person has nothing bad to say about Al Gore, who has people setting themselves on fire. And that guy who set himself on fire on the tennis court, yeah, that was funny because just his arm burned. But on Earth Day,
wait a minute, do you actually believe a person set themselves on fire?
Yeah,
you actually believe that person did it?
Yeah, I watched it. It was on TV. This was live.
Oh, where did you watch it on? What did you watch it on?
It was on. I saw it on Twitter, Instagram. I mean, he was dragged off, just his arm burned. I actually put this guy on an eco-friendly tote bag. It's at infiniteplane.media. If you go to the shop, I actually took the image of the guy.
I saw you peddling earlier. I didn't mean to use the word peddling, but that's a generic term.
Well, look,
do you not believe that maybe he was an actor also?
Well,
do you not believe he's an actor also?
Well, he's an activist, sure, but do I believe?
No, actor.
What difference would it make?
Do you think he's an actor perpetuating the narrative of whatever direction, of whatever, of that climate change is real?
Okay, back in 2017.
Or do you think he was actually crazy enough to set his arm on fire? Which one do you believe?
On Earth Day 2017, I went down to a protest. There was a large group of people, 3,000 people, and it was a march against. It was a march against capitalism. It was a march against freedom, basically. But it's a climate change march. I went over there with my megaphone, and I had a sign that said "Stop Global Warming," but on the back, it said "Earth is flat." And I walked into that mob, and I said, "You're brainwashing your children. The Earth is not warming. This whole thing is just a religious indoctrination." And before I could get much further, I was dragged out. And I had mobs of people screaming at me. Their faces were just hideous. They were raising middle fingers, F you. And my point is, they weren't actors. They are radicals. They've been radicalized by the main religion of the day, the MSM. No, they're not actors. They're religious nutcases. They're mental. And they will set themselves on fire. The guy, Win Bruce, who set himself on fire, that potentially could have been a psyop. That could have been faked. There was a guy who set himself on fire in front of the White House in May of 2019. Looked fake to me. Looked like a ritual. But this one here, real or fake, this is actually, I would say, an exemplar of your average climate change believer. They do believe that you need to get rid of jet fuel, you need to stop flying. Greta Thunberg is the voice of the standard environmentalists. They all believe that we pretty much doomed us. This is not, my point is, to the commenter in the chat room who's calling me crazy, who thinks that I'm going to inspire stuff. No, I'm not inspiring self-harm. They are. In fact, they encourage self-harm. They encourage you to disassociate from society, lock yourself in your basement, and just stare at the TV all day, stay 6 feet away. If you think about it, all of the antisocial influences are coming from your priesthood. And they're basically telling you to hate yourself, hate your carbon footprint. There's too many of us, don't have kids. I mean, look, all the hate and radicalism is coming from the mainstream.
Okay, so you don't. How do I say this? You never know what to believe. How do I say this without it sounding condescending? As far as the guy burning his arm on the tennis court, you don't know if that was a psyop or if it was a real believer. I mean, there's no way you can. There's no way you could possibly know, right? But yet you have these convictions, such as nuclear arms are fake. There's no such thing as NASA exists only to perpetuate a
Well, no,
dream.
wait. Well, we have standards of evidence here. Now, I don't know whether or not that particular guy that I singled out is really authentically believing it. How would you know? You'd have to ask him personally. But did a person set himself on fire with a shirt that said ban UK jets? And is this in the context of environmentalist activism today? Absolutely. It's consistent with environmentalist activism today. Activism's real. Like I said, I'm not a reality denialist. I'm not denying anything.
No, the next thing I was going to ask you is, do you remember Greenpeace?
Yes. Look, eco-fascism goes back, and my point on this whole thing is that environmentalism is a cover for Marxism, for communism. They've replaced the poor as the ubiquitous victim with the environment, but it's still the same villain, the rich. It's still rich versus the poor. But since the poor have it,
It's always been that way, right? The top 1% is trying to control the 99% below it.
well, that's their communist narrative. I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. I think that's very pessimistic, but they want you to believe it. But since the 1% are exploiting the poor and the poor have increasingly better standards of living, I mean, I see homeless people with better smartphones than I have. I'm saying that it's no longer an easy sell. We must save the poor. They've changed it to let's save the environment, but it's a cover story. Environmentalism is watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. Always has been. It's always been political. It's never been about saving the planet. They don't care about the planet. They care about controlling people. That's my take on environmentalism. So this activist here, he's a dupe, he's a stooge, and if he actually set himself on fire, he's a fool. Whether or not he believes any of it, but is it believable? Yeah, that's another thing too. I don't call everything fake. You have to apply the fakeability test. There are certain standards of evidence here, and the evidence says that's real. You can dispute it if you choose to. I don't have any way to dispute it, but it seems real, and it's very consistent with environmentalist activism. And it's not even an impossibility. Like, it'd be harder to fake what I saw there. It'd be harder to fake it in front of so many witnesses than to find some moron to do it. And look, we've had people gluing themselves to streets, gluing themselves to signs. I mean, have you been paying attention to the environmentalist wackos?
Oh, my whole life. I'm 50 years old. I was around for the first Earth Day.
Okay. So you have seen them. And the first Earth Day, Ira Einhorn, the unicorn killer, composted his girlfriend after he killed her. How green is that?
That's what you were told.
He did. And moreover, in California right now, they're making it legal as of 2027 to compost your dead loved ones.
Yes. Well, this girl and I hate to bring this up, on TikTok said, have you ever seen the opening of a new cemetery? And you know what? It made me think, I've never seen a new cemetery go up. They've always existed. So why don't new cemeteries get open and built is my question. Not my question, but what I question about myself. So it made me think, have cemeteries always just been around and we just extend the length? Because I've never seen a new cemetery open.
I'd have to look into that.
So that goes to your thing about composting your loved ones is, hey, eventually you're going to run out of, there's only so much room. It's finite, right? And you have to remember, things leach into the ground, they get into the water system, they fuck with this and the environment, blah, blah, blah. So composting people, are you for that or against it?
I'm not necessarily against it. In fact, I've given some thought to this. I worked in the funeral industry. I was a embalmer at a central care facility here for a few years before I got into just transport. And one of the things about embalming and the whole process is that, in my view, it's a little invasive. When I'm dead, I don't want to be messed with at all. I'm just like, fine, clean off the body, but I'm for whatever. But long term, I'm not against composting necessarily. I don't. I think there's got to be rules that govern this and maintain reverence and respect for the dead. But
Why can't you, on your own property, go and bury your dead like you used to before 1937 during the Great Depression? Why can't you bury your own on your own property? Why were there laws passed that said you must have a funeral? There must be a paper trail. There must be money exchanged to pay to bury your dead.
There's reasons for
So the funeral.
There's health code reasons. That's one thing. Like you can't display a body and have people come over unless it's been.
But up until 1937, it was fine. After the Great Depression, whenever so many people's bodies were buried into their yards, and they found out it ruined water systems for a while, not forever, they said, "Hey, you can no longer do that." And then the funeral parlor industry got born.
I don't know. I would have to look into it, but the funeral industry does a great service. It really does, if you ask me, because it is a big problem. Not everyone's equipped for it, and one of the purposes, though, of course, it's sanitation, and then of course, I'm sure there's plenty more reasons than that. But commenter in here, Lloyd Miller is 75. He's seen cemeteries open. I think they opened one here, and over here they actually have, because this is where Breaking Bad, the Netflix show, was filmed. And they actually had a cemetery.
You're in New Mexico?
Yeah, and Walter White had a tombstone at the same cemetery
Yeah.
where grandmother's buried. And I think there's a public outcry against it because they didn't want a fictional body buried
character.
there. Yeah, because then you'd have a bunch of fans showing up. I didn't have an issue with it, but yeah. Anyway, my point is, I don't know if there's anything necessarily conspiratorial or bad about the death care profession. People need a
Well,
way to handle
my
that.
mother taught me, anytime that you get a new bill, so like we're born, we don't need electricity. We don't need medicine. We survived for hundreds of thousands of years without that. And these are just modern luxuries, right? Like your cell phone, your cable bill, blah, blah, blah. All these. My mother always said, anytime somebody tries to sell you something that's got an attach that you never pay for, you can never pay for it right out or outright. You have to pay for it over time, and you never can pay it off. That's a scam. Such as cell phones with data plans and blah, blah, blah. Cable, before it's TV, TV's free. It's in the air. All you need is antenna.
It's a
Do you think that?
it's a trade-off though. What are you getting for it? Are you getting more value? It's about trade-offs and
But
value.
you lived just fine before without it, though. It wasn't always around, is my
I
point.
live better now than I did 10 years ago just because of faster access to information among other things. But there are things that I think are
But that's for your lifestyle.
like no,
That's for your lifestyle.
standards of living have gone up for a lot of people, especially homeless people, disadvantaged people. I think that technology has been really a boon to mankind, and we need to, really be appreciative of how much better things are and how much happier people can be than if we were all just living, quote, off the land or something. But there are plenty of scams, like carbon taxes. Like right now, I have to get my truck's emissions tested because of some California Clean Air Act based on an ozone hole that doesn't exist. And I got to pay $20, and where's that going? It's tithing, because the world church does have a God, and the God is the God of the earth, the God of recycling, the God of life and death, the cycles of nature. But yeah, they basically rebranded it. So every time you recycle, every time you pay your carbon taxes, you're tithing to the world church based on what? The notion that you have a carbon footprint. And my view is that the carbon footprint is how they reintroduce original sin. And that what happened in the Bible when too many people were being wicked, they flooded the world. In this modern age, we have NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and they say if we don't cut our carbon footprints, globe's going to flood us. My point is, the angry globe has replaced the angry God as a construct, and everybody's accepted it. They've introduced a flood myth that the most scientifically minded people in the world today not only swear by and believe in, but they will set themselves on fire. That's how much they believe in it.
So at the end of the day, I'm not going to take up much more of your time. I really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. I think you're a very interesting person. I really, really do. With an interesting take on the world. At the end of the day, and you sit back and you sit down and you think, hey, this is the state of the world. Are politicians, governments, are they for us, against us, good, evil? Can you trust a politician at all? Any politician?
Great question. Sadly, my answer is going to be no. You can't, because their worldview has a framework. It has certain parameters. It has has a model attached to it that isn't real. Can you trust a pathological liar? No. Can you trust the spouse
You
of a
can always trust them to lie to you. You can trust that they're going to lie to you, though. You can always count on that.
Right. Well, I'm just saying they're reality compromised. Like, for example, they're going to say, hey, look, I do want to represent your best interests, but those Republicans won't recycle, and now the globe's getting mad, and there's going to be a flood, so I got to take some of your money and regulate your business, and we're going to go to war. We might have to send you. Like, my point is, you can't trust them because they are compromised. Their reality has been totally compromised by their religion. They're zealots. They're fundamentalists of the MSM religion. And essentially,
at the end of the day, are you also a believer in God? At the end of the day, are you a believer in God?
Not the God that wants to murder the other half. Not the God that votes.
So you do believe in a higher power then? You do believe in a higher power, something that made the earth, made the universe, blah, blah, blah.
Sure. I don't know how much I can personalize it, though. And there's something else to consider as well. I think that the spiritual side of reality is deliberately obfuscated. And this is why I don't necessarily trust politicians either. I think we're all just part of this big deception, and we don't have enough information to be arriving at a lot of the conclusions that people have just accepted to be real. But I do believe there's a higher power, but I don't think any religions represent it. I really
okay,
don't.
So the higher power, when you say higher power, I'm trying to get a finger on what you believe in. There is a God that made the heaven, the earth, he made man, blah, blah, blah. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I guess I would agree. But when we say
okay.
God, I don't.
Okay.
I don't
so that higher power, is he ultimately good, evil, neutral? What is he?
It seems to me that the world is underneath the control. Yeah, I think that the control of this place has been outsourced or hijacked, because whatever runs this place is not benevolent from my perspective, because the power elite that serve it are just that, the power elite that serve it, and those of us who aren't part of it, I think we're more or less second class. We're chattel, we are sheeple, but I don't think there's anything necessarily benevolent about that. And my own experience with various occult or esoteric societies is that the idea of the Illuminati is real. That there is an elite that do have a light that we don't have, and they describe the rest of us as living in a wilderness of darkness. They bring you into their chambers with a bag over your head, symbolizing the darkness that you brought with you. And until they pull the bag off and they show you the light, you don't know anything. And if that's the type of people who control the world, the people that have everyone else with their heads in the dark, I have to say that's not benevolent. It's the opposite. It's forces of endarkenment. And I think that the sentient beings out there who are observers of this and call it out are often pointed out as pariahs, exiled. I mean, if you could see it, what happens to you? You get branded a conspiracy theorist for not believing them. So yeah, the world's controlled. Whatever the god of the world is, it's a big liar. You know, the father. And this is not to say it's Satan necessarily, but I mean, what do you make of it? What's your take on it?
Oh, I'm a non-theist, first of all, 100% non-theist. I don't believe in imaginary sky daddies, or I would believe in an alien race that had something to do with us before I would ever believe in an entity, an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-being, created everything entity. I would never believe in that, ever.
Now, what do you think about the idea of co-creation? Like, do you think that the universe is, and it's static, and you're just on it for a time? Or do you think that you are somehow involved in the creation of it itself, just by being a perceiver? Do you find any sort of sense in that? There's some kind of higher purpose to every person in this place?
I think humans take themselves way too seriously, to be honest. I think humankind takes itself way too serious. and thinks that it's so special and so destined to have this and that to happen to it. And we are the most insignificant things in the universe at the end of the day. But we like to think of ourselves as being our own little gods because we can make skyscrapers, we can lay highways, we can go to the moon, air quote, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of people who had that view that we're insignificantly small and that it's just ego that lets us feel important just so we can face up to the fact that nothing means anything. But my take on it has kind of changed a bit. Like I do get the sense that man is here to be the manifester, that we're here to build and experience on behalf of whatever. But yeah, I think that the purpose to existence might just be building a world, building a better world, and fending off evil and stuff. But maybe there's no purpose. But my own experience with synchronicity tells me that there's got to be something a little bit more beneath the surface. But there's no way I can attach to any of the religions or any of these sky daddies. In fact, you brought up sky daddy, like the judging god that can drop lightning bolts on you. Yeah, that's superstition. Superstition, and the elite like you to be superstitious. And I think that's why they invented climate change. So the same elite can scare you, tax you, tithe you, and turn you into a fundamentalist.
So who are we know who the bad guys are. Who are the good guys in the world, in your opinion?
Reasonable minds, reasonable people who don't prey on others, non-intraspecies predators, good people. I do believe there are good people and bad people. I've met evil people, and I think, and when I say evil, I mean it's not like a wolf or a coyote. I had a coyote eat one of my cats once. It wasn't evil. It was hungry, and my roommate was dumb for letting her cat go in and out. But when a human being decides to prey on another human, that's a whole other category that's unique to man, I think. And I think evil is a thing. And I don't know about this good versus evil stuff, and if is there a heaven and a hell. I don't believe that. I mean, even hell's not a biblical concept. It's another story to scare people. I don't know how this thing ends, but if I had to guess based on the symbolism, I would almost get the idea that we consistently and constantly reincarnate whether we want to or not. But I don't have any way of really knowing that.
You would like to believe it, though, right? That we're on this life is levels, like a video game, and you level up each time, right? Each life.
I like the idea of there being a purpose, and I like the idea of judgment of some kind or some kind of merit attached to it. I don't like the idea that the lowest and the worst and the most criminal consistently dominate. But I mean, I like the idea. I think that we should have some value system that holds heroes above criminals, but everything's been so inverted.
Well, don't forget, your definition of a criminal may be my definition of a hero.
It may be. There's a lot of moral relativism out there as well. And I have an issue with that as well. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, there are some who will say that cops are criminals. And how can you say that? They're good guys. I see them on the TV. Well, what if they're enforcing a system that is inherently criminal? And, again, these definitions, like the good guys out there, Christian nationalists think they're good guys. But if you actually look at what they believe, are they any better than radical Islamists? If you can justify murdering people for a higher cause, whether it's Democrats or the Great Satan, it's the same thing. Deep State, Great Satan, same thing. But yeah, interesting questions though. Definitely interesting questions. The media is a liar, the world church of our day, and it's a pathological liar. And the people who believe it may be good, but they're deceived, which makes them instruments of evil or instruments of the big deceivers.
Can I ask you just one more last question? Because I know you're getting a little antsy to get off there. You got a show to do and all that. I get that. But just one more question. I don't know what you do for a living. I don't know if you have a family, kids, or whatever, or a fur baby. But I keep saying at the end of the day, I fucking hate that goddamn expression. Because I'm nervous talking to you a little bit. Because I just really love the information you've been putting out there.
Well, I make my living doing this. I make my living I was making my living as a live streamer. And at one point, when I first started, it was more than enough to cover my bills and keep me doing this full time. But then we got attacked and suppressed, and it became increasingly difficult. But that just made me not want to quit. seems kind of self-defeating. I've limited my own income, but I do make my living through live streaming. And that's why I peddle things like eco activists on coffee mugs and whatever else it takes to run the channel. But this is beyond just me and my YouTube channel. I really think that what we're doing here constitutes a philosophical movement and a counter media presence that the world just doesn't have and hasn't had. And it's not allowed to have. I mean, Alex Jones is a mainstream media personality from my perspective here. Alex Jones is an asset of the world stage, and he's no different from Anderson Cooper at the end of the day.
Well, also, fuck, I forgot to ask this question. You were talking about Alex Stein earlier. I'm sorry, I have a bite in my mouth. Alex Stein, the little conspiracy castle guy. And you said even he is a puppet or whatever the word. What's the story about Alex Stein? Because I know very little about him. I can find very little. But you seem to know a little bit more about him than I did.
Yeah, Alex Stein, 99. Let's see, let's start back. I know his dad's a bail bondsman. His grandmother shot up Parkland High School. But about him, I first came across him.
Hold on. His grandmother?
Well, his grandmother was in the news once because she shot the high school up because some students were, I don't know if they were on her lawn or something. But so I looked into him as well. But no, Alex Stein is a reality TV star. He was in a show called Glass Houses where he played the villain. He got kicked off. It looked like because he was dry humping one of the actresses in front of her boyfriend as a skit that he did, and that was too far. But he's a reality TV star, and he worked with Clark Gable's grandson on a who owned it, and that guy owned the show called Cheaters. So they're doing the show called Cheaters, and he was one of the main hosts. He signed an NDA, so he can't tell us that it's all fake and that everything was staged, although he manages to tell everybody that it's all fake and staged because he had to sign an NDA. And I learned about him through a mutual friend, a producer that was working for Art Bell. This producer reached out to me when my channel first took off, and when Art Bell died, his network kind of, nothing happened with it. It was just kind of, they didn't have a replacement for him. And I knew the person who bought it after the fact. And we hired Art Bell's producer, and he said, hey, we got a great guy who can host. His name's Alex Stein. So I actually learned of Alex Stein in 2020, right when he started his Conspiracy Castle. And what struck me was how little he knew about conspiracies. It was almost like it was just sort of a new reality television character he was going to play. Now I'm a conspiracy theorist. And he got on the big Flat Earth channel. So everyone thinks he's a flat earther. Well, he's not. He used that to gain credibility, I think, but then he dropped it right away. But my point is, he's a reality TV show guy, and he took off through, of course,
who crashes city councils and records it, and then puts it on his channel, reviews.
And then he got hired by the Blaze. The Blaze hired him, and now he's a permanent fixture. But I guess back in 2020, I actually have this in my Discord server. I was guessing, he's probably going to be the next Alex Jones, because Alex Jones is sort of a histrionic comedian and conspiracy peddler who may or may not believe any of what he's actually saying, but he's selling stuff. And I thought, well, this is probably going to be his replacement. And now Alex Stein is actually standing in for Alex Jones. But you can't say that he's a random person who just went viral and made it. He's been in reality TV for years and years.
Well, that goes back to my next thing is that I was told, like Jim Morrison, for instance, of the lead singer of The Doors. Did you know what his father did for a living?
Admiral Morris, yeah, of course. Why don't you fill us in? You're talking about Jim Morrison's dad and his role in Vietnam.
It's really weird how if you look at all these, hey, I'm a poor kid, like Brad Pitt. I was a poor kid that got picked out of a crowd, and I hit the lottery. That's not true, Brad and Jen Aniston. You all have got family connections to higher ups in different, not so much in the movie industry, but in higher ups in the military, higher ups in pharmaceutical companies. It's almost as if they breed their children. Children are bred by the elite people in order to become actors, musicians, blah, blah, blah. These people aren't picked out of a crowd. Like Billie Eilish is, I've never seen a more transparent, hey, this is a company plant. We're going to build her up. We don't like her gay brother. Phineas, even though he's a genius, but she's young enough and got a look about her. We can push this and get records out there. And you know her music's horrible. You know goddamn well as I do, her music's horrible.
Well, there's this pretty good body of research on how much of the so-called counterculture and the hippie movement were created by the CIA. And, you can talk about Laurel Canyon, but yeah, I would say that most of the mainstream entertainers are plants. Most of the mainstream
Well, that's what that woman that you talked to earlier, Lynn, she was talking about the cast of Millions. And that resonated with me. I was like, that's kind of how I feel too. I don't believe any of these people. Hey, I was a poor kid and I just so happened was in Schwab's fucking pharmacy getting an ice or a drink or whatever and got discovered. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of it.
Now, here's something that's interesting. And this is from just my interaction with Stein through this third party, is that this third party was an AM radio producer who then got very involved with every YouTube Flat Earth channel in a very gatekeepery kind of way. And his friends, who he put me in touch with, were the ones who organized the first conference. And the Flat Earth conferences were all organized by people connected to Jimmy Kimmel. They were, like I'm saying, like, for example, it gets even crazier when you dig into it. But, for example, Robbie Davidson was the guy who organized the last major Flat Earth conference that was ripped on by Jimmy Kimmel. Well, he actually let Jimmy Kimmel's people come in undercover, and the other organizer, his name was Rick Hummer, dated Jimmy Kimmel's sister. So you have this mainstream media connection, and then it gets twisted because Robbie Davidson produced a 6-part documentary with a guy who's now serving 56 years or more for child video production, like child porn. So there's this connection between child trafficking.
Society was started by, the Flat Earth Society supposedly was started by some British kid who came to America. He said that he kind of saw the intelligence level of the people that he was hanging out with. It was very low. And as a joke, he's like, y'all know the earth is flat, right? And they're like, what? Because he sounded British to them at the time. But whenever he gained popularity, he changed over to an American accent, and I forget his name.
Oh, no.
But it was started literally as a joke.
There's some misconceptions. Like Christopher Columbus wasn't scaring people that he was going to go off the edge. Nobody would believe that. That was made up more recently. But the idea of the Flat Earth Society is kind of separate from what we're talking about. Like when I'm talking about the world, I'm talking about cosmography and where we get our worldview from. The so-called Flat Earth Society is a group that may not even believe it. And you have other characters throughout history who wrote books that disputed the globe. But as far as the Flat Earth Society or there being a movement, there really isn't one. There's just a point where people question reality. The question, are we in a simulation? What is this exactly? And when you begin to ask these questions, are there aliens? Is there a secret government? There's a point where if you can't trust the sources for the worldview that you have, why do you even believe it to be that way? Like, do you believe in the blue marble that they showed us? Do you believe in the moon landings? If you do, that's fine. But I would ask you, explain to me why the moon rocks are all petrified wood.
Well, that's another thing. You said that they're all petrified wood, but yet you've only got one example of a moon rock being petrified wood. There are over 300 samples.
Well, let's answer those ones first, though. Like, how would you explain petrified wood given to the government of Holland by astronauts? How would you explain that?
Because somebody was being a motherfucking... Either somebody was doing some trickery or just said, hey, we've lost the moon rocks. Because there's that guy that just came out an article a couple of weeks ago that he was giving moon rocks to some chicks he was fucking on the side. And they were real they were legit moon rocks that he supposedly had given to other, institutions, but he'd given them fake rocks. They were just rocks out in the yard.
Well, that
just came out like 2 weeks ago.
I would need to see it. But again, the official explanation that they're petrified wood hasn't been disputed. And that means one of two things. They didn't go, or the moon's made of wood. Unless you want to introduce something else, which you just did, trickery. Well, that's
which a meteorite could have landed that did have wood on it from another planet. And because don't forget, all those craters on the moon are from asteroids, right? We don't dispute that, do we?
It depends. It really depends. I do. I don't necessarily believe those are impact craters. I don't, for a few reasons, but I don't believe we landed on the moon. And it's not just the moon rocks. To me, that's just one example of many things I could bring up
Mm-hmm.
that you can gloss over or you can make up a story. Oh, some dude did it, but that doesn't answer the question. Because if you had the answer, you would be able to go to the government of Holland and say, I figured out what happened and where those moon rocks went. But no one's been able to do that. But what you've done is you've made an excuse for NASA's lies. And I won't make excuses for their lies.
But why didn't all the other countries come and say, "Hey, test our shit. We've tested it. It's wood." Why haven't the other countries done that?
Well, I would presume that they're all faking it. Are you a believer?
But you're presuming you don't know. See, that's what I'm trying to say is whenever the Holland came out and said, "Hey, we got some petrified wood. You may want to check your shit." And they're like, "Okay, we're going to check our shit." How come nobody said, "Hey, we got petrified wood too. We got instead of a rock, we got a petrified wood." How come none of the other countries?
I'll have to check. I haven't checked. In fact, there was a story recently, a couple of years ago, where a woman was trying to sell a piece of a piece of moon rock that Neil Armstrong gave to her husband who died, and she was trying to sell it back to NASA because she needed money to pay for her grandchild's medical bills, and NASA swatted her, and they took it. NASA has a SWAT team. They control access to moon rocks. So it may be that nobody's been able to check, and they don't want you to check because you might find out it's made out of wood. Now, I got a couple questions for you in chat. Rocco Calzone says,
go ahead.
In the chat, some guy asks, how do you explain impact craters being perpendicular to the surface? Yeah, there is sort of a lack of...
that's beyond my realm of understanding. I don't even know how the moon doesn't turn. I don't get that. Every other moon in the fucking system turns, but this one doesn't.
The moon does turn. It has a synchronous orbit, and it's tidally locked, which I think is contradictory. So supposedly every 27 days, the moon makes a full rotation, but because it's in a synchronous orbit with the Earth, you don't see it. But do you experience that?
Then why do we always see the same fucking craters?
That's what I'm asking. That's why I question a lot of this stuff, is we're told one thing, but does it comport with our lived, viewed experience? I don't think the Earth looks like I don't think the moon looks like it's spinning every 27 days. I don't think synchronous orbit and a spinning moon can coexist. I think it's mutually contradictory. So, for example, if it's tidally locked, it means that it's always facing us, right? But then we're in a synchronous orbit when it spins, so it's supposedly spinning, but we always see its face. And this would be akin to holding your phone out in front of you and spinning around, and then having the phone somehow turn. It's not. I think it's a contradiction. But you only see the same face. You've never seen the backside. Yet they tell you it spins every 27 days. You just happen to miss it.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard of it. I've always been told we have the only moon that does not rotate. No. Venus is the only planet that goes backwards around the sun, and our moon is the only moon that does not turn. Or what's the word I'm looking for? Revolution?
Rotate.
Revolt?
The moon orbits
rotate.
every 27 days, and it takes 27 days for the moon to rotate on its axis. As a result, the moon does not seem to spin, but scientists call it synchronous rotation. So because of the moon's synchronous rotation, you don't see it spinning, but it's spinning.
I'm just telling you what I was taught in school. The moon does not spin.
Well, if you go to space.com, the moon spins every 27 days. So your teacher got it wrong. You were taught
Well, we were also taught, listen, I'm old enough that we were taught that the moon someday was going to crash into the Earth until they started, in 69, whenever Neil Armstrong put that little piece of metal down and they can shoot a laser at it and measure the distance. And it took from 67 to 83 for them to figure out, no, the moon's actually getting further away. It's not getting closer towards, that's how we were taught in 82. Then in 83, we were taught, no, it's actually moving away from us.
Interesting. Well, there's a new movie that just came out. It's on HBO right now. It's called Moonfall. Very interesting.
Yes,
movie.
I've watched it.
Okay. Interesting movie. I mean, I think it stole from Kubrick, a little bit of, it was a mashup movie. It wasn't all that great.
You do like the Kubrick. I've noticed you mentioned, when I was watching a replay, you like to mention the whole Kubrick thing. Do you think he was an insider that they said, hey, you're a master director, cinematographer, blah, blah, blah. You invented cameras and techniques in cameras. We're going to use you and put you and get you in the know. We're going to let you in on the secret.
In a way, I think Kubrick worked in a department that headed SCIWAR. I don't think Kubrick was just involved in Apollo 11. I think Kubrick is the director, the mastermind behind the execution of 9/11, the Challenger explosion, the JFK assassination, among other things. And it's not just Kubrick. And if you look at the reason why people think Kubrick did Apollo 11, it's the movie The Shining. He has all kinds of hints. But there are more hints. There's more foreshadowing for 9/11 in The Shining than there is for Apollo 11. So I believe that Kubrick is just.
That's what I was. Yeah, I watched your little replay, and that's why I saw the correlations that you were making. The two girls represent the towers. There's a bell there that represents the bell tower building.
Yep, exactly.
Or wherever the fucking name of the building is, blah, blah, blah.
There's quite a lot.
Now,
even Full Metal Jacket, too. Full Metal Jacket contains copious predictive programming for 9/11.
Okay, so here's my question for you. The Twin Towers went up officially in 73, right?
Well, construction started in 68 on the south, and then the 9th, 69. Yeah, but basically, yes. I believe that's when they were completed, I think.
So here's my question to you. How do they say, you know what, someday we're going to come up with an idea and have these towers knocked down because they represent the wealth of the world, but mostly in America, because they're in America, kind of like how the United Nations is in America and nowhere else, the building, that is because it's safer here. This is the safest place for the United Nations. And the Twin Towers represented our prosperity, our blah, 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 we're the world's greatest country, blah, 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 right?
Correct.
So back in 60-something, whenever Kubrick was like, you know what, they're building these two towers, I'm going to put it in my movies that they're going to come down someday.
My take
and
on
I'm going
it,
to put down specific, I'm going to put specific things in that, how does he know that that's going to happen in 2001? How does that work?
Because the ritual of the towers falling was written before the towers went up because of it's part of a more ancient story. That's what I'm suggesting. That the meaning of the Twin Towers falling and the new tower going up, the height that it is, the date that it opened, that this is a story that's being told over several generations about the fall of the Tower of Babel, the fall of America. I think that this is a long-term psychological operation. I don't think that it was spontaneous. It's not just Kubrick. They were built to be taken down. And incidentally, I don't even think that they were occupied on the day they pulled the towers.
You don't think they were occupied the day that they pulled the towers? Is that what you said?
Oh, yes. In fact, the existence of planes is very much disputed on 9/11. You saw planes on TV, but footage on the ground, no planes. The planes were clearly a CGI insert layer. And this is the big paradigm shock. And most people won't take this leap to recognize that the mainstream media is controlled monolithically. And not only that, but they can use real-time augmentation. They can put pre-recorded segments and superimpose it. And I'm saying that 9/11, that the planes hitting the towers, that was superimposed over footage, that this was not actually real. There were no jumpers. There was nothing at the Pentagon. 0 deaths. And the smoke that you saw, that looked like stuff that we used at Fort McClellan, the smoke generators they used for concealment. Like I'm saying that the whole thing was a movie production from top to bottom, decades in the making. A major league.
So was Pearl Harbor also a psyop?
I would say so. And you know what? I'd recommend johnlebon.com, but he closed it to new members. John LeBon did a pretty good series of videos on this topic where most of the imagery that you have, that you were shown in school of Pearl Harbor, was from dramatic reenactments, and they didn't tell you this. Your very concept of, and originally it was Operation AI. We're talking about Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I would say that Pearl Harbor was a psyop just as much because it's meant to give us the illusion of the world view that they've given us. They have to reinforce the idea of these nations competing when we all agree on certain things. We have the southern border we agree on, Antarctic Treaty, ISS. I mean, what does it say to you that all of the various countries that are supposedly against each other are all part of the space program, which is the deception against all.
So all wars are fake. So World War I and World War II were fake.
Well, they're controlled from above.
They never happened.
I'm not when you say fake. What I'm saying is the experience we have as observers on the ground is one thing, but how it's actually constructed and instigated from above is completely different. We have controllers, in my view, that are geared towards controlling the masses. For example, just the fact that nobody calls America's moon landing fake. You think Russia would lose the space race if they knew that was fake? How come they don't call it out? It's because they all share the same special effects. The Chinese space station, if you've seen that, you can find, there's a video on the Chinese space station where they have a mason jar full of water,
Full of water, yeah.
Okay, that right there is just one of many things I could point out. The fact is, if the Chinese space station is fake, and we're not calling it out, and we're worried about China and space wars and China and Russia taking over the moon, it's like, okay, at some point we have to ask ourselves, is any of that real? Like, do you believe that China and Russia are going to take over the moon before we are? When, from my point of view, all I see is bad special effects. It's all simulation.
Well, and if we use your ideology, then that means that there's absolutely no animosity between our countries. There was no war because they would have to. I mean, what are they fighting for? What are they fighting for, right? So that means also that nobody died, no soldiers, all the cemeteries are just empty plots. Is that right? Do you agree or disagree with that?
When you say everything, you generalize. We have to go on a case-to-case basis. But generally speaking, I will say that the idea of war and the way that we see it through the movies, the way we imagine it, is very different from the way that it really is. And that in
Well, like the Code War, that was all fake, right? That was completely fake. The Code War never did happen, in your opinion. For instance, you said be specific. I'm being specific. The Code War, was it real or was it fake?
it's real to the believers. Like religions are real, but they're based on something
But was it
mythical.
real to the nations? Were the nations seriously stockpiling? You said you don't believe in nuclear armaments. I mean, that was the whole nuclear space or rocket race, or whatever. I mean, that is how Reagan did. We're told bankrupted the USSR.
I'd say it's mind war more than anything. Like I was NBC. My job was again assuring unit readiness for nuclear, biological, chemical attacks. And as long as you have a large number of people who are trained in NBC and decontamination, you have an army of believers. And I think that's what we have. We have to have enough people who believe something to where they don't even have to do it. It's all in the mind. I think that's where most of this stuff is. I think it's all mental. I mean, 2020 was a big eye opener for a lot of people who noticed that those tents and testing centers were unoccupied. Hospitals were mostly empty. You could find more videos of nurses twerking in the hospitals, dancing nurses, than anything else. That have you heard of the decoy tanks of World War II, where you had inflatable tanks, inflatable
Yes, yes,
trucks?
yes, yes.
They have those right now in Ukraine. Decoys,
So,
psyops this has always been used. And then we have the
so what
reports.
was the end result for having the Cold War between Russia and America? I mean, I'm sorry, USSR and America. What was the result? I mean, what were they accomplishing by having that? And I mean, did they both say, "Hey, look, we can scare a population. We're going to tell our people that America is bad. They're going to nuke us at any moment, and you tell your people the same thing. That way, we can do what? What process did they invoke in order to do that?"
Good question. Okay, so from my framework, my notion that things like 9/11 are planned before the buildings are built, there's a bigger picture here, and I believe it has to do with a transition into this new age and a singular world government. That you're going to have these these divisions that have to be reconciled, and I think these are all steps that move us towards that. The Cold War, of course, I think was mostly just a big ruse. I think this is like, for example, the 2020 thing, the whole COVID thing. It showed me that the world unites on these things that are, quote, global threats. The world unites on climate change, with the exception of America, and they're trying to fix that. The world will unite against space junk, comets hitting the Earth, and I just think that these global threats, like world wars, it's just that. It's mostly threats. I've been hearing, oh, we're going to have World War III. That's been chanted pretty much by every single conspiracy theorist or right-wing radio since what, 2000? World War III? Like at this point, we've already had
Well,
it. We should just say we've been in World War III this entire time. It's been the war of the elite against the individual, and it's a non-stop, protracted war.
okay. So again, what was the purpose of the Cold War for 40 some years?
Worldview formation. Worldview formation and manipulation. I think that collectively we're being
Saying, "Hey, look, we're going to pretend that we're mad at each other, but while we're doing this, we're going to shape and form our citizens and condition them to become our slaves."
Yes, left versus right are the most misinformed people in the world. The people on the left fear guns. The people on the right fear needles. The people on the left are open borders. The other side's closed borders. These divisions are not accidental. It's perfect. They've created a perfect system. This is where you get all the Masonic symbolism around this thing, the black and the white, the dialectic, the phoenix. this idea of the red and the blue being somehow opposed. No, they're two wings of the same bird. What I'm saying is, I think that what we're looking at is the monolithic controllers of world media are dividing people for the purpose of some kind of collectivist union in the future, where we're all going to say, hey, look, we got to get away from property ownership and private property because look what America's doing to the environment. Look what individualism's doing. So I think the long-term purpose of all of this stuff is the elite is turning us into collectivists, and they want to disabuse us of the idea that we should own property. I think we're being moved into a world of world feudalism, controlled by technocrats. And I think this is an agenda that would take multiple generations, and that we've been subjected to nonstop propaganda, fake war, fake this, fake that, all to lead us into this new worldview that we think is inevitable. This is why every single science fiction on Netflix begins after we've ruined the world with global warming. That's why we have the post-reset. We're living through the reset. Well, what are we resetting on? This is, to me, this is all part of a big agenda that goes back generations.
In the 90s, there was a VHS tape passed around. It was called Iron Mountain. Are you familiar with that documentary?
Why don't you refresh me on that? I do recall it, but I'll have to look at it again. It's been a long time.
It's 6 motherfucking hours, but basically, let me break it down to you. 500 years ago, you know who the Medici family are of Italy?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know that it is proven that they were undercover secret Jewish people who pretended to be Catholics and got into the popehood and all that stuff? Well, they were banking. They were a banking family, right? They were bankers. And supposedly they all come together with your little Freemasons and all your little Illuminati people. I'm not trying to condescend to you. That's just how I talk. And they all got together and said, look, in 500 years, we can get it down to where we rule the world, where it's one world economy, where it's a one world government, but it's going to take 500 years to do, because we know technology is going to come. We're going to have to embrace that technology, but we have to control it. And through controlling tech, because you were saying technophiles earlier, or technocrats. That's the word you had used, right? Technocrat?
Yeah, I use the word technocrats because, I say communist revolution, but it's just communist for the poor. The technocrats are not poor.
Okay. So they come up with this plan it's a 500-year plan. And it's really weird because in the 90s, when I was smoking dope and watching it, I thought, wow, this is some far out shit that I just don't see how anybody can have a 500-year plan. Cut to 2022. And it kind of seems like it's all coming to fruition, because, and I hate to use this word, but it does seem like the Jewish people are in control of the world banking system, and that there's military people that control what borders get defined. And if you want to go buy anything, you have to take out a loan with interest.
Well, that's a staple of conspiracy culture that you figured out. The bad guys. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but you do bring something up. You can see how it's conceivable that a group of people, a specific group, whether it's a tribe, a race, a religion, an ideology, a group could in fact decide, hey, let's go ahead and take this thing over. Like, you can see how it would be something that would require the work of generations, and you'd have to have loyalty. And where would you get that? Well, when you look into the secret societies, what bonds them? It's the loyalty, it's the oaths, it's the NDAs, the network of individuals who are in the know. And of course, that's one of the reasons why we see the pyramid symbol, that the higher up the pyramid you go, the fewer people are at that level, and the more they know. And I think that we have that pyramid structure. As far as who's at the top or what, I don't know. But the old explanation that it's this group or that group, it's a little simplistic for me to say we know for sure. But you do raise a point, yeah, that you can look back and you can conceive of a multi-generational plan, something that might even take centuries. And when I look at the Great Reset, the Great Reset was a conspiracy until 12/21/2020, and that was the day that Saturn and Jupiter had the alignment. They had a conjunction along with the winter solstice, which hasn't occurred since the year zero. In other words, the reset seems to be, if you ask me, the New Age, the reset, the great work of the Masons, the entire process of this cyclical revolution seems to coincide with the astrological age that we're entering into. And if nothing else, you can say about who they worship or what they're about, the elite religion that runs this place is 100% astrotheological. It's all based in the stars. That you can prove.
Oh, well, yeah, the followers of Satanella, which is the Jews. I mean, that's the Cabal. The Jewish. How do I don't know how.
I don't know
I
if
don't know how
I
to
don't
say
know
it
if it's
without
even
being
that. I
offensive.
don't know if it's
I don't
even
want to be
that.
offensive.
Well, it's not that it's
I
offensive.
don't want to be
It's
offensive.
that it's simplistic because when you if you go with that, you might be falling for a red herring, and there are many indications that you would be looking at a red herring, and that is an important thing too. Like if you ran the world, would you want everybody to know, or would you blame somebody else? It's like how clever do you
Well,
think
that's
they
right.
are?
You don't. If you rob a bank, you always want to point the finger at another person. You don't point it at yourself.
Right, exactly. And that's why I don't blame, quote, God or the creator for the evils of the world. I don't know. All we can do are study the effects and the trappings of it, but the symbolism is very telling. And I will say that
And would you say that symbolism is religious in context? At the end of and when it's all said and done, would you say that there is a religious order that is in control, that is the master puppet pulling all the strings?
I would say religious in a sense, but I don't think it's like Judeo-Christian. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's more about a group with an understanding of the human soul that's been excluded from our modern understanding of it. Like we don't even have one. Taking into account that at the core of these secret societies is a belief in a literal thing, magic, whether you believe in magic or not.
Yes. They believe in magic. Yes, that's why they have their rituals. That's why they do things on certain dates.
And maybe there's something to it. And if there is something to it, then that it could be one of the most suppressed technologies out there. But that to me is something that's outside of religion. It's just sheer power. So I'd say their religion is power, if anything.
Does money really matter to those types of people? Because money is a construct, right? Power is power. Money, you can burn money, you can't burn power.
I think money is magic these days. I think there's something about it. There's something very occult and powerful and spellbinding about it. Look at the all-seeing eye on the back with the 13 leveled pyramid and then the 1776. All of this to me, that to me symbolizes something greater than just a way to make transactions easier. I think there's something to it. And it is parasitic. It is a control mechanism, but there's something else to it as well. And it has to do with, I think, monopolizing everything. Anyway, hey, this has been a really good call. Do you want to let people know what your...
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry I'm taking up so much of your time.
Oh, no, I have to go.
I really am sorry.
No, we're always open phones. I'm happy to answer your questions. There are people in the chat who are definitely appreciating the questions that you're asking. And there is a guy in chat named Cookie who says that he's been inspired to commit a supermarket shooting. I mean, I got some crazy people in chat. They want to frame me up for something. But as you can hear...
Why do you always shout out the trolls? You should never feed the trolls.
You know, I have
wanted
a rule
you
here.
to say that.
My rule here is feed the trolls. We fatten up the trolls. We have the most well-fed trolls because eventually they get lazy and then they're just part of they just kind of join in. I mean, we had a few trolls that, like Machiavelli said, the best way to destroy an enemy is to make him your friend. And so, yes, if you're a troll, we do feed our trolls here.
Well, I forget. Is it Tim Oxbow? Is that right?
OZMAN,
no.
which is a whole other story. But yeah, if you Google the name, Tim Osman, OZMAN. But yeah, Infinite Plane Society, ips.monster is the easiest way. And if you want to fund what the troll here calls terrorism, ips.monster, eco-friendly tote bags with a burning environmentalist on the side. Anyway, thanks for the call. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tim. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a 90-minute phone call. And for the most part, I wanted to have a conversation today about worldview, the shape of the earth, whether nukes are real, whether we should be afraid of them or not. A guy named Cookie's in here. Yes, he's totally a troll, but looks like he's having fun. I mean, think about it. How bad can you be if you stay out here for 90 minutes just hanging out? Like, obviously, you're not hating your time here. We'll likely be back this evening. I just wanted to jump in today and because like I've been talking almost nonstop about the nukes and about the significance of the Kraken, the symbolism, the paradigm shift, and the preparation for the big one. And I don't want to lead anybody to think that I'm actually worried about it or that I actually think it's real. Let me play this clip again. This is some dangerous Mel misinformation from the new Pinocchio movie, played by Tom Hanks. He's playing Geppetto. And here he is telling Pinocchio that the world is flat.
You learn all about it in school. And here?
And it starts off with Pinocchio sees the sun.
Father, what's that big shining thing?
That it's the sun, my son. It goes around the Earth once a day. It's basic, simple science. You'll learn all about it in school. And here?
You'll learn all about it in school. I mean, what do you make of that? Trolling? I mean, they're the ones, the people in the mainstream media, they're the ones who are saying, we shouldn't have these ideas floating out there that you can question the nature of the world, the nature of reality. Now you have to believe what you're told by the scientists. And then you have a movie here for kids where Pinocchio is told that the sun goes around the earth every day. Could mean he's a geocentrist. Could be either or. Sun never sets on flat earth, if you really think about it. Anyway, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax. We'll be back likely this evening. Go to ips.monster if you want to get on the newsletter, if you want to get this replay, because I'm going to leave the 24-hour stream on. But you will get the archives sent directly to your email, probably within a couple of hours.
I'm on Autohoax and it feels so good. You just auto-believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless
my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996. 96, y'all. Gonna filter your eyes and serve your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. So good, yeah. You just auto-believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless
Go. Alrighty, good evening, everybody. It is Wednesday, July 13th, 2022. It's 8:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. We are doing a simulcast with IPS, Infinite Plane Radio, and Tim Osman is the host. And he is on the broadcast right now with me, and we're going to say hello. Hey, Tim.
Hey, thanks for having me. And yes, this will be a simulcast. And so I expect people will be trickling in here as soon as everything gets on. And so, yeah, it should be fun, especially when we have our chat audience engaged.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens. We're going to see if we can merge the two audiences. We haven't really done a test run, so let's just see. So if you are here now in my broadcast, you can say hello in the chat. And my main broadcast page is fakeologist.com/live. and that's where you'll find links to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, and FakeOTube, which is my preferred platform. That's my own platform. And Tim, actually, you were on FakeOTube for a while, trying to get it working and test driving it with me at the beginning. And you you do so much content, you were basically filling my site right up, which is fine. But we might have to get you back on there just for as a backup as well.
Well, it's an important step, I think, breaking away, and that's definitely very forward thinking, because the mainstream media controlled platforms and all of their minions, their censorship minions all over the place, are running roughshod over free speech, and obviously they're never going to give up. They're never going to say, you know what, we're going to defend what you say even though we don't agree with it. No, they're just going to continue to demonize it. So I'm looking at what we're doing here not as anti-media or competing alternative, but as like a parallel media. Like, I'm even trying to be accepted on their platforms. So I like what you're doing with FakeOTube, and I am sending people over there to fakeotube.com/live.
Yeah, well, that's fakeologist.com/live. Actually, you were a little choppy just there. Did you do anything differently, or I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here, because your audio was a little choppy. Am I sounding nice and clear?
Okay, it's clear on your side. I think we should be fine now. You know what happened was I tried to add all the channels, and it has a block on it once you turn it live, so it wouldn't let me toggle them on. So I just had to turn it on manually with my OBS. So it's the same people showing up. So the best I can do, though, is filter them over to the main chat. So I have the fakeologist.com/live link out there. So I'm trying to get more people to migrate over to.
I still have you as kind of choppy, though. I hate to say it, but maybe you should, 'cause you're using OBS. I'm wondering if it's just putting too much pressure on your processor, because it's choppy.
Yeah, you know, it may be. It may be. You know what? Let me go ahead and terminate the OBS for now, and we'll just focus on what we have going on.
Okay. If you let me know when you terminated it.
Okay. Done. So it should, if that was the solution, then it should be clear now.
Yeah, I think you're okay now. I think it was too much for your processor there, whatever was happening.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, I see Dirty Benny has said I was choppy for a minute. I see Jackal, Epic Souls. Okay, we have a few people coming into the chat now, and hopefully we have a lot of people who've jumped ship from Infinite Plane Radio.
I'm just so they were on your live. I was watching your live broadcast, obviously. So they've moved from yours over to this one. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's what's going to have to happen, and that's fine. It's just like we said, it was too much of a stress to the machine to have the OBS running with this thing. But again, it looks like Restream has some kind of a block over the screen that appeared when he went live, so I wasn't able to actually add these channels.
That's interesting. Yeah, we should do an off the air test to try and get them to go together, because I think that should work quite well, I think.
Yeah, agreed. But you know, I'm also thinking too that as long as we have continued interactions, our networks will kind of merge together, and more people will join Fakeologist, which is what I already have. But
no, I appreciate that. That's great. So the minute you cut your YouTube channel, does it go to replay mode? Do you have that all set up automatically?
Yeah, well, here's what I do is I have a backup YouTube channel that nobody watches, and that one I toggle it on and off, and that segments off the live stream that I'm going to put into my archive. Meanwhile, the 24/7 stream, I just return it to my SoundCloud or my Odyssey or wherever I'm sourcing the replays from.
Okay.
I never turn it off. So like the video that people are just watching, the one that was on was at hour 193 since the last time I refreshed it. So my video is like a week long, and that actually prevents, I think, a lot of the censorship, because it's very hard to censor a video that's
right. Someone would have to come in manually to turn your channel off. So any kind of bot or algorithm would not be able to break in, I suppose, to start sniffing around and doing whatever it has to do.
Exactly. I think it's cumbersome for them. But, you know, to me, again, I'm kind of past all these platforms. I see them as very much on their way out. Like I had a really disappointing experience with D Live where suddenly they stopped being able to pay their live streamers. I like their platform, but I think they made a bad business decision after the 1/6 insurrection thing, where they basically demonetized any channel that covered the event, including mine. I think they made this political decision that was costly. So if they can't afford to operate, I think they deserve it. But again,
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that often. Yeah, I just find it frustrating that you just have all these troubles on all these bloody channels, basically. So that's why I have FacoTube. FacoTube is working quite well. Hopefully, you can get enough subscriptions to get your own copy of FacoTube going. You have enough people that could pony up and help you purchase FacoTube, a FacoTube video platform. You should definitely have your own platform. Let's put it that way. So you should have your own infinite plane tube. That way, you're not dependent on me or anybody else. Just have your own platform, and I'm copying a lot of the things you're doing with the text alerts. Even though it costs a bit of money, I still think it's super smart.
yeah, there's a cost benefit ratio there. And with the text alerts, if you can get consistently, 100 plus people and
Mm.
you gain one or two subscriptions or whatever every couple of days, it kind of pays for itself. But and then of course it allows you to direct them anywhere, so you're not reliant on any of these platforms that are. And it's their own interest to be self-promoting. But I'm like you on this. I'm thinking we need to kind of focus our energies on our own things. And
Yeah.
even BitChute turned out to be unreliable. They deleted all of uh,
Oh wow.
not all of our videos, but they got rid of my videos on the Christchurch shooting.
All
And
right.
I'm
Right.
like,
Right.
okay, even that's not protected. But
And BitChute doesn't even have advertisers, do they? Because I can understand how the advertisers call the shots at YouTube. I can understand that if the big brands that are all woke are saying, "Listen, we don't want this kind of material. We're not sponsoring it, so just take it off." But who sponsors BitChute? I thought that was where who or where are they from?
you know what? That's a good question. And to me, I'm like thinking that they're being coerced or something. Perhaps it has to do with uh, I don't know. I remember at the time they were censoring all kinds of platforms, but could be social pressure as well. I'm not quite sure. I mean, how could they be held liable? The person who uploads ought to be, but it's very questionable to me anyway that they wouldn't fight it. Because if I owned a platform like that, I would say, I'm not going to let you shut me down for what looks to be a psychological operation. Prove to me it's real, and then we'll
Yeah.
talk.
Now, just to talk a little bit more shop, because I'm really interested in your text. Your text. You sent me the platform you're using, Easy Text. I just started it yesterday. And then Marcus Allen of Escape the New Normal, he's in marketing, and he told me about superphone.io. And I'm just curious, have you figured out how much in real money you're spending on texting? Because I want to get the best value on
Right.
texting before I sign up.
Well, I only use the texts when obviously people opt in, and I usually only get the people who are on Patreon, so they've already are participating. But
Oh,
I
okay.
and then two, um, I only use them if it's going to be a live stream where we take calls, so it's not for
Oh,
replay.
okay.
So I try to minimize the use, but yeah, it probably costs depending on the size, and of course, the more you spend, presumably, the more your channel's making. So it could
Mhm.
be anywhere $50 a week or more easily.
Oh, okay. Because this plan, I'm just looking at the thing now. I know this might be boring to the audience, but we're trying to conspire here to do better. So this one here is $20 a month, 10 cents a subscriber, and 1 cent a message. I'm just curious. So that says if you have 100 subscribers or send 100 or 1,000 messages. Does that sound like are you sending more than that? Do you figure in a month?
Well, I know the first time I got set up with this, it was close to Black Friday and I got a significant discount.
Oh,
And
okay.
so, yeah, you pay for a monthly plan and then you pay less per thing. But if
Right.
you can figure out what it's going to be per week to send notifications and then you
Mhm.
count for it, it's like, yeah, it can definitely pay for itself, but it could add up quick if you were just blasting product ads or something. Like it's an
Right.
expensive
No,
mode of advertising, but it's the most targeted and direct thing that you can get.
and I've heard it's the most successful as well because people always open their text. That's what Marcus the marketer was telling me today.
Oh, sometimes people text me back, and it relays it. So I get text message tips. They say, "Hey, you got to check out this YouTube video." So there
Oh.
is kind of a two-way interaction there. So I think it's a worthwhile investment as far as for you for streaming. And even if you only use it a couple times a month, it's
Mhm.
definitely worth it because you will get all of your most engaged people for the first few minutes. They'll all pop in, and of course, that's the idea here is trying to get all these scattered minds on different time zones to synchronize with your radio program. That's the new model.
Well, yeah, for sure.
And one
For
more thing,
sure.
compare it to the price of an app, because the app requires that you sell the app that you've paid for and invested in.
Right.
You get them to download it and then use it. And I don't even use as many. I try not to. I hate apps. I just like everything simple. So I
Yeah,
think
I'm sort of the
text
same way.
alerts. If you compare the two, if you're debating between text alerts and apps, I'd go text alerts.
Well, the FacoTube app is not even approved on Apple because they said, "We'll approve it if you remove all the content from FacoTube." So I said, "Well, what's the point of that?" So they are previewing the content that that app delivers, and if they don't like it, they won't approve it. So I can't get my FacoTube app. And then I've sort of like you, I thought, "Why do I need an app? Why do I have apps anyway?" Because the plain old website formats fine in the phone browser. It looks actually just as good or better. So you don't really need an app, but the app does one thing, and that's it often has a notification built in. But like you said, someone has to install the app, and they
Yeah,
might not want to do that.
I had an app for Infinite Plane Society for a time, but I was constantly alerting people to psyops. That was the whole point. And
Mhm.
I quickly ran afoul of Google Play, so I realized you
Oh.
got to play by their rules as well.
So see, okay, so that's the problem with even Google. So they didn't like what you're doing, so they just canceled you out of the app. I can't even find the FacoTube app in the app Google store anymore. I actually looked for it one day and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, they
Like,
use the whole CV-19 as an excuse to censor everything from
okay.
crowdfunding to apps. So everything is just even like even Patreon. You can send links and you can get all your subscribers on the same sheet, but if you send something in there that contains harmful misinformation, they could take action. So
Okay.
that's so again, I'm in favor of text alerts. Of course, mailing lists are important, but
Mhm.
the immediacy of text alerts if you want to get callers.
So you're okay on Patreon. Patreon isn't harassing you at this point?
I keep everything vague and I keep
Okay.
everything very simple. I never really put my newsletters that are too opinionated in there because, yeah, they basically scrape the web for offensive opinions. It's ongoing. This infodemic, as they see it, is an ongoing war, and they're constantly looking for other places to censor. Like I see them looking, I mean, memes are the main weapon in their war. It's all about propaganda, and they don't want competition. And I see that it's like I was saying earlier today, it's like they don't want you to have a distinction between right and wrong answers. They just want you to have the answers they serve you.
And I didn't. I'm sort of trying to figure this out. I think the memes, a meme, and I've been told there's different definition of memes. But my idea of a meme is a graphic with words on it. Is that what you say a meme is?
Visually, yes, but you could say it's a unit of cultural info because it could be a jingle. But anything that's
Mhm.
memorable, the root word of meme. So if it's memorable, like a soundbite, um, a catchphrase, or then a visual image with usually, yeah, generally it's a meme though. It's generally a word with some ironic statement, but it has to be something that can be easily transmitted. So it's like the simplest,
Okay.
most concise way of packaging something, and that's why they want control over things. And yeah, meme control is huge, as we've been seeing. And one of the things that their algorithms can't do is they can't really determine if it's somebody's being sarcastic or even critical. So you can be censored for discussing a topic that they've banned, even if you're not in support of it. So even being open to hearing out the other side gets you censored, as we've
Mhm.
experienced.
Well, my point was that I was trying to make with the meme with the graphic with words on it. I figured the algorithms can't really figure out what's being said, so they can't censor it if it's a graphic. Now, I guess they could have some kind of scan to scan the graphic for words and then use that algorithm to figure out if the words are offensive or the phrase is offensive. But I thought maybe that was one strategy that people were using to get around censorship.
Yeah, I think that really is the most effective way, and that's probably
Mm.
why there's a war on memes. And it's hard to overtly censor art because it
Mhm.
crosses the line.
Right.
When I first spoke to Jim Fetzer. He had put out a book called Nobody Died at Sandy Hook, and it was censored by court order from Amazon. And I hit him up and I said at the time, because I was in publishing, I said, why don't we publish this as short fiction? I have people I hired to write, and we'll repackage it as fiction and call it the Capstone Event. And we'll even put Adam Lanza on the cover, but mix his face with David Hogg. And it worked. So even though his main book on Sandy Hook got censored, he has a fictional alternative version of it called the Capstone Event that tells the same exact story, uncensored, still selling even as an audiobook. And
Is that on Amazon?
it is the Capstone Event. And the premise was, let's use fiction as us as code to get past all the censors, and there's nothing they can do.
I'm going to look that up right now. I have the original book in PDF from the beginning. I just downloaded. He was giving it away for free. So if I search on Amazon for Capstone Event, you're saying it should come up. That's a really great idea.
It's funny
And
too, because the cover art of the Capstone Event by Jim Fetzer is a mashup of David Hogg and Adam Lanza. And so it's just like it's the best, it's as close as we could get to saying what needed to be said without them throwing it out.
I'm looking at it right now. Now, what's your take on Fetzer? Because did he really court? I'm really leery that he's that the court part of the whole thing, like Alex Jones, was a LARP event. Like, what's your take on that?
No, I actually think Fetzer's legit, and here's why.
Okay.
Okay, one, he called out one of the he called out the person in court as not the same actor. So like they
Mhm.
don't even want to deal with him. His his partner from Moonrock Books kind of abandoned him. So he was abandoned, and he actually
Oh, he
said
got
he had a
abandoned?
yeah.
Okay.
So he lost. I mean, yeah, he basically though he's legitimate, I believe. I don't have many criticisms. I understand why some people don't care about space being fake. It's not their priority, but his assessment of things on the ground
Mhm.
is generally spot on and cutting edge. But there was
But
something.
it's the court thing that I'm bothered by. Did he really go to court? Is did
I believe so.
Mm.
Here's one other thing. He said to me that he had a folder, and this is when we were
Mhm.
communicating about the fiction book. He said he had a folder, he had some material set aside that if Alex Jones took it in, it would completely exonerate him from any sort of damages for supposedly defaming victims. And
Mhm.
Jones didn't want it. So it kind of looked to me at that time that maybe one person's taking a fall because he has to, and maybe the other guy is just being marginalized and ignored. Because again, I mean, it's hard to say though, because Fetzer's also someone who I believe he trusted the plan with Q. So it's hard for me to tell when somebody's being legitimately duped and when they're pushing some misinformation.
Right. I interviewed another author who named John Manley. I'll give him a plug. I think his website is blazingpinecones.com, and he wrote a book called Much Ado About Corona, which I think I've got on the screen here. It had a lot to do with describing the situation today, but just like you said, it's fiction. And that's how he maybe gets it through. So maybe he's using the same strategy.
Smart. And I'm interested in doing that here in the future because I did a book called Deep Faked about hyper realistic masks used in government and entertainment. And this book was banned off Amazon just a month ago. So I
Oh, man.
decided that I'm going to go back into publishing like this month. So what I'm doing is I'm going to be publishing everything locally. I'll just order it in bulk, get it all done here, and ship out from here. So I'm going to be my own publisher here very soon. And I'm very open to taking any of these topics and working with ghostwriters and having things produced that can be censorship proof and still convey the fundamental truths.
But if you're shipping it yourself, can't you just put the truth in? Or are you making it so you can put it on Amazon again?
Well, both. I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to cede any territory. I still want my author name up there. I still want to build the publisher's account up there. But yeah, anything they censor, I refuse to let them, push me off their platform. We'll just kind of mutate it. That's one of the reasons why I was like, there's no way that they can just yank his book off the shelf just like that. And they did. And again, to me, this is just gaslighting, just to let them get away with it, like to let them, their charade to trump reality itself. Like their charade is just that. It's fiction. Yet somehow we have to like treat it like it's sacrosanct and it's real. And again, it's debatable, but this is private companies. So
Yeah.
the best thing to do is just do your own thing. And it's easy today. It's possible today to be your own publisher. And I found a lot of good options.
We got to go back to the way the internet was meant to be set up. That's completely decentralized. And the software is out there. The only thing we don't have, we can't flood the zone with publicity to get everyone to come to our sites for free and have the government, state-sponsored media keep it going, or bring in just the big corporations to sponsor it. So we need user sponsorship. So we need direct financing. And one of the shows I'm doing every week, starting this week, and I already did one yesterday, was with cryptocurrency, because I think that I think that the next thing that will be controlled is the currency, and we need a decentralized way to be funded. And the next thing they're going to stop and screw with is the currency. We already know that they mess with Patreon, PayPal. I guess you've been okay so far, but we've heard so many stories of people being knocked out of those systems. And a lot of people are just relying on the mail with tinfoil and cash. It's crazy. And we know people are too lazy to mail stuff, including cash. So
Now, were you affected on July 8th by the not cyber polygon exercise gone live?
Absolutely. And yes, and I'm glad you picked it up. And it did get some attention in the US. You covered it. The No Agenda show, which is another show I like to listen to a lot, which they're really good on podcasting and decentralization. If you don't listen to them, I really think you might benefit from just listening, because they do talk about some technical stuff.
No Agenda? No Agenda's good. And he's
Yeah.
a guy he breaks. Yeah, if you want to keep up with psyops, like I used to watch auto hoaxers, but they're not allowed anymore. But if you want to keep up with someone who's breaking down news real time, giving you
Yep.
the body counts as they're tallied, it's him. It's agenda
No,
free. No Agenda.
Yeah, he's not completely all the way into auto hoaxing, and he'll
If at
never
all.
cross.
Look,
No,
yeah, a
he's
lot of
not at
people.
all.
I don't
No.
even hold that against people if they are coming. I
Okay.
have to know where they're coming from, and if
Yeah.
I want to know what's being reported,
Right.
it's up to me to decide whether I believe it or
I
not. But
agree. He pussies around all these things, and it actually makes for uncomfortable radio, because the only way to explain these events is the way you explain them. So if you don't know what you know and explain it your way, then they just get stuck on, like you said, MSM plus. And I know one of the things that makes you unique amongst all truthers is you are constantly creating definitions, because we don't have words for a lot of these topics and these ideas. So you create phrases and words and concepts that I really appreciate. And one of them, and I do a lot of clipping of your shows. Like I've told you before, and I reached out to you saying every now and then you just have one of these shows where you just bang, bang, bang. You have all these really great concepts, and I do clip them and put them on FacoTube. So they're like little clips. So I have one here, which is on my. Let's make sure it's on the screen. Yeah, on FacoTube, I clipped one of your shows where you talk about MSM minus MSM plus. I thought that was brilliant. So I clipped that, and so I put all kinds of little clips and with links to your podcast, because as you said earlier, I heard you on your show. You've definitely embraced podcasting, which is so important for us people that drive around all day. We can't see the screen, so we actually rely on you describing the screen as well.
yes, and these clips are really good as well because we're dealing with the TikTokification of media, where these clips could go into TikTok and actually reach people who want to hear the long format. And how did you arrive at this? So I've also made an effort to join in with TikTok and start using short form video clips. So I appreciate you doing that because, again,
Yeah.
somebody might hear an idea and then come in for the long conversation. and it's
Yeah,
important to take that.
that's the point. That's the point. I always try and put links when I remember. Sometimes I forget. But yeah, I want that's the only that this is what YouTube is supposed to do. They're supposed to give us little clips or suggestions, and that's how almost everyone finds new creators, with the YouTube suggestion box on the side. But if they won't do it, then we have to do it in our own way. And yeah, Salty says she'll take a couple of my clips. All my videos are downloadable. You just click on them and there's a download box. Now, all my videos are low quality. I might have to bump them up a notch so you can see them, but for the most part, I have to pay for space. So I've kept them low quality only, just so I have more quantity and not so much quality of the video. But the audio is still perfect.
Well, the clips are important, and I've been like, as you alluded to, the words, the terms we have to come up with. They don't give us terminology that helps us at all. They keep us, I would say, kind of ignorant about how media works. Even the term crisis actor is relatively new, but I realize that you have people who accept it at face value. Then you have those who see it as way worse, and they haven't even done the basic fact checking. So if you're looking at the news media and you're extrapolating from it, not only did all these people die, but it was a black op by the deep state, and it was done to take our guns. Like, well, if you didn't investigate it, you're building on the premise that a bunch of people died. And so to me, I call that MSM plus. And I think it's important to point that out. Are you adding on to their story without having vetted the basics? So what we do here is we critique the story and take away what can't be verified. So I call what we do MSM minus. But making these distinctions is important because it lets me know where people are coming from and what they assume to be true. And that tells me, what side of the screen are they on? Are they in the TV, or have they actually stepped outside of it? Have they actually stepped outside of the box?
Yeah. And like I said, no agenda show. They won't go there. They pussyfoot around the moon landing. They won't go there either. And with these active shooter drills, these ice events, integrated capstone events, I think the person that did the best videos and full documentaries on it is Sophia Smallstorm. Even though I don't agree perfectly, she's the only one that's really, literally gone to the DHS, Department of Homeland Security site, and found all these events in the operation manual, the SO standard operation manual on them, and talked about them. But the No Agenda show, they'll go and they'll get into the MSM plus, where they'll say, okay, it's a shooter, but they'll go the mental illness psychotropic drug route. That seems to be their off ramp to figuring out these events. So they'll always say, oh, well, it's a patsy, and they found a guy on drugs. So they never ever talk about integrated capstone events, which of course is what they are.
Yeah, it's always like this. It's a template, the way they respond to stories. If they're on the left, it's caused by guns and racism. If
Right.
it's on the right, they're going to say it's SSRI,
Mhm.
antidepressants, or 420. But if they're very far into conspiracy, they'll say MK Ultra, mind controlled assassin.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
neither left nor right says maybe this is just a drill. And that's so predictable a structure. And both of those points are, one is just MSM and the other is MSM plus. But
Right.
they're both just adding on their own interpretation. And again, they haven't done their basic fact checking. And Sophia Smallstorm definitely did a lot of that. Wolfgang
Right.
Helbig and many of the people who really broke apart Sandy Hook and Boston bombing laid a lot of the groundwork for the level of media critique that we engage in here. And you have to be irreverent, because at the time it was like, if you question this event, you've made a whole bunch of people cry. You're supposed to believe that every time you read a conspiracy theory, somebody cries somewhere. You're offending somebody. And if you can't proceed because it's offensive, then you don't have free speech.
And I think it's good news that people don't die. Why are people so offended by the idea that maybe they're simulating death to create a drill so we can get some real measurable, what they call real world reaction? And you asked me about Rogers in Canada, which is the largest internet, mobile data, cell phone, networking cable company in Canada. I think they probably have close to 50% of the Canadian market, which is quite a bit. even though Canada, for your American audience, is only the size of California in terms of population, it was still a big outage. And yeah, not too many people have mentioned, I think it was you that mentioned, that Cyber Polygon, Klaus Schwab's Cyber Polygon, was scheduled for that day, but they canceled it in May. And my message is maybe Rogers didn't get the memo, or they just decided to do it anyway because Canada is going to be the first post nation state. So they have to, we have to do all the things that take us out of countryhood and into United Nations protectorate.
Well,
It was definitely a big problem, and I'm a Rogers customer.
they're
But
so obvious too. They're like, we're
Mhm.
canceling Cyber Polygon. And
Right.
they had just, there was like a PSA that was out in the UK that said cyber attacks are imminent. So
Right.
you knew it's in the air, but they actually used that date, the actual exercise scheduled date for
Yep,
the
they did.
outage.
And it was 4:54 in the morning, which is just before I get up. So when I grabbed my phone, it was dead. Now, luckily, they did the same event in April 2021, and that's the day. And in a way, I'm a little grateful, and I praise anyone like Klaus Schwab, but in a way, I'm grateful because I realized that it shut down most of my operation. So what I did is I created a redundant set of networks, one for my internet service and one for my cell phone service. And so obviously it costs extra money. So I've doubled all the connections, and my systems just did a fallback. So my cell phone, I just went to my backup cell phone and I had to make sure it was recharged. It was a little out of date. So I had to quickly update it and maybe bump up the plan because I'm out mobile. I need the mobile data. And my land internet was fine. It just fell over to the other wire. It wasn't a complete cyber polygon in Canada. We did have other companies that do have wires going into your house. So it worked for me. It was a good test for me because the one before, like I said, last year, it got me prepared. But the thing is, any norm, any, and I'm just a guy. I'm just a small guy that does a small time talk show. So the idea that a big corporation has no redundancy, it if it's impossible to believe. So it can't happen. It just would never happen in the real world. So they clearly just turned off the system and wanted to see, and everyone is busy measuring the reaction. So they're probably measuring all the phone calls they got. And by the way, they didn't answer the phone, which is hilarious. And they just probably spent the whole day measuring reaction. I'm sure that's what they did.
Yes, absolutely. They were measuring
Absolutely.
the reaction and probably noticed that only a couple people were talking about the cyber polygon connection.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but this is exactly what we expect. Whenever you see conspicuous drills, they're going to test it for real, and then it's going to happen for real. And they're going to give you an explanation. They're going to say it was terrorists or something. But and also they made sure that people knew about it because the weekend had a concert, and they waited
Right.
till people were there, and 30
Oh my
minutes out,
God.
they pulled the plug.
Yes. And again, that's another example of what a ridiculous situation we're in. So apparently the weekend, I know you say it's Justin Bieber. I've asked my children, they say it's not possible, and because I don't look at Justin Bieber, and I don't even know what the weekend is supposed to look like, and I won't look at it. So I rely on them and you to go back and forth on that. But the idea that you can't get in a concert, which costs millions of dollars to set up. So unless I hope they had a good insurance policy, and I'm guessing the insurance is going to pay for that concert because that's part of the fraud in all these events is insurance fraud. But the idea that you can't get in a concert because everything is electronic, maybe the tickets on your phone and the verification process back end is also at the door is ridiculous. It's not possible. So there is absolutely no way that they waited to 30 minutes before the concert to cancel it when they were all in there ready to go. And again, I think it's just to destroy people's morale because they could have gone ahead with a concert and just 99% of the people that show up for a concert are probably there because they're supposed to be there because they did pay. So they could have let all those people in on just goodwill, but instead, no, they just screwed.
Manufactured outrage. And this is a
Yes.
tactic. I see it all the time. Like, for example, you had the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and they released the video from the shooting. And my first take on the video was, One, you don't see the police running in. You see them looking
No.
at their phones and using hand sanitizer. So I put that in my notes and I said, watch, you're going to see headlines tomorrow about hand sanitizer and cell phones. And sure enough, people are focusing on the cowardly cops using hand
Right.
sanitizer. And I'm like, look, it's predictable. You can see the talking points in their videos before they even speak them.
hmm And by the way, if anyone wants to know, find your notes, I go through your notes when you reference them because I'm listening to the audio. You go to minds.com and Infinite Plane. What is it? Infinite Plane Society. So minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. And I make show notes of my shows. So this will be in my show notes for tonight's show. This will be note number something or other. Note number 3, if I can find it. Yeah, that's note number 2. So I am creating notes as
And
well.
look, for anybody who is late tonight, I'm going to be re-streaming this on all my platforms after the fact later on tonight, and I'll re-text everybody. So anybody who's late or whatever, I tend to replay it after. But
Yeah,
yeah,
and I just noticed that's a function. You can set that in Restream as well. I just
that's what
noticed
I'm
that the
testing
other
out
day.
today. They just
Yeah.
emailed me and they said they opened it up for people who aren't full premium or something. So
Yeah, I saw that myself. How did you do it before? How do you restream before that? What mechanism did you use?
well, I think before they you had to have the full version or something to be
Mhm.
able to pre upload and have things scheduled. But they've made a lot of their features open for anybody now. So I
Hmm.
can stream on like as many Facebook and YouTube channels as I have. It's like it's unlimited. I don't know why
Right.
they did it, but I'm
But
taking
how did
advantage
you
of
do
it.
before Restream offered it? How did you restream? How did you restream
Oh,
before?
I have a specific YouTube channel set aside, and just one channel, and I just
Oh,
restream it on that one. And that's been my way of
so you
kind of.
do it directly from your machine in your location there?
Yes. Although now,
Okay.
though, I'm probably more inclined to start using their system of
Right.
directly from the cloud.
Right. I gotcha. Yeah, that's why another reason I follow you is you have a lot of tech tips that I like to try and listen to and maybe adopt for my own platform. So you've got
Yeah,
a
I have a concept for moving
Mhm.
forward as a network, and because for a while I was with Dark Matter Network, and they're fighting with some other people, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with them. But I've been developing this idea of getting all the content creators who are in our circle, who are at
Yeah.
least on this level of media analysis, to all put in just an hour or so into a 24-hour stream and just have this constant network going. I have a concept for it, but my whole thing is a parallel media with a 24-hour think tank. And so we have our Discord servers and these various areas that are behind the scenes. But I like the idea of having a public chat, like a public forum or commons. And that's kind of what our think tank has become, more or less. And Restream has made it very easy, though, to reach out across all these different platforms.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I know your Discord channel is very active and you get just reading your Discord channel takes up a whole show.
oh yes, we have. I describe this big picture as a million-piece puzzle, and we have all these people bringing pieces to it. And between the 500 plus people on our Discord server, there's nothing on Netflix or HBO or Amazon we haven't seen, and we are picking up trends. Like, and sometimes it's so nuanced, but I remember back in February, I said, "Hey, look, new Batman movie comes out March 4th. The subtext is March 4th right-wing terrorists." And I've been vindicated. But even more, they were saying that the Buffalo shooter, for example, was inspired by Tucker Carlson, which is ludicrous, but this is their story. And it turns out that the Riddler, who's been compared to Tucker and Q, but the Riddler character who sends out his extremists, he's got this online persona. His weapon of choice is a Tucker. So I'm seeing props connecting these psyops in very clever ways, and that's just one example of how with the amount of people we have watching, we're able to see that yeah, there is an element here that I call concurrent programming, where the real time entertainment and movies reinforces what's happening in the news, and that's a huge part of what makes their fake news believable. They tell you these stories all the time.
Right. Well, people's reality is based in movies now, especially young people. They'll say, "Oh, I just saw that. It's just like the movies." So anytime they put that in the so-called reality, you know that it's been pre-programmed. So that's it. The young people are conditioned to the everything through movies. So their whole paradigm, their whole way of looking at the world is through movies. That's their reality first. They're brought up in movies, so when they see things on the so-called real screen, they're fine with it. They identify with it.
And have you seen all these climate change activists laying down in the streets, taping themselves to paintings because they believe the world's going to end in a few years?
Yeah, I like watching the big truck drivers pick them up and drag them off the road. That's
Yeah,
yeah,
uh, they only do that like in the UK. They don't do that here. Here they treat
yeah.
them like they're precious. But I'm like,
Oh,
well,
really?
throw them in jail. That's the greenest life they could live. If they want to
Right.
be green, they don't want to be set free. They don't want to be wild in nature. They want to be confined and locked down. And they see this as a model for the world. But I'm like, yeah, please lead by example. Go sit in a cage and reduce your carbon footprint.
Dirty Benny in my chat. I guess we're all in my chat tonight. I'm not sure if you have a chat going anywhere where I can't see it. But Dirty Benny says, "What is your take on crypto? Are you interested in crypto at all? Do you see it as a payment model for the future? Are you guys concerned about the government central bank digital currency, which they'll use for extreme control? Is there a need for an alternative payment system or financial system? What's your take? I don't know if you talk about this at all."
Yeah, I do. My take on currency is the same as it is with media. The more centralization, the more control, and the more power that the centralizers have. And, I see it as liberating, to be able to be online and to be able to engage in business without a third party getting in the middle, without having to, have oversight by basically faceless entities that are just parasiting off of things. I think what they're trying to do though, what they will want to do is destroy any way that we might gain any kind of freedom. So, yeah, I'm in favor of the idea. I'm not in favor of any kind of big government, obviously any kind of big government oversight on the stuff. And I think what we're also seeing with a lot of the recent crypto crashing, a lot of that could be intentional sabotage just to sour public opinion to make it look like it's all just Ponzi schemes. But I think that's an
I
oversimplification.
agree. I agree. I agree. And they are not all created equal. I heard there's 20,000 crypto projects and they can't all possibly be the same. That just doesn't make any sense. My take is that crypto is where the internet was in 1990. It's in the same position. It's a very blank canvas right now and no one is dominating. I know Bitcoin is sort of the granddaddy, so it has an upper hand, but I think it can be very powerful for the future. And I think it will wreck a lot of the central bankers' control over things. I think it could really get out of hand for them and be good for us. I just think it's a huge problem. And all the propaganda against it is just based on ignorance, I think, because the internet, as you are making use of, unlike most people that are centralizing themselves in all these central controlled social media sites like YouTube and all the others, is very similar. They're trying to corral everyone into a certain area of the internet when it's still wide open. It really is wide open still. It's not censored in the sense that you can't get online like you're doing and propagate with just a little thought and a little creativity on all these different platforms. I mean, look, you're on YouTube, you're on Minds, you have a text system going, you're all over the place. You have financing through Patreon and PayPal, and I'm sure in the future you'll look at crypto and other methods to fund the operation.
Yeah, I open up everything at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm certainly just open to the idea though that it's if it's anything's a viable threat to the thing to the big monolithic system, they're just gonna try to co-opt and destroy it. I mean, look how small channels like mine are treated as public enemies, and they have to come up with new terms. They used to talk about weapons of mass destruction. Now the DHS is worried about malinformation.
Right.
They say spreaders of mal, and misinformation. I'm like, wow, we went from being afraid of things that could blow up the world to words, and so it's all about control over media, and obviously, yeah, currency is just as contested. But the thing I find annoying about cryptocurrency is that you get people like Elon Musk who agrees with the premise that crypto is bad for the environment. It's not green. It uses too much power. That cryptocurrency is going to make the ocean levels rise. So the way they framed it, and then also, I think it's notable that Alex Jones gets hit with like a $6 million suit or whatever from the Sandy Hookers, and somebody anonymously gives him $6 million in Bitcoin. And to me, this is just more negative branding. The subtext being,
Oh,
"Hey,
yes,
hey,
yes.
look, all
I
this
like that.
unregulated money is going to finance terrorists and
Oh, right.
insurrectionists.
Right. I like that. That's good. Yeah.
Plus, it's bad
Yeah.
for the environment."
Man, they think of everything, don't they? They're so one step ahead with all their devious planning. And I guess because we know that really it's the banking system, the banksters, those that control the banks that are, I hate to say Alex Jones was right in a lot of ways in that sense, but they are definitely the ones that are really orchestrating most of everything that's going on in society.
Well, follow the money. I mean, it's hard to argue with that logic, but I'm amazed at how 2020 put everything out in the open, and some people are still uh, blindly thinking that voting is going to get them out of this. To me, voting is like a bad addiction, almost like a codependent thing, where it's it's almost sad at this point. But again, I'm not really. I've never been in favor of big government, but there's no voices out there in favor of small government or conservative government. And anybody in politics, it seems like to even get in, you got to be brainwashed. You got to be complicit with the mainstream narratives. You got to believe in, maybe you don't believe in the MSM, but you believe MSM plus. So you have nobody on the world stage in any position of leadership knows, or rather treats the world stage as it is. They all exist in this fantasy. So to me, it's just become a big spectacle. But the main reason I watch it so closely too is that I realize that all the bread and circuses is there for crowd management. But as 2020 showed us, if the system decides to, it can turn the hive mind on. And now suddenly you're not so free anymore because you got to deal with mobs of people who want to suddenly boss you around. So I'm paying careful attention to what the mob is being fed a steady diet of. And it seems like right now, more than anything, a lot of it has to do with climate change and the idea of course, space junk has now become sort of prominent again, to where even some mainstream science websites are talking about the possibility of space junk landing on us. So, and then of course, one other thing I've been noticing too is there's a PSA out for nuclear fallout. So
Right. Wow.
they're conditioning the public. So they're telling you if there's a nuke that goes off, go to your basements, lock down.
Amazing. Hey, I heard on one of your shows that you said you had a black eye. Did I hear correctly on that? Did something happen?
Oh, I had a household accident and I joined the Black Eye Club, but
Oh, okay.
I,
Wow.
I didn't post any pictures of it.
All right, you're like me. You're incognito for the most part, so that's fine. I respect privacy on that for sure. Okay, so it wasn't something that you were trying to join. You weren't trying to join the Black Eye Club on purpose.
No, actually, it had to do with an unruly person in a situation, uh, whatever it was. But you de-escalate things, and sometimes you get hit by a stray fist or something.
Oh, is that
Nothing,
right? Wow.
nothing majorly huge, but it was just like, yeah, it was just my take on it was, yeah, I'm in the Black Eye Club now.
Oh,
So
wow.
people
Yeah.
do get black eyes. I can't say if Brad Pitt or Travolta or any of these movie stars, any of these guys who get the black eyes, the Pope, I can't say if these are legitimate accidents, but um, mine was.
Yeah, well, I think it's definitely a club for those guys. There's something going on there. Pepper wants to know, does anyone auto hoax the Sri Lanka videos? Where I actually have a friend who came back from Sri Lanka, And he wasn't at the presidential palace or burning anyone down, but he definitely said there was no gas there. He was able to fill 2 barrels of gas up, put them in the back of his large 9-seater van, and drive around the island because he's from that area. So there's definitely shortages, and there definitely things are melting down in Sri Lanka. So, but what's your take on the videos? Do you have a take on auto hoaxing them?
Yeah, well, I don't. It's like for example, 1/6. I don't believe that it's 100% organic. I think these are instigated, but most of the people there have perceived or real legitimate grievances. And so I
Hmm.
think what the media's job is to steer people. And I don't take it for granted that uh, it's always going to be fake. I think the idea is, of course, they use cyber because it's more effective,
Right.
and it's just not
Cheaper,
possible
yeah.
to always use force. But
Yeah.
yeah, we are kind of at the mercy of the mob in certain situations, and I'm always interested to see how far the mob will go, and how when it becomes aware of itself. Like 2020 was eye-opening for me because the MSM ignores what we were seeing, and you can find videos, people on their own phones, just experiencing what it's like when you have a mob of people on your car trying to pull you out of your car. This stuff really happens, and of course, the media is the big instigator. So I had to look more into Sri Lanka, but to me, this is, I think, the big story. It's the rousing of what I call the Kraken or Leviathan, one of the big memes that's been pushed out for the last 2 years. I think that there's a worldwide effort to awaken destructive collectivism and use it as a weapon against any last vestiges of individual liberty and freedom. And I think that's really what the objective is here with all these mass outrages.
Oh yeah, they want to bring us into what I guess it's called communitarian society, which I guess is maybe a couched word for communism for sure. A form of no individualism, everything is for the collective, and that might also mean wiping out the middle class, which has been talked about since after the war, World War II. I I, I was listening to a video from 1961 by I think Benjamin Freeman at some hotel in 1961. So this is a long-term plan that's going on right now. Absolutely.
In fact,
Uh,
yeah, this is
yeah.
absolutely the case. I saw something the other day. It was a book that says climate change is racist, and that white colonialism is making the air unbreathable. So what they've done is they've taken Marxist class warfare, the rich against the poor, and they've replaced it and they've masked it with environmentalism. But I do think the objective here is to get rid of we say the middle class. I would say, yeah, anybody owning property, and they want
Right.
to get you got to get rid of your individuality. And this was conditioned in 2020. Until you put on your mask, you're being selfish. You still have a unique face. You got to cover it up and be like everybody else. And I think that was a big message. Don't be selfish. Sacrifice for the community. Take the jab as your gang initiation is how I saw it. And again, I think that whole year was a war on individuals, forcing you to choose to be selfish or to choose the right way and to be a collectivist and join the hive. And again, I think it was a very successful operation in that regard. It pretty
Right.
much made us see where everyone stands. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to tip the balance in favor of a collectivist hive mind over individuals who think and perceive for themselves.
All right. That video was called Benjamin Friedman's 1961 speech at the Willard Hotel. It's on FacoTube. It's show note number 3. Speaking of vaccines, can you clarify your position on what you think the vaccines are? Because I am of the opinion that they are dangerous. They are killing people. They are injuring people, just like every other vaccine has ever done. And I know your position has been that they were to create a schism, which they absolutely have done. They have created a fault line through families, through dinner tables, through cities, through countries. They have created a brand new fault line that had never existed in the world before. Forget black and white, rich and poor. Now we have those that believe in the mask, the vaccines, and those that absolutely do not. So what's your take on, do you think they're doing any kind of damage at all? Like it's being slowly, I think it's slowly coming out worldwide. It people may not acknowledge it, but I think it's really happening.
One, my take on it has been, yeah, that this is a political prop to create a schism and to force people to choose between big government injected immune system and their own immune system. And to me, this is a choice that one makes that reveals what their relationship is to the government. Kind of like, should you defend yourself or do you have the police come and defend you, when it comes to Second Amendment? And I think that the self-defense is a critical issue here, whether it's border security, home security, or your immune system and your skin is a primary border. So the question of whether you want your borders to be porous, whether you want to be able to defend your borders, that really, that choice you make, it puts you on one or other side of the political schism here. So to me, to be pro-vax is to be pro-open borders. It's to be in favor of gun control because you want the injected governmental immune system. And the other side represents, of course, the opposite position. Defend yourself first, and that's your primary responsibility. So for one, I think it's a schism. But when it comes to the idea of it being a weapon, one of my first MOS in the military, my military occupational specialty was NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical. And most of that was learning about the different ways that you could disperse biological or chemical agents across a population to destroy them. And
Okay.
the idea of this as a bioweapon, in my view, is kind of worthless compared to other things. So I just don't think it's the most effective thing. So if it is going to be used in that way, it's not going to do a Vaxageddon. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and the Democrats are all dead. It's not going to
Right.
happen like that, if at all. So if anything, it's a wait and see. But to me, the mission was accomplished when they set out the premise and when they created the quote anti-vaxxer. I don't believe in anti-vaxxers. Just because you're against something doesn't mean you should take that designation. Maybe you're a conscientious objector to something you don't fully understand or can't yet. And I think that what they were trying to do again was force you to make a choice that has significant political and social ramifications. But again, if it's killing anybody, I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen anything to substantiate that with the virus or with the solution to the virus.
Right. Well, I just know people that are definitely getting poisoned, and cancers are accelerating that where they shouldn't even appear at all. So I think I definitely think something is happening. I
Now, let me ask you this then. Let's say it
Okay.
is happening. Is
Yeah.
it done in such a way that there's complete plausible deniability and it's never going to be
Oh yes.
surfaced?
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think so, and I think it's done in such a way that it's a slow burn, and most people will not acknowledge that their government is hurting them, so they're not going to see it. They're not going to acknowledge it, and it's going to take. It's just going to take. I don't know if what it'll take to get people to figure it out. I'm convinced of it in so many ways, and I go right back to childhood vaccination. I've really done a lot of research into that. I think a lot of the autoimmune disease, the autistic explosion, I think it's all real, and I think it all goes back to what it can never be. And they say it can never be the vaccine because the vaccine is always there to help you. So how can it be something that's being offered as a solution? So I definitely don't. I don't think it's anything engineered any more than it's just the adjuvants, the things that they say cause a response in your body that are accumulating and causing all kinds of debilitating diseases. And if you are already vulnerable and or older, then it's going to just push you over the edge. And a lot of people already are over prescribed on all kinds.
All right, happy Infinite Plane Sunday, September the 5th, 2021. We want to make this a regular thing. We have, here we go. Oh, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms bringing us in. Just sent out notification. So if you get the text message alerts, you'll be getting it about now. Sorry if I woke you up. We started later than usual. Notifications have gone out via email and in every other possible way. I have a quote here from David Lynch, filmmaker. What a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. So let's start with this. Alex Jones claims that he and his family have been taking horse medicine in order to cure themselves of COVID preemptively or something. But anyway, he goes on TV and he takes these drugs live. And he talks about how, no, Dr. Fauci's not going to take him out, implying that Joe Rogan was hit with COVID sent by Fauci as some kind of an assassination attempt to take out a truther or something. That's Jones's conspiracy theory.
Care people.
So here you have Alex Jones angrily staring into the camera as he takes the horse pills.
Overhead shot, please. You know what this is? This is ivermectin for humans that won a Nobel Prize as an antiviral. And this is inhalable, or these are the tablets, steroids.
Now, he doesn't inhale it or snort it or anything. I think he tries to eat it, and you can see him on camera, and he seems to wash it down with, of all things, a Corona. Oh, no, that's a Dos Equis. It would have been better if it was a Corona. Now, here's the thing. If you're watching it, or if you've seen it on TV, it's kind of hard to tell, but someone has actually done their due diligence. They did a frame-by-frame, treating this like a Zapruder, and as actually Sandy Bacon found out, his left hand dumps it behind him. He actually throws the medicine on the floor behind him.
Oh, I don't usually deal with my enemies right away. I get them later. Yeah, you creep up on them with a poison injection, dressed up in a lab coat, you little Joseph Mengele, Nuremberg Code violating monster.
So there he is. He's excoriating Dr. Fauci, accusing him of trying to kill us all, specifically Rogan and now him, and so he takes the medicine. Now he's immune. He's inoculated or something. But again, he drops the pill behind him.
You damn monster. See our little cancer proteins like that.
Yep. All right, well, somebody knows how not to take his meds, apparently. But again, that's... Just want to bring that up. David Lynch, what a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. Lots of things to talk about tonight. Little Nas having a baby or something. I mean, things keep getting weirder. And that's not even the most shocking thing right now. Let me see what we have in the chat. All right, AJ206 confirms IPR text message notifications received. User offline says Joe Rogan cured. Well, did you see what CNN did? CNN actually made Joe Rogan look gray, like he was dying. They actually discolored him. They did it on purpose, obviously. Somebody says that's the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, on the screen I made a meme of Little Nas, and the baby's actually the alien from the Alien series ripping out of his belly. And then on its head, I superimposed President Kamala. Just a little meme work I was occupied with earlier. Working on an episode of South Pole. All right, so I want to talk about a lot of things. A lot of things have been repeating as of late, as is usual with the meta-scripted reality. For example, August 29th, 2021, in both and August 29th, 2005, again, these are anniversaries, hurricane hits Louisiana. Kanye drops a new album. White Sox in the first place. Afghanistan in the news. Just some repeating history. And also, the new Kanye album has a song called Hurricane. Sure, that's just a coincidence as well. And he reportedly didn't want the album released on that day. So apparently the Metascripters have total creative control, and if they decide it has to be released on this day to meet up with our Illuminati ritual, that's what it's going to be. Or something. I mentioned this the other day. The gun maker that's being sued for the Sandy Hook shooter is trying to obtain records for the children who were supposedly shot. So that should be interesting. If you followed the story, you know that Dr. Carver, the coroner, Dr. Carver, was behind something that made it possible for them to actually prohibit anybody from seeing any kind of autopsy reports. I mean, why would you? That's horrible, right? But if you wanted to investigate this thing, well, they blocked it in advance. So it's kind of interesting, too, that finally somebody else is following up on this. And I think this might actually be an attempt to get at the truth. Now, the coverage doesn't mention this. They seem to think it's just an egregious violation of privacy. But I think it might be an attempt to find out what really happened. And if you don't know, it's a little too late. I mean, you should already know by now. A lot of people haven't been able to internalize the fact that so much of our media is just pure theater and propaganda. Now, I want to play something from the Conan O'Brien show. It's from a couple of years ago. And this is Buzz Aldrin. And he's explaining to Colin how Colin's memories, his recollections, are wrong. He could not possibly have remembered having witnessed the moon landing as he believes he did. And now take a listen. I've played this before, but it's worth hearing again how Buzz Aldrin corrects him on his memories.
I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because...
No, you didn't. You didn't watch us land on the moon.
On the moon,
no,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
You watched animation, he says, having to explain it to him. And this is a great opportunity to explain how the Mandela effect works. People associate reports of things with actual memories, and eventually they just kind of recall it as a memory. And then, when challenged by the question, do you remember it this way or that way? Like with the Mandela effect, do you recall Ed McMahon dropping off big checks? Well, if you reach back to all the memories you have from that period, you probably saw the overlapping commercials with American Family Publishing and Publishers Clearinghouse. So it wouldn't be that shocking for someone to arrive at the answer that, yeah, I recall Ed McMahon passing out big checks. The Mandela effect is basically faulty eyewitness testimony coupled with the interrogator's bias. Well, in this case, we have Buzz Aldrin explaining how, no, you don't have this memory, Conan.
You guys land on the moon,
no,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories, okay?
So
right. Well, we collectively have hazy memories. I mean, that's... And this is what the media relies upon. The mass media gaslights anybody who knows what's really going on. I'm surprised Buzz even corrected him there. I really am. All right, let me see who's in the chat. Again, we have confirmation that people have been receiving the text message notifications. We're also mirrored on the Dark Matter digital network, so if you're listening at darkmatter.radio, you're welcome to join us in chat. Just go to the website and click the button. Strawberry Blind says, I saw penguins at the aquarium in Connecticut last week. You know, there are some people on the internet who believe that penguins are animatronics, that they don't exist. And that kind of irked me for some reason. So I went to the penguin exhibit here. I took a lot of videos, took a lot of pictures, and I can confirm, I mean, I won't expect you to take my word for it, but if they are animatronic, they're far more sophisticated than any I've ever seen. And they can swim underwater the way birds fly in the air. You know, it's really quite incredible. User Offline says Sandy Hook victims were all quickly cremated like Babbitt. Well, if you go into that story, and we did bring this up the other day because some of the families involved are wearing hyper-realistic synthetic masks, prosthetics, Hollywood-style makeup, because they're afraid of conspiracy theorists, or so they say. But yeah, you would think they had something to hide. And Ashley Babbitt, I think that's a hint, maybe not, but they sure did cremate her right away. And that case, in my opinion, is obviously just a psyop. There's a documentary you can find at fakeworld.news, pinned at the top. It's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes.
And it's a must watch because it shows you that Ashley Babbitt is not dead. So you should resist any kind of temptation to accept this martyr narrative. Now, I have a list of things I wanted to discuss. Let me go ahead and go through the topics, and if anything piques your interest, you can call in. It's been a couple of days, so things have piled up, but we'll catch up. The MAGA ban. So they used to call them maggots, M-A-G-A-T-S, Make America Great Again. Maggots was a pejorative term used by the Antifa fascists. Well, now they call them the MAGA ban, and I believe that comes from someone at CNN, Jim Acosta, like Taliban, MAGA ban. The vanilla ISIS narrative is building up, and I've been talking about this since before the media started overtly making these comparisons, recycled scripts. Also, there was an incident yesterday where one of the Proud Boys named Tiny Toes shot himself in the foot. Seems fake. Someone who was there or watched it live thinks that it's fake and told me so on Twitter, so I'll get to that. Trump somehow reverses his age. There's a picture floating around of Donald Trump looking about 10 years younger, and it doesn't make any sense. Some suspect that he's taken some kind of Regeneron or some kind of age reversing, I don't know, adrenochrome? No, something else. Something that we're all going to get when Trump comes back, according to Q. I mean, that's what the QAnons actually believe. They think Trump's coming back with a bunch of suppressed technology, including life extension and free Wi-Fi for everybody, Tartarian technology, all kinds of stuff. We just got to wait until the deep state is thoroughly routed. I'm not sure what we're waiting on. Something on Hunter's laptop, probably. But anyway, yeah, there is conjecture about whether or not Trump has somehow found a way to reduce or reverse his age. And he does look younger in this picture, I guess. It could be Photoshop. I mean, what's more likely? Occam's razor. What's more likely? Age-defying technology, age-reversing technology, time travel, or Photoshop? COVID continues to kill conservatives. We've been talking about this. It seems like a lot of the doubters are being taken out, and the liberal media is loving it. They like it when the mask refuseniks and the vaxophobes die. They can point at it and say, see, you didn't believe in our God. And that's kind of how they treat it. You can tell when they're really happy about a specific pile of bodies or casualties. I even said that. I said, I was listing off the names of conservative pundits dying of COVID. And I was like, the media hasn't been this happy and elated about a pile of bodies since probably Sandy Hook. All right, so we are about a week away from, 6 days away from the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And we know how they love their anniversaries. Every year they do something to kind of rub it in your face that it's all just a ritual and you're an outsider. Remember last year they had Derek Chauvin in court on that date. Why would they do that? Because he 9/11'd America. And we talk about this quite a lot. There's a subtext to all these stories. There really is. The media has an esoteric side. There are some kind of wizards in control, but there is a subtext. Good writing. The name Derek is actually from a historically significant hangman who hanged 3,000 people. The name Chauvin, obviously Western chauvinism. So you have the hangman, Western chauvinist, lynching somebody for 846. And by the way, the first tower was hit at 846. The sun set in the Twin Cities that day at 846. I mean, these are the signs. These are the indicators that we're looking at theater. And I've been finding some interesting correlations again between 1969 and 2021. This is something we've been discussing this entire year. And I found something interesting, a connection between Neuralink, this digital monolith concept, and ARPANET. So these are all some of the topics we're going to cover, plus many more. Also, those of you who are listening on the archives or listening through any of the podcast platforms, we now take on sponsorships. So you may hear, not ads, but I do give shout outs to the different sponsors, so you'll hear that, which is great news. We're that much more, I think, protected against censorship, because it's always about demonetization. If they can cut your funding, they can kill your channel, but we're finding other ways to keep this going. So we have no interest in ever making money for Google ads on YouTube. All right, let me go through the other list here. I mentioned last week that a couple of assassins are on the loose. John Hinckley and Saran. John Hinckley released after 35 years, and the shooter of RFK, Saran, after 53. Unusual timing, but yeah, it seems like both of them are about to be let out. Going through comments. Has anybody found out if Chet Hanks has died of COVID yet? He went against his family, his parents, Tom Hanks and his mom, very public with their COVID. First visible celebrities, first celebrity couple to come down with COVID, big deal. You probably didn't know anybody who had it, but you knew them. And then Chet comes out, and he went totally against the grain. He claims his own immune system is good enough. Let me go ahead and play this rant for those of you who missed it.
Hey guys, so just checking in. Look, I've been kind of on the fence about this for a while. That's why I've never spoke on it. But with the amount of people that I know recently that have gotten COVID, and with the numbers rising, I think it's important for me to say, I got the vaccine. I think everybody should. I think it's really important, that we all do this just as citizens, as Americans. We have to look out for each other and get this shit under control, guys. So I suggest to all my followers, you guys set an appointment and get the vaccine first thing. Psych! Bitch! If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I never had COVID. You ain't sticking me with that motherfucking needle. It's the motherfucking flu. Get over it, okay? If you're sick, stay inside. I'm tired of having okay? Why we working around y'all? If you're in danger, stay your ass inside. I'm tired of wearing a mouth.
All right. So, I sense Duper's delight. I think he's laughing while he's doing this. It appears that he's driving, which you shouldn't be driving and ranting. It could be an act. He is an actor. What is he portraying? And so I'm wondering, are they doing this to make an example out of him? Who's going to complain? And it would be a great example. Hey, look, even his parents had it, and here he is denying it. So, and also keep in mind, this guy has these tattoos that kind of say it all. He has Illuminati tattoos, tarot card tattoos. He's even got the medical symbol and COVID tattoos. They look like COVID balls. And we know this because he Instagrams his tats. Although some people question whether the tats are real, others question whether he's wearing a bodysuit and he's 120 pounds. But whatever the case, are they going to make an example out of him? And maybe not even just for going against the vax and mask narrative, but maybe for using the word psych. When was the last time that was ever used in any context? Salty Siren says he looks like a man-pig hybrid. AJ206 says he's going to get the boogeyman inside him now. Well, I haven't seen him in a little while, so it could be some kind of an act. That's my suspicion. Do you remember last summer when... And look, this guy's not somebody to take serious. I mean, in my opinion, he's definitely very erratic. The last time I saw him, he was on Instagram, and he was bleeding. And he said, my girlfriend did this. And apparently his girlfriend hit him with a frying pan. So you can find a video of Chet Hanks with his bloody head. I mean, I don't care to go too deep into it, but I'm saying could be something. Could be staged. That's all. All right, again, we're approaching the anniversary of 9/11, so we'll be talking about this more as we go along. And there's still some people who get triggered when you suggest that the entire thing was a theatrical production, that it wasn't an actual attack, false flag or otherwise. And my contention is that false flag theory is in fact a hoax. I don't think that they use false flags. I lean towards hoaxes. The difference being a hoax is propaganda. A false flag is an actual attack where people die or just whether it's collateral damage or whatever. But you wouldn't have crisis actors at an event which is real. And so the appearance of crisis actors to me kind of suggests that we're looking at a whole lot of theater. Speaking of theater, there's murder hornets are back, if you want to believe it. And I was watching this BBC, here we go, story on the murder hornets. There's 113 of them. They found 113 worker hornets in a nest out there in Washington. Anyway, they're out there in these suits. They look like stormtroopers. So murder hornets are back. They're all from China. And that always struck me as fishy. And again, everything that seems like stories, to me, I just have to question. Like, how convenient. You have murder hornets from China. We have the bat virus from China. I'm surprised they haven't had COVID-infected murder hornets yet. But I think there's an element here of, I don't know, it's like tabloid. I haven't even seen one. Has anybody been taken out by any murder hornets? Not yet. Audrey Hepburn in the chat says, "White boy summer, let's go," referring to Chet Hanks. Well, there's not much time left. Summer's almost over. Has anything even happened? Here's a quote by Bertrand Russell. "Collective fear stimulates herd instinct and tends to produce ferocity towards those who are not regarded as members of the herd." And then obviously we all know what that's about right now. And this hostility is encouraged by the media. I mean, it's getting pretty dark when you look at the headlines. Let's go and just start with a few things. CNN's Acosta, Jim Acosta is the one who said that it's the Magaban on the right. It's the American Taliban, a combination of theocracy and thugocracy. And where were they last summer when Antifa was literally burning everything down? It's just strange how people forget that. Remember, last year, we were counting down to the White House siege. Now, it didn't actually happen, but they were planning, Antifa was planning on storming the White House, but they had put up fences, they had the National Guard and everything else. But somehow that got lost in the mix. And then on 1/6, we have this guided tour through the Capitol, which they then called an attempted insurrection. Here's an article from MSNBC, "Why the American Far Right is Openly Admiring the Taliban." And this is kind of a continuation of a topic I've been covering, how the mass media has been creating this character for some time, the white Al-Qaeda threat. And the suicide bomber extremist, the frontline cannon fodder of the American Taliban, or the Magaban, would be the incels. That would be the shooters, the ones who want a reset because they don't like the way the Western world elevates women, etc. Islamic State and QAnon rioters came from the same roots. Failed governance, foreignpolicy.com. It's all over the media, this painting up of the American right as a group of terrorists. And I noticed this before, how it seems like the QAnon is designed to help underscore these comparisons that the media is making. Because if you think about it, the radical Islamic terrorist, radicalized by the Quran, is going up against the great Satan. The radicalized American counterpart is radicalized by QAnon. So it goes from Quran to the QAnon verses. And he's radicalized against what? The great Satan, the deep state, who are Satanists in charge. You can kind of see how that works. It's a template, if you ask me. I think they've manufactured a bad guy in order to intimidate the political left. And they've added on to this with a whole new element here. The psychopathy of Matthew Coleman, the individual who supposedly speared his children to death on the anniversary date of the Manson killings. All very interesting timing. And that was also during the Mike Lindell Symposium, which is all about stirring up resentment about the election. All these things are coming together, I think, on purpose, intentionally, I think they're conflating certain ideas so that the public thinks that you can catch ideas just through contact, like you can catch memes through, it's like catching a virus through the screen. You look at a meme, the idea gets in your mind, now you have a mind virus. And that's what they're getting the public acclimated to. And this isn't new. I happen to think this is the real agenda behind the pandemic. Cutting, or rather, curating the internet and cutting off, quarantining sections of the internet until they can purify it. It's a holy war. This is definitely a holy war. Not just being fought with sanitizer and injections, but it's in cyberspace as well. I brought this up last year, how when the Kardashians were freezing their social media account because of, quote, online hate and conspiracy theories, I saw it then. I said, okay, this is probably the real agenda. And I fully expect there to be calls to shut down the internet at some point. I think they're trying to build up this fear. I mean, this is pretty much an extension, a repeat. Everything is repeating. This is recycled from post 9/11. We just have a different bad guy this time. So instead of monitoring radical mosques, you got to monitor radical websites. And they've done pretty well at this. First they marginalized certain ideas and pushed them off onto other platforms, and then they shut down those platforms. And then attempted platforms like Parler, attempting to compete with Twitter, quickly shot down. And remember, when Parler was under attack by the mass media, there was a right-wing racist MAGA or MAGA band shooter shooting up parlors, as in massage parlors. He was an incel. So you have one of these incel, suicide bomber, radical MAGA band terrorists shooting up parlors while the media is trying to shut down Parler, which radicalized him. Not a coincidence. That's the nature of this theater, and most of those listening know. I mean, we tend to analyze the subtext of the stories of the day. Going through some comments. Let me go ahead and play my voicemails. Again, appreciate everyone who leaves voicemails. 833-311-1984. The phone number, again, 833-311-1984, is a pleasant reminder about where we are and when. We're in 1984, always have been, always will be, but the recent iteration kicked off on 3/11. So they didn't make a lot of effort to brand this particular psyop as they did with 9/11, as they could have, because 3/11 was the date they declared a pandemic. But for all intents and purposes, it makes the most sense to me to refer to that as 3/11. In fact, the 9/11 memorials started on 3/11. You know, the light memorials with the 88 spotlights. Portal Complex says we had Coleman burning the lodges in Vancouver. Oh yeah, let's bring that up really quick. So someone had pointed this out, the names, because the killer in California, the guy who did the killings on the anniversary of the Manson killings with the spear, all very significant if you ask me. Supposedly killing his kids because he believed they had serpent DNA. Unbelievable story. I don't believe it. I don't have enough information to conclude it's true. The story, it's full of holes, no pun intended. But basically, I mean, he stabbed the kid 17 times. I mean, it sounds gruesome, but 17 is Q. You see how corny this is? But his name was Coleman, which, in his own words, according to his Instagram account, Coleman means dove, which has a lot of significance when we get into the symbolism. And I've talked about the dove and how in the New Age it's basically the phoenix. And even in the context of the dove with the olive branch in the story of Noah, it's not really a symbol of peace necessarily, because it's the peace of the grave after God has wiped out the world, except for whatever was in the ark. But the name Coleman means dove. And a few months before, there was an individual named Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman who burned 3 Masonic lodges in Canada. Kind of interesting. And then you had Trump's Patriot rally in Cullman, Alabama. And when we look at the bigger picture, you'll see why these names matter. Portal Complex says the Coleman stove or lantern. Yeah, there's some kind of, exactly, there's some kind of symbolism. X-Ray 76 says, is there any message in the songs of the group 311? Yes. The group 311 has some symbolism pointing to Seattle quite a lot. And ground zero for the pandemic was in fact Seattle. Patient zero first came down with symptoms on 1/19. But not only that, their 2001 release called Chaos looks like the sun, but it also looks like a big COVID. A song called, anyway, there's quite a lot there I think you could find. Quite a lot of symbolism in all of these mainstream events, and that's one of the things we've been breaking down for quite some time here. And let's go ahead and look at this one here too. So right now, this is from ZeroHedge.com. Quote, "This is bad. Russian cosmonauts discover tiny cracks in the space station." So there's a crack in the space station. Now, ever since last year, November the 3rd has been associated with the Kraken. The Kraken was something that lawyer Sidney Powell was going to release, which would break the dam of information that was being held from the public that would expose some kind of massive fraud within the election. That was the story. So Release the Kraken had been a meme for some time associated with that date, November the 3rd. So moving down the line, leading up to that date, memes, like I say, memes matter in the big story. You had, at the same time, crack was suddenly in the news. You had Hunter Biden and his crack pipe. Release the Kraken. Maybe nothing at first. Well, then fast forward to 2021, Mike Lindell is now in charge of what Sidney Powell was doing, trying to break the dam. So now you have Mike Lindell, an admitted crackhead, crack addict, taking on the job of the original Kraken, trying to, I don't know, with this election, really hit at this fissure between the left and the right with this allegations that the election was, fraudulent. So crack smoker, Kraken, all these things kind of keep piling up. The Prime Minister of New Zealand with a crack pipe, maybe that's not such a big deal. But now we have this. The Russian cosmonauts discovering cracks in the space station. And my contention is that the Kraken, this meme that's been forced out there, is some kind of code for the breakdown of international peace and solidarity, specifically with the space station. I think the Tower of Babel has to fall. I see the space program as the modern counterpart. It is the Tower of Babel. It takes all men, one language, the internet, from Earth to the heavens. And I think that when Jeff Bezos went up there, I think the whole thing was officially complete. He's in the capsule which represents, of course, blue origin, blue blood. I think the capsule represents the golden cap of the obelisk, because rockets are obelisks, and they've never made it more obvious with Bezos' rocket. So there he is in the capsule, going past the Kármán line into space. So space is heaven in the modern context. It's the universal heaven. And the trip from Earth to space by the king of Amazon, who stepped down, but they described it as passing on his crown. Again, crown and the capsule of the rocket. These are symbols. So the fact is, before he steps down, he takes this trip and he actually he reaches the heavens. So the Tower of Babel has been built. And now I see more and more stories like this about cracks. And I don't think it's literally a crack in the space station, because I don't believe there is one. I think this is a story, and we're waiting to see what happens when that crack, whatever it happens to be, actually breaks. You've probably seen this before. I want to read this. I mean, we all know about how phony these characters are. So the QAnon shaman, who no longer wants to be identified as a QAnon shaman for some reason. He used to be known as Yellowstone Wolf. Jake Angeli, and that's not even his real name. His real name is Jake, it has a C, Chansley, and his father's a Democrat judge. But anyway, he's a, quote, self-initiated shamanic practitioner mean, talk about cultural appropriation. Energetic healer, and he's an ordained minister from Phoenix. Again, he's 33 years old. It says he's worked in behavioral health for 6 years. Now he's claiming to be mentally ill, and that as a mental patient, he had no ability to resist Trump or Q. It says he's walked the shamanic path for 20 years, and he's had numerous paranormal and UFO experiences. Now, he's recently said that he's an alien. He's written several books, and he's influenced the lives of hundreds, well, many more now, and spent endless hours in deep trance states and meditation, and he defeated dark demonic forces. He's cleansed ecosystems, and he's liberated minds. You can find him at starseedacademy.space. That's the QAnon shaman. I've never heard him describe the values of limited government conservatism or fiscal conservatism. I've never heard him describe why he stands for Trump at all, because it's really strange that he could be considered the face of this political movement when he's clearly just some kind of an actor playing a role. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the list here. I have, again, fakeworld.news. I have all the links that I've been covering posted over there. So earlier today, I talked about the story. There's a Proud Boy leader. So remember, you have the Proud Boys on the right, and you got the Soy Boys on the left. Proud Boys versus Soy Boys, fighting for favor of Father Government, I suppose. Well, Proud Boy leader Tiny Toes, that's his name. Tiny Toes. You remember at the Capitol riot, there was somebody with a flag that said, "Don't tread on me," and she got trampled on to death. We have a list of names that just fit the outcome of the person, fits the disposition of that character. I think it's just scripted theater. I don't think this is real. So I see this story about a guy named Tiny Toes who shoots himself in the foot. Anyway, commenter here says, "Fake story, I watched it live. He shot by Antifa and escaped on a bus." So what it could be, if you ask me, it could be a fake shooting staged to make the Proud Boys look dumb. An appeal to ridicule, a very successful one at that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's some kind of a, would you call that a false flag? I'd call that just a hoax. Jordan says, defeated dark demonic forces. I've done that too. Oh yeah, Jake and Jelly, the QAnon shaman. I think about the story here. The QAnon shaman. You know, that Q sent me. So he's claiming that he was sent by this mysterious guru or leader behind the scenes to do this thing. And he went into the Capitol with a spear and nobody shot him. Like, take your spear and go into a building and see how far you get. No, they held him by the hand and they walked him to Pelosi's chair. I mean, again, if you haven't seen it, the insurrection was a guided tour. Nobody got killed. It was totally staged. And for every insurrectionist, there were probably 7 MSM photographers. It was a CNN production through and through. I'm very curious to see what happens with Owen Schroyer, the guy from InfoWars, who has been lumped in with the rioters. And he was inciting a riot. So was Alex Jones. It's surprising that Alex Jones wasn't pulled in. But does he not know that Ashley Babbitt's alive? And this is what I find problematic about many of these mainstream, I'll say mainstream because they're mainstream, they're fringe, but these mainstreamers is, if he's really going to jail for this, well, he ought to bring up in his own defense that Ashley Babbitt is not dead. We can prove it by this documentary. Now, if you haven't seen the documentary, again, it's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes or Less. This would exonerate him. In fact, he might as well call Ashley Babbitt as a witness. There's no reason to think she's dead.
Read me.
I'm going to play a clip.
There are some
protests happening down outside the Capitol.
The simulated riots in D.C. was a powder keg long in the making. The evidence for pre-planning and setting up a situation for a disaster is overwhelming. Paid actors.
We can take that place. We got more people coming up. Let's get them down here on the track.
I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today.
Lady, I'm going to break this fucking phone if you don't stop.
They hit me with bullets.
They hit me with bullets, says the crisis actor. And he's holding a water bottle. Crisis actors, they're usually holding water bottles. I think it might be a way that they can identify each other, some kind of sign. And oftentimes they wear flannel because they're usually from the left coast and they're representing rednecks, and so they wear flannels. Just stereotyping. That's how they do it. Crisis actors, you can tell just by their wardrobe most of the time, lack of tears, conspicuously bland, lack of emotion, just very, very empty performances. I've never really seen a very moving crisis actor. And this event, the thing at the Capitol, I think it needs to be looked at because it's changing everything. It's setting the narrative, sets the political narratives, and people believe it's real. But there are a few things in here that are quite damning. In particular, there's an activist who actually dips his hand in the blood. You see him do it. He just kind of leans over and he taps the blood, and then he goes outside and he waves his bloody hand around, and he says, you did this. You killed somebody with your right-wing hatred and bigotry. He gives this little speech or whatever, and he claims that he caught her, that he literally caught her as she fell. His name is Benjamin Barani. He says they shot her with a gun through the neck and he caught her, and he shows off his bloody hand. Looks like ketchup on his fingernail. Like barely anything there, like he went to Wendy's for French fries. And he doesn't look like he just saw a dead body. He ran out there to give his lines to the camera. Totally phony. So Ashley Babbitt's not dead, so if Owen Schroyer goes to jail, it's because somebody didn't tell him that the whole thing was staged. Let's go ahead and talk about this for a moment. The story about Donald Trump and how he somehow reversed his age. Is it Photoshop? Is it Tartarian technology? Lefty Invests tweets, "It's real." And they're discussing it. It looks like him. Again, people are just discussing whether or not, and they found the actual original photo. It says maybe it's less stress, more sleep, exercise, weight loss, sunshine. So people are just trying to figure out, well, why is it? I'm not convinced it's the same man. Some think it's somebody in a mask. Weight loss, Botox, less stress, groomed eyebrows. Nose is different, not the same man, says Petra. So if you go to fakeworld.news, you can see the pictures we're talking about. And I'm doing a side-by-side, and I don't think it's the same guy. It looks like a Halloween costume, and the hair's wrong. So Trump might have been replaced. Hopefully they have a better actor than the guy who's playing Biden. Val Hall says Jake and Jelly was a plant. Agreed. Oh, no doubt. They all were. There was another actor who said some very bad words on TV, threatened Nancy Pelosi. He had a neck beard. And then you see him on the news later when he's charged. He's clean cut, 33, lives in Burbank, California. Probably doesn't really own any flannel and never has a neck beard. But he did for that performance. Another instigator happens to be 33 years old. Bunch of wag the dog, no doubt. All right, let's continue. Zin Velas says those eyes are deep. Yeah, that's one indicator that you're looking at a mask. The eyes are much deeper because it's another layer. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think he looks thinner, for sure. But that wouldn't explain it at all. Really, really interesting. I mean, he could have been replaced. We've already talked about this before. I've done side-by-sides of Joe Biden, and they don't look alike. They really don't. Joe Biden today looks more like Beau Biden, his son, supposedly deceased, who looks more like Joe Biden in terms of his skull structure than he does Joe Biden, leaving some to speculate that Beau Biden just changed his identity and that he is playing the role of his father and his father's retired or something. This is being shared around Twitter. Rolling Stones has images of gunshot victims left waiting outside as dewormer overdoses overwhelm hospitals. Just absurd. They're just trying to make the case that Joe Rogan caused a lot of people to take this drug and they're overdosing. Well, the picture that Rolling Stones shared was actually from January, and it was people waiting to get the vaccine at a church somewhere. It wasn't even at a hospital. The media does this all the time, but it's possible now to call them out on it, and that's, I think, why the media is so defensive these days. Oh, you don't agree with us? You're basically a terrorist or tantamount to a terrorist. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I've been looking at these college football games, Fox College Football, and there are stadiums full of people not socially distanced, not masked. I don't know what the vax rate is here, but just take a listen. Those cheering mouths are not covered.
It's been 600.
So again, it's been 651 days, I think, since they've been able to do this. And I've been seeing these videos all day, and I see people in the chat saying, you can tell where they stand politically. It's kind of interesting. Those on the political left are just expecting half the stadium to die by tomorrow. And on the other side, they seem not to care. But I wonder, where were those concerned about these unmasked gatherings last year when the rioters were violating social distancing mandates and everything else? And there weren't any COVID deaths among BLM or Antifa, because if there were, they would have made martyrs out of them. Didn't happen. Why is that? My theory at the time was that tear gas acts as a purging agent and clears COVID out of the air, because there's no other explanation. You had 3 months of sustained riots and not one COVID martyr. Let's see what's going on here. September the 3rd, BLM rioters storming into the NYPD station in the Bronx, assaulting police and dousing a police vehicle with gasoline. This is very common, but you won't hear anything about this. No, you'll see Jake and Jelly being walked through the Capitol, and they'll call that an insurrection. You didn't have any fire. You didn't have any attempts at burning the thing down. Just shows you how the media works. They can frame things any way. Again, CNN's Acosta said, the MAGA ban right has become the American Taliban, a thugocracy. All right, let's go and get the voicemails. First one.
Hey, Tim. Just stumbled across the video of you at the city council. Wow, dude, that was very impressive. Way to go to stand up and say that in front of those guys. That was just great. Hey, I wanted to give a really brief, concise as possible.
Okay, with reference to that, a few years ago, I told the city council that the space station is underwater, like literally, that they're training in swimming pools and that it's fake and it's a huge fraud and that they ought to look into it. And they didn't take it too seriously. So, but anyway, this person has seen that video apparently. All right, let us continue.
Just super simplified numerology overview. Just a real quick what the numbers mean, basically, very basically, and the repeating digits, blah blah. There's a bunch of stuff. You can go a long way with it. But 1, new beginning. 2, duality. 3, catalyst. 4, earth, stability. 5, change. It's a big one. 6, balance. 7, spirit.
Okay, so the message continues on to the next message, and this is some numerology. Very interesting. Whether or not you believe in it, it is part of our worldview. It's kind of in your face, but it's esoteric, and if you're not really keen to it, if it hasn't been pointed out, you might not see it. It's occulted on purpose, and it's one of the things that we've been unpacking on this channel for some time. Okay, let's go ahead and hear the second part of this voicemail.
Hey man, sorry. Extended my voicemail. Thanks a lot, Tim. Thanks for everything you do. Really appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it very much again. And any time you want to leave a message, 833-311-1984, and we will 100% play them live and discuss anything brought up. Misinformation pandemic will endure longer than Delta. This is from RNZ News. 2 deadly viruses exist concurrently. One is COVID-19, the other is misinformation. Unfortunately, there's only a vaccine for one of them. Kind of ominous, right? What's the vaccine for the misinformation virus? A bullet? I mean, really? I mean, what's the expression? First you burn books and you burn people. I mean, this is kind of what they're doing. They have created thought crimes. They have conflated memes, satirical memes that just don't agree with the establishment science and media, with deadly viruses. This has been a long time. They've developed this. It's been a long time coming. They've had to develop this narrative over time. So listen to this. This week's escape from quarantine by a COVID patient, probably staged. I haven't looked into it, but fake until proven real when it comes to the mendacious media. This week's escape is a prime example of what can happen when misinformation infects someone. The man's social media is filled with dodgy theories about vaccines, and he live streamed his arrest. Like a lot of people, I'm angry at this bloke. Now, this is absurd because we all know that you're all super spreaders. You're just like you're all sinners. Even if you take your communion, you're still a sinner, and you can still sin because we all fall short of the glory of God, or the glory of total purity in the sense, because we're all considered to be infected until proven uninfected, but you're still a super spreader because I guess that's just the nature of the world. You know, the flesh is sinful. The flesh is covered in viruses or prone to be infected. There's no perfect cure until everybody gets cured or something. I mean, it's the double messages here. It's very 1984. I mean, we have, for example, Gene Simmons takes this moral high ground telling people that, you know, you're bad because you disagree. And yet, at the same time, he's planning to go on tour. Then he cancels his tour because he catches COVID, even though he's double vaxxed and jabbed. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. He's double masked, double vaxxed, probably triple jabbed. He's got it all, and he still catches it. So how can he justify going on tour? Because it's doubtful that every single person who attends will take that level of, will be that protected, have the privilege to go through all that. Not everyone has time for this. So I just think that he should cancel his tour. I think anybody who goes along with this fascist takeover disguised as something else ought to be canceled, and they shouldn't be allowed to use the free market because they're taking an unfair advantage here, if you ask me. So these hypocrites shouldn't be rewarded for selling out. All right, let us continue here. I'm reading the story from RNZ. Misinformation pandemic will endure longer than Delta. It says New Zealand hasn't been quite as swamped by the second pandemic as badly as other countries like the U.S. Several prominent conspiracy theorists have been arrested in New Zealand after breaking lockdown restrictions. So this idea of arresting conspiracy theorists is kind of new in a way, that it's now a new class of criminal, thought criminal. Just replace conspiracy theorist with thought criminal. And that's fascinating in itself, that they have to point this out. I'm sure there are other people breaking lockdown restrictions for other reasons, maybe even people with vaccines. Anyway, it says, we all want a villain to blame, and the truth has become a flexible commodity in finding one. This is, again, an article suggesting that information itself has become a threat to public health, and they need to sanitize the internet. And this started, I think, even before, even with Pizzagate, where they were suggesting that just having conspiracy theories is a threat. And again, this is just a repeat of the radical Islamic terrorist and the idea that you have to listen in everywhere because people might hear ideas that turn them against the status quo, turn them against the authorities. And this is, again, a manufactured threat. But now it's just so vague. The conspiracy theorist has become a terrorist in 2021. I think they really started this last year with the 5G towers. Someone was supposedly going around burning 5G towers. If you ask me, these were psychological operations, probably fake. But anyway, this was when they started to conflate conspiracy theorists with people who are doing damage to the infrastructure, essentially terrorist attacks. Now listen to this. Misinformation is actually killing people. Oh, really? Misinformation is killing people. Like, that's quite a leap. That's not even hyperbole here. They're suggesting that it does. It says, it's a lot more urgent than people claiming that the moon landing was faked. Well, so far. Wait until they start blaming the flooding in New York, or uncharacteristically bad and severe weather on misinformation. Oh, we would have solved climate change if it wasn't for the misinformation saying there isn't climate change. Soaring rates of COVID-19 are being driven by the unvaccinated. Maybe not. Maybe it's being driven by the vaccinated who have a false sense of security and they think they're pure. But as we know, like admitted super spreader Gene Simmons, you can be vaxxed and you can still spread it. You should just consider yourself to be a super spreader. And I've been making this point too, that if you believe the science of lockdowns and shutting down the economy to stop this, then you're trusting the same authorities and the same priesthood that tells us we ought to lock down to save the planet. And it makes me think that, well, if you're going to go with one set of lockdowns, then you should go with the other one too. You ought to lock yourself down and sell your car to save the planet. It's not enough to fight COVID. I'm also wondering when they're going to roll the TSA out, like everywhere. Because, we have to be protected, obviously, and that was the point of the TSA. But I think there needs to be pat-downs outside of Walmarts, Sam's Clubs, really anywhere where people are gathering. If that's the standard, total safety, and that seems like where we're headed. It says people are dying because they don't trust anything the authority has to tell them. Several prominent anti-vaccine radio hosts and online pundits have died of coronavirus. Their deaths get mocked on the internet. I understand that impulse. Right, they love it. It's called grave dancing. They love grave dancing whenever they see somebody who mocked their doctrines die. Their God, COVID, struck them down. It reminds me of the Westboro Baptist Church. They've become that way. And it kind of goes, really, it's on both sides. You do see, on the other side, you have the unvaxxed saying, oh, I don't want anything to do with the vaxxed because they're going to shed their spike proteins all over my carpet, or whatever they say. So you have the vaxxed versus the unvaxxed. And paradoxically, or ironically, they're each pure. Oh, my blood's pure because I've been vaxxed, and you're impure because you've been exposed to COVID. Well, your blood is impure because you've taken the mark of the beast. My blood is pure because I'm natural. So, who's pure? The one who's taken the communion, or the one who's saved by it's about salvation. Are you saved by sacrament, or just by are you naturally saved? Do you really need to be saved by a priesthood? And that's what this is about. In many ways, it's a religious war. All right, so let us continue. One more line here. The misinformation pandemic is going to be with us a lot longer than Delta, and no jab will easily cure it. No jab will cure it. Again, thought crimes. They've created thought crimes. They're here. Let me see if I can find it. I have a document here. Seems like there's a few different groups out there that are really trying to crack down on memes in particular. Like there's a war on memes, which we'll get into. Listen to this. California Governor Gavin Newsom shares his closing message, quote, "You will die of COVID if I'm recalled." Right. All right. Aliens in the news, who cares? Kind of past that. Now, this is an interesting piece of, I guess, predictive programming here. I think that we're getting acclimated. I mean, when I say we, I mean the public. We're being inundated with images of things falling from the sky. I don't know why. I suspect they're setting our expectations. But there's a new movie coming out called Moonfall. And it's about the moon falling to Earth. So first we go to the moon, and now the moon comes to us. And it's from the director of Independence Day. Very interesting film in this context, Independence Day. Independence Day recalls when, after 9/11, people were saying it was like Independence Day, ID4, where the buildings are collapsing. Independence Day is about an alien invasion. And the cover art of that movie, we pointed this out last year, has a mothership descending upon the Empire State Building and lighting it up. And we compared this to the Empire State Building last year when it was lit up in red and white. And they did it because, well, the pandemic. They did this to shout out the nurses. It was some kind of message to them or something. But people said it looked like the Eye of Sauron, which it did. It looked like the Eye of Sauron. Or it looked like Independence Day. And it's just the way it was glowing. It looked like a big needle in the background. But it was another one of these examples of alien invasion being subtly conflated with the image of with the idea of the virus. And then, of course, the way that the building looks here on the cover of Independence Day and when it was lit up last year, it looks like a big needle. No, not a coincidence. Inner space and outer space have often been, are often conflated. And that's something we talk about in the symbolism and the way they represent these. No way it's a coincidence that the vax race, remember the Russians won the space race with Sputnik. They sent something first. Well, they won the vax race with their vaccine called Sputnik 5. So this conflating of the symbolism of outer space and the space race and inner space, very significant. Not a coincidence that just a couple months ago, the space station was vaxxed. A piece of space junk hit the arm and poked a hole in it on a mission called Celestial Immunity. We have a caller. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's going on?
Just going over the kind of big picture news here. Great time to be alive in the theater of the absurd, as David Lynch said. What are your thoughts on anything today? Where do you think it's headed?
Well, I actually wanted to call because I've had some pretty interesting run-ins. And it's with two types of people. One that believes that the virus is going to kill everyone. And then another person that believes that anyone who's taken, the roll up your sleever, that they're all going to die. And so it's just been real interesting to have these conversations because they're mirror images of each other.
Yeah, aren't they? They are. And I've been describing this for some time as a schism that was purposefully created. That I think the only thing in the vax is the schism, and it's perfectly separated people.
It's unbelievable. Even to the fact where the person that believes the news, they think that the people that aren't going along with it, meaning the people that aren't wearing the masks and going, to Walgreens or whatnot and getting their shot, they think that we need to be quarantined. And then the girl that believes that everyone's going to die who's gone to Walgreens, she believes that they all need to be quarantined. And there's no reasoning with either side, honestly.
Now, what do you think about this? Isn't it strange that the people who are pro mandatory mask and pro mandatory lockdown aren't themselves locking down or wearing it until they're told to? Like, why do they have to wait for the mandate? They want everyone to do it before they do it. Isn't that strange? Wouldn't they lead by example if they believed in it?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is like one of the guys that is a believer of all this. He sells produce to a restaurant that I'm really good friends with the family, and he's braving the pandemic so much that he goes to a restaurant to sell us produce. So he knows it's all BS, but it's like a mass. I don't know. It's like a mass mind control that he's under. And to the fact where this is what happened, he said that he had four neighbors that have the virus or whatever, the Delta variant, and he said they're all going to die. He said all of his neighbors are going to die that have it, which is totally insane. This is what he believes it, but yet he's out, selling produce and living life kind of normal, except he wears a mask.
Right. It's almost actually it's identical, I think, to the way that fundamentalist religious people are convinced that, oh well, they're going to hell, they're reprobates, but I'm saved, and I think I think we're witnessing a new religion that's been imposed, and that's why it doesn't confound me all that much. I understand the hypocrisy. I know where it's coming from. It's saved versus the unsaved, and the manifesto had the planks about abolishing religion, but how communism itself is replacing religion. The state becomes the religion. Well, I think that this might be the way that they've created a religion out of government. And it has basically all the cloaking of science, but it's clearly a religious cult.
Yeah, and I don't know if you have seen these, but I've seen these bumper stickers that say "God bless science," like around town, that I've never seen before, and I've noticed them in the last couple months. And science it is a religion, and it's been that way for a while. With NASA and everything that they push onto on TV and education, but it is now really they've become the front runners of saving everyone, honestly.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I've been talking a lot about the supposed overview effect because the astronauts claim that they have this view of the Earth that has allowed them to understand the need to create a one world system and to save the planet from man. And they want to recreate this with virtual reality. Well, anyway, that to me says that these are the high priesthood and they know better because they've seen the world from God's point of view. And people accept it. They see these astronauts as actually having transcended. They transcended the world.
Right, and none of them have seen what they said they saw. But they came back and they told everyone. I heard you talk about is it Kelly, and he has a twin brother that's a representative or congressman or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you look at Wikipedia,
yeah.
Scott Kelly got the overview effect, but Mark Kelly didn't. And funnily enough, Mark Kelly becomes a Democrat senator. And they say that when you've had this effect, you no longer see politics and political struggles as worthy. So, yeah, one of them transcended, the other still very worldly.
So what I would want to bring up is that with the two individuals that I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks, and both are really extreme. I kind of tend to lean to the side of the girl that is, she's anti-medicine in regards to what they're pushing right now. I tend to like side with her because I mean, with all the stories that are going around and just the stuff that's happened in the town that I live in, I know people that have gotten the GMI or whatever, and it's caused them some negative reactions. Like, for instance, one gentleman, the day after, he couldn't walk. Like, he literally had paralysis and couldn't walk. And then there are people that have taken it that have passed away. Of course, we don't know if they passed away from taking it or not. You know, it's kind of like a mystery. But I think,
let me ask you this though:
probably a year.
When they tell you about the side effects, are they like, "Darn, I wish I hadn't done that. I wish I listened to Alex Jones more," or are they more like, "It was worth it," or "I went through it for," like, are they proud of these effects? Is it, how do they phrase it?
Well, one individual, he's a politician in the town that I live in, and he was pressured into taking it because he actually went on an interview on the radio, and they straight up asked him if he had taken it yet, and he said no, and I think he got pressured to take it, and he finally told his family that he was, having some adverse side effects a couple days after he took it. He hasn't said anything to me about it because I haven't, had the conversation with him. But I know he told his son, that he took it on a Thursday, and then Friday, he got sick, but Friday he couldn't walk. So I don't think he's happy that he had this adverse side effect, but I still think he believes in taking it. I think he wants probably everyone to take it, I would say.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
I see, because I've witnessed this thing with the people I'd consider to be actors, like Andrew Cuomo, and the other guy was Oscar De La Hoya, the boxer. Both of them go on and they brag about the side effects. With Cuomo, he's like, "I fought the beast at night. It was very hard, and I survived." Oscar De La Hoya, he's laying in his hospital bed, terrible actor, and he says, "The virus kicked my ass." And so I see these celebrities will flaunt the side effects. They'll embellish it because it gives them clout. And so I'm just wondering, if that's what you're hearing, because it's very Machiavellian. It really is with these politicians, because I think that for them it's a political choice. Are you going to, go to church? Are you going to be seen in a church, or are you going to get vaxxed? It's a political choice for them.
Yeah. It's really all about, are you going to go along with the agenda, is what I really think it is. I think the mayor, de Blasio, he's got to be the worst actor on the world stage. He is the worst, man. I have seen some, he did this thing where he was, they're trying to get these kids now to go get the jab or whatever before school. So he was reading this comic book right before this press conference, and it was just the worst. It was the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, this guy will stoop to any level to try to manipulate the masses, and it's really sickening, honestly.
Oh yeah, they all are, and I mean, sickening, and because they're manipulative. I was actually talking to a friend today about this, how the original CEO and co-founder of Netflix is the great nephew of Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays is one who made it cool to smoke. Like, these are people who are masters of public relations, propaganda, mass mind influencers, who's also related to Sigmund Freud, who basically learned how to hack our minds. So, yeah, we're dealing, I think, with high-tech propaganda, just wizardry, persuasion techniques. And on September the 10th, there's a movie coming out called Fauci, where, this guy's like being presented as some kind of a controversial hero. You look at the picture, and they idolize the guy. They really do. But I think these are all world stage characters. I don't find them at all believable, but they've made these bad guys. And I don't know. Like, for example, Alex Jones is ranting about Fauci like he does about George Soros. We have all these villains. And like you said, the friends who are anti-vax think that the vax will kill them, and the ones who are pro-vax think the virus will kill the anti-vaxxers. to me, it's just too good versus evil to be believable, and I refuse to really take sides. It's a clown show.
It is, and I really believe, like, and I know that you talked about this for, since we've been going through this, but this is a mind virus, in my opinion. It affects the mind, and then therefore the mind, affects the body, and it is a mind virus.
Now, check this out.
I mean,
this is a bizarre thing too, because we have the propaganda, we have the coercion that comes from the public, and then you have all the entertainment media. Like I mentioned, Netflix, how he's related to Edward Bernays. Well, Netflix had all kinds of movies telling us what was going to happen in 2020 leading up to it. And so it's just kind of funny with these names. Like Dr. Fauci, the name Fauci backwards is I-C-U-A-F, like Dr. Eichhoff.
Eichhoff.
Well, someone brought this up to me today.
Yeah.
Spelled Pfizer backwards, and it's R-E-Z-I-F-P. In Hebrew, it's Reshef, which is a deity associated with plague and war and pestilence.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like these rabbit holes and these conspiracies, they never end. And the people that come up with this stuff and figure it out, I mean, they've got I guess they know how to look at the stuff and figure out what this stuff means in reverse. But it's like out in front of you. If you can see what's going on, then you can detect the BS. I think it's becoming easier now to detect it. It's just, there are so many people that are plugged into the system, and I guess, I don't know if it's money that they're going along with it. It seems like that what they're doing to the kids, like the teachers, man, dude, these kids are going to be so conditioned to stay 6 feet away from each other and wear their mask and have their identification, whether they've, gotten all the medicine they need. It's just crazy the direction that they're taking society.
Yeah, in a way, I look at this as like the new universal religion, and it's like Catholic school. You have a new set of rules, a new set of doctrines, and whether you believe or not, you just have to go along with it. So I think you're still going to have, critical thinkers, free thinkers, but yeah, the ability to disagree is going to be constricted by the lack of access to information. I think that they're putting people in such a huge echo chamber, and they have successfully turned YouTube into an echo chamber. Anything that doesn't fit with establishment media and science and fake history is eliminated.
It's gone.
Yep.
And the crazy thing was, is I was talking to one of my friends that he listens to you as well. And I'm like, dude, I can't find IPS on YouTube right now. I hadn't heard you in like 2 weeks. And I just started going through, I was looking up Tim Osmond and Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society, and make sure I was subbed to all these different channels before I found your stream. And I don't know, maybe you had a caller like me who was saying things that you can't say on YouTube. That's why I'm trying to, censor myself a little bit. But I don't think that you said anything, that was, promoting violence or anything like that. I mean, you just having a conversation, and they take it down. So it's crazy. But it's exactly what we're living through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have been dealing with it. We have been dealing with this for some time. We've become immune to it. But what I have to do, because no video channel out there owned by any of these climate change, COVID, fake news compliant platforms will keep us for long. So now we're streaming on Odyssey, we're streaming on Rumble, on Float.app. So we have a lot of different places. But what I suggest is every day or once a day at least, check infiniteplanesociety.com. And at the very top, I will always link to the most recent video, because it might not always be in the same place, because that's just the nature of this. But we keep it going regardless, and that's all because listeners want it to happen, and the patron supporters keep this thing going. So, I appreciate you sharing this content with your friend, or however that happened. And anytime you can't find us, it's because, they do try to purge us. It's an ongoing thing. We're like, go to work. It's been 3 years of this, so to us it's just normal.
Right. I got a question for you. I don't know if you watch any like college sports or like NFL or any like primetime sports. But I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he was talking about how full the stadiums are right now. And he was saying if they're going to try to, really pull this off, they got to shut everything down again. If they're going to try to make the variant or whatever the worst thing ever, they're going to have to shut everything down again. And what I've like, as I've been going out and talking to people, it seems like a lot of the college kids are getting all the medicine that they are not really required to get or mandated to get, but really pressured into getting. And so I think a lot of the people that are in the fans or in the stadium, all the fans, I would say my guess is about 70% of them, have gotten all the medicine that they need in order to get into the games. I don't know if you watch football or whatnot, but it is very different than last year.
I watched some of the coverage, and these stadiums were packed, and I didn't see any masks. And I was looking at this as, these huge events will pretty much, I think, deepen the cognitive dissonance to anyone who still insists on believing that we're going through some type of a plague right now. But 70% wouldn't shock me. There's very little incentive not to do it for most people because it's just go along to get along. And so I don't think it's a big choice for most people. But, interestingly, Kanye West had his event last week, and they had 1,500 free jabs available, and only 13 partook.
Okay, so that either says that a lot of them had already gotten it, or like where I live, I'm in the Midwest, and a lot of people are really skeptical about going and getting it. I'll just say that, but I'm still saying it's probably 50% of the town that I live in have already done it. You know what I mean? I don't trust it. So that's kind of where I'm at. But the difference between like someone that they think that because I'm not doing it that I am gonna harm someone, and I look at it like if they do it, I just hope they don't get harmed, right? But I'm not afraid of getting a cold or a sniffle. Like the Joe Rogan deal was pathetic to listen to him come on and talk about how he got a cold and tell, I don't know how many people listened to that, his YouTube live or whatever he did. But like, how ridiculous is it that this is how like weak our society is, where Joe Rogan comes on and tells all of his followers that he got a cold and that he's okay. It's just crazy to me.
It is. And I think it's funny how they frame him as a bad guy, or he's anti-establishment, he's free thinking. And no, Joe Rogan's a fall guy. And I think what he's doing is he's setting a bad example on purpose so they can justify censoring people who don't have millions of listeners. I think it's definitely that. I don't believe he's actually got anything. And what he's promoting, these alternative things, they completely and entirely avoid the question of, is there even a thing? Is there a there? And my contention is that no, there's just a schism there. But here they are fighting over which concoction is going to heal or cure something that doesn't exist. So yeah, they're just players on the world stage. Very entertaining, and you can see why they get all the attention, though, because this is how they keep people split down the sides.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of reminds me of like how maybe like Alex Jones like spoke out about a deal that happened in Connecticut, right? And then he does that, he gets attacked, he draws back, and it just allows anyone else that is voicing their opinion about a certain issue to be shut down.
Yes. He turned his back on the truth, and he said that his listeners have a psychosis.
Or schizophrenic.
Yep. Schizophrenic for not believing CNN.
That's what he said.
For not believing CNN. Yep. That's what he said, and that's why I think that he's an agent provocateur. On January 6th, he screamed, "We will take Joe Biden out one way or the other." And I'm thinking, who does he represent? Well, anyway, hey, great call. Nice talking to you. I have another caller, so call back anytime.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Bye.
Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's up? I wanted to talk in, I guess, on the Joe Rogan, topic y'all are talking about.
Yes, Joe Rogan and his bout with COVID.
Yeah, for sure. Have you all seen the recent pictures of him?
I have, and I was describing them. You're talking about how it seems like CNN purposefully made Joe Rogan look like he was dead already.
Yeah, no, exactly. But what I'm more talking about, you've heard of the cloning conspiracies, right?
Yes.
You see famous celebrities, for instance, Kodak Black, Tom Hanks, people like that. They go into they're in the hospital or something happens to them. They go to jail, and they come back. They're different people. Have you seen that conspiracy?
I've heard that, but my Occam's razor leads me to suggest that before I would go with clone, I would go with A, body doubles, or B, hyper-realistic masks, because those are known to exist. Body doubles are commonplace. Kamala Harris was caught using one by Laura Loomer, of all people. Clones are pure speculation at this moment, but I mean, what are your thoughts on it? What have you come across? Because it's kind of new to me.
I think they're gonna have Joe Rogan come back as black.
Okay.
He's gonna be darker. And,
elaborate.
I have serious info on this. I think he's gonna come back way darker.
Well, I mean, CNN, what they did was they made him look like he was half dead because of what he took, when he actually had a very healthy glow when he looked at his actual video. But you're suggesting Joe's going to be replaced by somebody with a better tan? Okay.
No. African American.
All right. Well, we'll run with that. Appreciate the call. I want to play some really bad crisis acting by Oscar De La Hoya. And he shouldn't have his phone with him in the hospital room, because your phone can carry the thing for 28 days.
I mean, what are the chances of me getting COVID? I've been taking care of myself, and this really, really kicked my ass.
That's Oscar De La Hoya on his hospital bed. He said, what are the chances that I would catch this? It's really... So he's not going to be able to fight. So now, commenter here says the oxygen monitor shows 98. Give Oscar an Oscar for a shitty performance. That's from Nemoji12. Agree. He gets a golden hoggy. We're going to have to do a Crisis Actor Award show for 2021, 2020. God, we got to catch up. Let's do it. Let's do our Crisis Actor Awards. We've been doing this since Parkland, keeping up with the crisis actors, and Fox News actually stole it. Laura Ingraham. They did it to make fun of the police at the Capitol event. I mean, it was a good segment. CNBC says QAnon and anti-vaxxers are brainwashing their children stuck at home, and now teachers have to deprogram them. The children of QAnon conspiracy followers are using digital tools to help the detox process. Some 15% detox. Again, ideas are literally toxic. 15% of Americans believe in QAnon conspiracies, according to a May report from the Public Religion Research Institute and Interfaith Youth Corps. Checkology is designed to teach people how to sift through misinformation and conspiracy theories found on social media apps. A comment here says it's never been isolated. It's a fraud. Finbar says, can these people F themselves? Are you referring to the caller? Yeah, I couldn't tell if the caller was skits or trying to be funny. I'm not sure. Could have been an agent. Sometimes they'll have these government agents call in and throw out dog whistles or say racist things so they can flag your channels. And it works. Sometimes it actually works. We don't have a mute button. I cut it out of the archives if it's bad. But what they don't know, and this always surprises me, is that they don't have any way of blocking their numbers. Like I actually called one of them back. A couple weeks ago, I had a caller said some pretty strange, bad things, I'll say. And I called him back, and he didn't know who I was at first. And I was like, anyway, it was fun. All right, let us continue. A few things we've covered. Donald Trump appears to have reversed the aging process by about 15 years. A lot of speculation on what happened there. Proud Boy leader Tiny Toes shoots himself in the foot. Eyewitness says it was probably a hoax. Misinformation pandemic is going to outlast the Delta variant. Alex Jones was faking like he was taking the ivermectin. He faked it. Like all these people on TV faking like they're taking the vaccine. You've seen a lot of politicians with the theatrical jabs. And maybe they have their reasons, but whatever it is, Jones faked it. He didn't actually take it. So, crisis actor. I was going through a trailer here called Moonfall. It's a movie that comes out in February, and it gives you an idea of what it would look like if all of the infrastructure above started to fall. And there have been a lot of movies putting these images out there. And I'm pointing this out because whenever you're inundated with a set of images like this, it means that you're going to see it in the news very soon. And it will be real, quote unquote. It might not be real to you, but it's going to be real to 99% of the population, which means it's real. Now, here's something that's not believed by 99%, but it's believed to be real by a good number of QAnoners. This is Fringe. So the Fringe believes that JFK Jr. is behind the QAnon operation to take back not just the government, but the world from the New World Order. So it's a pretty big story, but they believe that JFK Jr. is coming back any day now. Here's a quote from a believer. What do you think the Great Awakening is about? Remember what we talked about the other night. When JFK Jr. and the others come out, that will be the Great Awakening. So what's being referenced here is they believe that JFK Jr. is going to come out with receipts. They're going to show who killed Kennedy. They're going to show who did all the bad things that QAnon's talked about. And when this comes out, it will also be attended by others who were believed to be dead, like Princess Diana and Michael Jackson. So it's going to be something of a reunion, psychologically jarring, and they're going to release the Kraken or whatever. Well, I've been following this story, and there's an individual who goes by the name Negative 48. And Negative 48 has made appearances on various podcasts, and he is believed to be JFK Jr. And I would say that the voice matches. So if there is some type of a revelation of sorts involving would-be politicians and supposedly dead celebrities, it's going to happen. It's going to happen soon. Trust the plan. Earlier I mentioned crack on the ISS. Well, I have something for you here. This is a meme showing how they actually practice and rehearse spacewalks underwater. And many people believe that the underwater spacewalks are where they film spacewalks. In other words, the simulation is all that we have, and they pretend they're in space. That's what some believe. Well, look here. Nicholas Anthony found this. Besides showing you NASA's Photoshop skills, please take notice of the rust on the so-called ISS, which is supposed to be in outer space, made out of aluminum, not iron and steel. Rust needs oxygen and water to exist. This stage prop is not in outer space. It's in the National Buoyancy Lab, which is a giant swimming pool in Houston. So what's up? Houston, we have a problem. You got rust on the outside of your cracked space station. You might want to Building 7 that thing soon before truth gets out. And I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to pull it. I have a number of great movie recommendations. I watched a movie yesterday called 2149, The Aftermath. The world as he knew it is over. And it's deep post-reset. And this is exactly the nightmare scenario I've been describing. You know how I've been talking about how the space program is just a cover for hyperlooping you to some Siberian-like outpost where you will be a slave for Emperor Musk or Imperator Musk. Well, basically, that's what I think the future holds for us. But you won't know because you'll be comfortable, stoned, in a subterranean dome, terraforming the surface of Mars. Well, you'll think it's Mars. Remote controlled cars and vehicles. So I think that's kind of my vision here, that these Martian gulags will be used for the workers to terraform remotely. So it's going to be remote work. You won't even have to leave. Like, it'll be like you're in your basement. I kind of think that the gaming lifestyle, the basement dweller, is all Mars prep. Well, anyway, this movie 2149, The Aftermath, starts out where the main character and others are feeble and weak in these very comfortable chairs, and they're busily terraforming the world above, or monitoring drones remotely. And the story is about how one of them kind of escapes his post and he climbs to the surface of the earth. And it's a very fascinating movie, though, because it suggests that in the future AI takes over and mankind just becomes an extension of it as it takes over all of the work that we used to do. And no one's actually in control. Fascinating movie. Very likely the future for your great-grandchildren. The final episode of Lucifer is on September the 10th. All bad things must come to an end, says the tagline. I only watched one episode. I think it's terrible, but for any of you out there who are watching this, last episode is on September the 10th. It might mean something. All bad things must come to an end. September 11th, for example, 20th anniversary, is believed by many to be the birthday of Jesus. So there might be something there. It is interesting how the QAnoners have kind of repurposed Christianity to suit their own narratives, where they actually do believe that the Kennedys are the blood of Christ. So it's kind of interesting. You have the Great Awakening led by the blood of Christ, the Kennedys. And then you have the Great Reset led by the Mark of the Beast crew. You know, Darth Klaus, Darth Schwab up there at the WEF 666. Great Reset, the Gaia Initiative. I mean, clearly you do have a split here. Great Awakening, Great Reset. And it does seem like one side, if you believe the subtext and the stories here, is led by evil, and the other side is led by the good guys. It's too simplistic to be real. I think it's just, again, a repurposed religious narrative. I don't believe, and I haven't accepted JFK Jr. as my Lord and Savior. It sounds so crazy to even hear this stuff. Believe me. But I'm doing deep research so you don't have to. Again, I want to quote David Lynch. What a great time to be alive if you love the theater of the absurd. And it's going to get weirder. I can practically guarantee it. I'll be going through your chats here in just a moment. For some reason, Twitter had a trend the other day. It was Acne Positivity Day. And we had repurposed it for Maskne Positivity Day because I think that they're trying to normalize this. As they're normalizing the masks, we're going to have to get used to this. So Acne Pride, okay. Seems legit. It's just lowering the standards is all. Another caller. Commenter here, though, says, Tim is right. Netflix is a form of news. It is. It's pre-news. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey man, I was trying to call into your show to talk more about like the Black Saturn like cult. Are you familiar with it? The Black Cube.
Why don't you explain it? Because I don't quite know, but go ahead and explain it really quick.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at Mecca, right? What do they walk circles around? Like the pilgrimage to Mecca, it's a black cube, right? So now you look at like Saturn, right? You know, there's a hexagon storm on Saturn at this moment that's been there for thousands of years. Have you seen anything about that?
Okay, yes, I have. And yeah, if you believe NASA's pictures, they do in fact show a hexagon on the cover of Saturn. And it is true that the hexagram and the six-pointed star has been associated with Saturn forever.
And exactly, you see the Star of David, right? It's nowhere in the Torah, anything else. Like, that Star of David is made up. You can't find any historical background older than about 1,000 years ago. So I have an uncle that has been to Antarctica. He's a scientist, right?
Right.
And so you know there's pyramids there in Antarctica. I'm sure you've heard of Admiral Beard, right? His expedition that he did.
Yes, Admiral Byrd expeditions, North Pole, South Pole. Definitely a well-known Mason. He founded a Masonic lodge at the South Pole. But pyramids in Antarctica, I've heard of such things. But what you're talking about with this cube thing, it reminded me of something. I was going through movies yesterday, and I watched the first 5 minutes of the very first Transformers, which I've never seen. And it opens up with a cube coming down to Earth. And the cube is the basis of how they create these artificial worlds or something. A lot of Saturnian symbolism, and I think that the Transformers might even represent Nephilim or something.
Yeah, so the craziest thing I found out, especially from my uncle, in Antarctica, that related back to, like, again, there's all kinds of Saturn worship. You find it, you know what I mean? Especially in the Cabal. He found, or not found, but he researched and he found a portal that allowed black people to come through.
Wait a second here. Look, you know your number is here. What is your intention? Just for people who are questioning, like, do you work for YouTube? Do you work for the government? Like, what is your intention here? Are you literally a racist, or are you just playing one on the internet?
I can't speak any more about that.
Okay. Well, cool enough. He's in Arkansas. I don't know if that explains anything. But he did seem to have some kind of passing knowledge or information, but whatever. Let's move on. Nothing to see here. That's Greta with Maskne. Artists. Rendition. Joe Biden with Maskne. Just setting a positive example. Maskne positivity. This is a pillar from the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, the biggest cathedral in the world. And it quite literally predicted 9/11. And it has a lot of interesting tsunami-like symbolism. Just pointing this out because it's a modern take on Revelations, where New York is playing the role of Babylon falling. So you have Babylon falling, the towers falling, all part of this meta-scripted narrative. All right, let's continue. We talked about history repeating. August 29th, 2005 and 2021. Hurricanes hit Louisiana. Kanye West drops an album. White Sox in the first place. And Afghanistan in the news. The simulation seems to be on repeat. Let's see. I see a few people in the comments about the last caller said, "Nice job, what a dweeb." Someone else says, "Wow." I'm just trying to figure out what the intention, what's the purpose there. Prank calls or trolls are supposed to... it depends on... I guess I shouldn't be offering pointers, but there's an art to trolling, and it's more subtle than that, I would have to say. Oh, here's a little opportunity here. If anybody here uses Fiverr, I'm going to put a link in the chat. I have a interview-based program at Dark Matter, and I need guests contacted, something I don't have a lot of time for, and I've been outsourcing it to Fiverr. So I have a link there if you want to book guests. It's just by email, simple referral marketing, consistent source of income. I'm trying to get between 3 to 8 guests per week. Most of the topics will be things that you're already familiar with here. I have a list of individuals that I would like to reach out to. Just don't have the time. So it'd be very helpful. And of course, if you use Fiverr, it's a consistent gig. So I put the instructions over at infiniteplane.media. If you want to see any of the artwork that I've been passing up, just go to my Twitter account or my Instagram. Follow there. Pippi Langstruff says, Carolyn Bassett was 33. Oh, really? A 33-year-old death faker. Okay, good call. Absolutely true. JFK Jr., 38, and his wife, 33. The story's fascinating when you get into what we call the meta script here, because the Kennedys figure very prominently into it. And I would not have cared or paid attention to the Kennedys if not for the fact that it's a big part of the QAnon story, but the mass media doesn't know it yet. The Daily Beast has made fun of it. Vice has mentioned it, but they haven't taken it seriously. They don't realize that the core ideology of the group is about an American royalty, King Kennedy, and his son, and his divinely appointed mission to destroy the deep state. Like, this is a religious thing. It's like Revelations, but it's quite literally the second coming superimposed onto a political dynasty. It's a fascinating story, but what's more, there are indications that Stanley Kubrick had a lot to do with the thinking or the scripting that went into many of the transformative and major psyops of our time, specifically 9/11, even the whole COVID thing. But his final movie, which was released on the day that JFK Jr. died, a movie where in the movie it's actually hinted that Kubrick's not dead. It's revealed in a scene. But my point is, the movie is believed to be, by some analysts who've looked at this closely, and I tend to agree with them, actually about JFK Jr. And I think this storyline actually follows through to the other movie played by Tom Cruise, Vanilla Sky, came out a couple of years later. Both of these movies actually synchronize quite well with this story of a death faker returning to win back his father's kingdom. Somebody going deep into the deep state. It's an interesting story, but it's at the core of QAnon, and believe me, they believe he's coming back. As unbelievable as that sounds, the idea that there are people waiting for this would-be politician to come back and save them as Trump's running mate, no less. And that's not the weirdest. It gets much weirder, but I think we've gone far enough, for now anyway. We'll have a different night to go through in detail this particular thread. Maxwell Cooper says there's an FBI file that shows JFK Jr. calling out Joe Biden as a traitor. I've seen that. There's that. Joe Biden, by the way, ran for office 33 years ago, or 33 years prior to 2020. I think he got caught, plagiarism? But yeah, there is that story. I've seen that letter. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's consistent. And what's more, JFK Jr.'s magazine is called George, and it is believed that that is a way of referencing the person who shot Kennedy, which would be George H.W. Bush, the Skull and Bonesman. If you want to support the channel, go to infiniteplane.store. And I'm posting a lot of new items we have listed on Twitter. I got a great shirt that says Thirsty, and it's got Jim Jones. I want to kind of redo this one. I want to put Trump's face, and I want to have Q laid. But you can't sell anything with Q. You know, whatever you think about Q, it is being censored. And I said last year, I said, look, the Chinese troops are going to be sent in. They're going to go door to door, and they're going to take the cues off your keyboard, and they're going to remove your question marks. I said that more than a year ago, and it's happening. One other thing I want to mention, there are so many connections between 1969 and 2021 with regards to certain events repeating, like Apollo 11. The anniversary date was Jeff Bezos opening the floodgates for space tourism and that whole thing. But it's the anniversary dates. The Charles Manson, CM, the killings were repeated on the anniversary date by MC Matthew Coleman. Interesting patterns here. Well, another thing, 1969 was ARPANET. And so I want to show you what could be a connection here. So ARPANET was designed, it says 1969, it's when it was established. It was the first wide area packet switched network with distributed control and one of the first networks to implement the TCP/IP protocol suite. So this was in 1969. And so we're talking about computers that are being connected. This is when they start networking. So 1969, 2021, here we are, Wall Street Journal. The Internet of Bodies is here. Are courts and regulators ready? A network of smart devices attached to or implanted in bodies raises a host of legal and policy questions. So an interesting correlation there. I've also found a correlation, a very strong one, between the Savior Machine, a reference in a 1969 David Bowie song about a President Joe handing over control of the world to a Savior Machine, and our President Joe going to NATO and paying homage to the digital monolith. And coupled with that, you have Gaia with the World Economic Forum. Gaia is their global AI initiative. Of course, this is all about the, I believe, the idea that there's going to be a new authority that they're introducing. Maybe something like what Grimes was describing. We're talking about Elon Musk's wife, who said that AI could be better managed by artificial intelligence, and it would get rid of systemic corruption, and it would get rid of the need for enforced farming because, quote, "'cause let's be real, enforced farming is not a vibe." Let's all bask in the opinions of the girlfriend of the richest man in the world.
I have a proposition for the communists. So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is actually the fastest path to communism. So, if implemented correctly, AI could actually theoretically solve for abundance. Like, we could totally get to a situation where nobody has to work, everybody is provided for with a comfortable state of being, comfortable living. AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, thereby bringing us to as close as possible to genuine equality. So basically, everything that everybody loves about communism, but without the collective farm. Because let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe. It's about communism, but without the collective farm. Because let's be real, enforced farming is really not a vibe.
No, it's not a vibe. I don't like the idea of going to the rice fields with a gun to my head or any of that. Not a vibe. Not a vibe with me either. So I can actually relate. I want to say thanks to all of the callers and chatters. Like I said to the first caller, if you don't want to miss anything, go to infiniteplainsociety.com once a day or go to darkmatter.radio, which is carrying all of our live streams. And you can get the latest content. If you go to infiniteplane.store, not only does it take you to the store, but I've also embedded the Spotify there. So if you don't want to miss anything, once per day, go there. So no matter what platform kicks us off, we've been 86th off of everything. You can always hear us. We're also live on Rumble, Float, and pretty much every other platform they can name. Zinvala says the Grimes video would be better if she threw a psych in there. Brian Williamson says she's hot. You know, I actually think that that might be Elon Musk wearing one of those Gollum outfits. You know, for Lord of the Rings, you had the actor, he put these dots on his face, and then he crept around creepy, and on the computer screen you saw Gollum. Well, I think that you just called Elon Musk hot. All right, this is The Masquerade, JT33, featuring Symbia. Same time tomorrow, same place.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the Masquerade.
Welcome to the Masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Space is fake AF. It's not what you think, homeboy. Space is fake AF. It's all just start doing this. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. Research Marcus Goldfinch. That would be Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworm. Space is fake AF, stating the obvious. Great video. I put a link in the chat if you want to go ahead and join our Discord server there. All of the music we play can be found. If you just scroll, get your scroll on, it's a permanent record. Our think tank does not get deleted every week like it used to. Now we have an actual permanent record. If we can just get some stones, we might get it all carved into stones. Replace the Georgia Guidestones. Lots of things are happening today. It's 9/24/2022. The world is supposed to end today, according to an ad hoc Simpsons prophecy based on a gaffe. People were misinterpreting a speech they couldn't even understand because it was in a foreign language. But part of it, taken out of context, made it seem like 924 would be ominous, and this was correlated with some Simpsons episodes. Very weak in terms of predictive programming value, but I will say this. I think that the entire 924 hype was an operation, a psyop, by the media in order to make it look like those of us who actually analyze predictive programming don't have a clue, or that we're just grasping at straws, or that we're cherry picking, which is the opposite of what we're doing. It was a really bad attempt. I think it's an attempt to discredit. Not that it matters. The facts speak for themselves, and the media is self-discrediting. The world stage media is all fiction. Okay, tomorrow, 925 is going to be See-Say Day. If you see something, say something. And I have a list of things that I've seen that I want to say something about. Mainly green screen glitches on the ISS and moon rocks, well, what are purported to be moon rocks, but what are actually chunks of petrified wood. We have to say something about that. Someone called the government. Let's see, something else. Oh, yes. World Gorilla Day, Rip Harambe. There's something else. Oh, yeah, big story. The teacher, the shop teacher, Lynn was on the phone with me last night. We were talking for a couple of hours, and we discussed the shop teacher. And everyone should know, I think if you were just to search right now on the internet, shop teacher, I think this will come up. And the story is, there's a shop teacher with these really large, I even feel kind of strange searching it. I don't want to, there's certain memes, Ontario. And I think the person is, here it is. Canadian school defends teacher who wore giant breasts to class, prompting a protest. Now, we've all heard about this story. This has gone viral. And basically, you have this shop teacher with very long hair and gigantic, well, these are not real. They're wearing some kind of a rubber suit. She might as well have, this is fake. And my point is, she's wearing massive fake breasts. And this is a parody. It's some kind of attempt, I think, I figured yesterday, this has got to be an attempt to make it look like people are, I don't know, bigots for calling into question things that are obviously questionable. So you just don't even say anything, just everything's normal now. Anyway, I did not accept this as real. I don't think this is authentic. I think this person is being dishonest. And the reason why I think so is that no shop teacher would have a wig on and work on equipment like this, a lathe or a saw, without their hair tied back. That's basic. Same with the thing that he's wearing on his chest. My point is, this is obviously some kind of a ruse. Well, I have a little more information on this story, and it came from a very, very credible source. I believe it came from 4chan, but I think there's something to it. There's a history to this person. And this might actually be something of a psyop wrapped within a psyop, in an already psyop-saturated media environment where nobody knows what's real and what's fake. In this case, what it seems to be is that this is a teacher who was dispensing red pills in class, protesting wokeness, nearly lost his job over his toxic masculinity, and this is his revenge. He's demonstrating absurdity by being absurd, and he's deliberately provoking the school to fire him so he can sue for discrimination. Again, here's the posting. This is from Anonymous. The dude is gaming the system. An anon here yesterday was in this dude's class. The teacher was almost fired for, quote, toxic masculinity last year, as well as not embracing woke culture. He had dropped red pills to his class, such as how silly gender-neutral bathrooms are, and the school board hates him. He's now upping the ante to exploit the very clown world the school and society itself created. His long game is most likely to get fired, and then sue for discrimination. There is no other explanation. No better way to troll the clown world than to become an over-the-top caricature. And to me, this is the most likely explanation that I've come across yet. This is some kind of troll, a very deliberate troll, done by someone who is perhaps, this is some kind of a protest, in other words. Nicotroma says, this guy is my new hero. Yeah, same. She's my hero too. I just don't want, I was worried about the long hair and the equipment It's a bad example to set. Somebody could get hurt. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. We can also talk about the CERN portal. Apparently they're talking to demons on the other side. As if we didn't already know. The ritual that they performed at the opening was clearly to summon Cernunnos, their horned god of the wild forces of nature. Not surprised at all that they're openly talking to demons now. Let me go ahead and play that. Let's talk about the CERN entities. We'll wait a few more people to show up. I send out text notifications, live stream notifications on... Oh, you know what? I forgot to send it on Telegram. I should probably make that happen. All right, here we go. This is CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side.
Lighter and these beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension, and that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not science fiction. This is fact.
That's correct. What I write about in my novels,
right?
I place a storyline that is embedded with science fact. Everything that I present publicly in the books, public speaking, is all drawn from their own scientific journals and white papers. And then I'm able to see what they're doing. Not just extrapolate, but...
This is, again, CERN talking about... Again, you can believe this if you want. Obviously, this is Anthony Patch, and he has written books about this. Let me go ahead and play a few more seconds.
See in the real time what it is they're doing. Not a future agenda, but what they're doing right now today. The imminency of what they intend to do, which is opening this gateway. And understand that the world of science in terms of particle physics also overlaps into DNA, into biology.
Yes.
There's a multifaceted, multi-level agenda at play, not just with CERN, but it's proof of concept feeder labs around the world that feed into CERN. So we are talking about changing humans, changing the planet. We're talking about not only bringing in information through a portal.
Now, the portal phrase here, this is something I've seen in a lot of the movies these days, the predictive programming, Get Ready for Nuclear Winter, and portals play some kind of a role. And there are a number of shows that have to do with portals and time travel. Was it Man in the High Castle, Philip K. Dick? Very interesting. But recently, Joe Rogan spoke with Mark Zuckerberg, and he had referred to his iPhone as a, quote, portal. What Lynn referred to as the slab, the monolith. Yeah, it's the portal, and I believe, what is it, the new Portal Plus? Like, what is with that? Mark Zuckerberg sat down with Joe Rogan, we took notes, and through this tiny portal we carry around on a phone. And I'm just bringing this up in the context of there being some kind of a darker agenda behind a lot of these seemingly benign technologies that are only there to monitor everything, every thought. But and look, this is something else too I came across today. We've been talking about the idea of implantables, and I did find there's a story out today about people who are actually implanting themselves with magnets so they can wear their iPhones. It's actually happening. Like, it's not mainstream yet. It's just you're kind of having to get it done. Some dark alley, you can find someone who can insert a magnet in your arm so you can wear your device. All right, continuing, joined by Echo Charlie, Wonka World 737, Inks G, Maskless, Faceless, 820, R. Cook. Yeah, R. Cook says, the shop teacher, Oakville, close to me, I heard she's a troll. Exactly. That's the rumor. It's a troll. Yes, happy Saturn Day, says T-Dog135. This is Infinite Plane Saturn Day. I would have started sooner, but we had a 5-hour live stream last night. We had a long phone call. We covered a lot of topics. We may go over some of what we discussed last night. One of the things that stood out from last night's conversations is that we are witnessing the Emperor's new clothes. Like, we are the kid, pointing out that the emperor has no clothes, that the president is seemingly senile and blurting out stories about some bad things he did in the past, and everyone just pretends like it's nothing. It's surreal. And the Emperor's New Clothes story is a perfect example of self-deception, gaslighting, conformity. And again, what we're referring to is yesterday there was this bizarre statement that Joe Biden made, and nothing can explain it away. His little statement about the woman in the room that he recognized, and he said, "I remember you from when I was 12, or you were 12 and I was 30." It's just something strange. Very strange. Let me go ahead and play that clip. This was at a teachers union thing, and he singled her out, and everybody laughed. Obviously, it's a real
But guess what? We got a lot to do. You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
There you have it. Why are they laughing? Nothing. Nothing can explain that. I've been waiting for some kind of story to say you're crazy or you're a hater or you're a bigot if you don't think that's funny. I don't know what to make of it. A few more video clips I want to go through here. This is the Chinese space station. It's so hilariously bad that this didn't get any coverage in America. You're not seeing the footage of the space station that China put up there. You can tell, I mean, I titled this one Space Station Made in China. It is terrible. It is the worst that I've seen, the worst version of a space station that I've seen. My point is, the public doesn't know the difference anyway. They should have just shared it. But it's comical. And if you didn't know, on the Chinese space station, they have magic mason jars where you can pour your water into one of these mason jars and it won't float out. Even though you're floating around the room, it's got its own little gravity inside. It's amazing. It's either that or the whole thing is staged and fake and it's being done on the ground and they're very sloppy. I mean, Occam's razor would say that's the case. Now, I don't want to play this necessarily, but there's this video of a Catholic priest baptizing a baby, and the baby's very slippery and jumpy, and it pretty much jumps out of his hands. And, I mean, it looks really bad, like he's dashing the kid's head against the bathtub. But how many of these baptism videos have you seen that are just like the baby's crying, the priest looks like Nosferatu. Here you have him dropping it, looking like he dropped his iPhone. The look on his face is what really stands out to me. It's like I'll play it. Oh, my bad. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see who else is here. Look, we have phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. If you disagree with anything we say here, if you believe in magic sky cathedrals, space stations, please feel free to call in. All right, let's see. We said, would you rather have a portal or a vortex in your phone? Right. Well, it's a Black Mirror, which is already ominous. And I heard that there's another one, another show that's worth watching. I think it's on Amazon. Similar to Black Mirror. It's called Black Box, and I may check it out. One of the themes that I've seen, in addition to portals and nuclear winter, is the digital transcendence. The idea that your consciousness itself can be uploaded into a computer. Now, this is very similar to what we've been discussing with regard to non-biological entities residing within sophisticated computers, like in the Transformers show. And this is interesting. We were watching the news because at the end of Westworld Season 4, you have this scene on a dam, and there's discussion about dams all over the place, from this Watergate, like January 6th Commission, through all the TV shows, the Batman movie, the flooding of the poles, and here we are watching Westworld, and it starts off on Hoover Dam. Well, a couple of days later, there's an explosion at Hoover Dam in real life. One of the Transformers exploded. So we delve into this. It turns out that there's a Transformers movie that takes place at the Hoover Dam. And this is where the non-biological entities have their consciousness stored, uploaded into these machines, these Transformers. So there's some kind of thing that has been a recurring theme. Then you have a show called, I think it's just called Upload, where instead of going to heaven when you die, you can have your mind put into this metaverse-like place where you can still interact with your family members. you can still communicate with them through a sort of an internet. This is also the theme in the 100. They had this place called the City of Light where Ellie would upload your consciousness. Ellie was the AI that took over all the world governments and decided that for the world's own good, it would be best to exterminate the human race and digitize them. Get rid of their carbon footprint altogether. Infinite Plane Radio. Okay, very interesting. They have to let the NSA patch in. Go ahead and redial that number. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I just had to look up who Nosferatu is. Oh my God, that was great.
Oh yeah, Nosferatu.
The face.
Okay, there was a priest who looked. I'll look it up. Priest baptism. I'm just gonna put in Nosferatu because he looked like Nosferatu.
Oh, the face. Yeah, that was like, oh my God, that's what the priest looked like.
Yeah, unbelievable. You saw that priest dashing the baby's head against the
No,
the
I
bath?
was listening. I don't want to see it. No, but I was listening, but no, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I think it was
heard the
fine.
crowd. I heard gasping of the crowd.
Yes. Then you have the French priest who slapped the baby during the baptism. Then you have the one that used the holy water in a water gun at 6 feet social distancing. That was during COVID. So
That's hilarious.
Someone needs to do a video of baptisms gone wrong. And this isn't the worst kind of stuff you'll find at the hands of these various priests. I found it. This is the Nosferatu guy. Relatives shocked as priest slaps crying baby. And it was pretty bad. And here they are handing it over to the priest because he's a man of God. And I'm like, do these people not read the news? He slaps it because it won't stop crying. And it's like, and then he holds it up to his ear like he's listening to it, like he's hearing its heartbeat. I mean, the way he responds to the baby, the way he moves around it, he reminds me of Nosferatu. There's no other way to describe it. He's not a babysitter. This is not the babysitting type. I think he was preparing. Like, I don't know. He looked at it like it was something to eat.
So this is Catholics, right? The baptism.
Yes. It's definitely not only Catholic. Catholics, I think they do it in the church. I've seen other places they do it in rivers. That's like Baptists, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it's a much more varied tradition, and I don't think they have like a monopoly on it.
Okay, so something's coming to me here. So I think number one, the churches are starting to, just like the Mason lodges, they're starting to die out because they don't have enough people that want to be celibate for their whole life. And I think that there's like some kind of maybe internal crumbling happening here where, I don't know, maybe we're just seeing a few of tens of thousands, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more. And then, does it correspond with CERN opening a portal?
Well, the CERN cranked it up on 7/6, which was that, or the day after that. It was like right a couple of days after the Georgia Guidestones blew up. CERN was cranked up, and now I have that video I played of someone talking about something. I'm trying to figure out what this all is. I don't think that they're actually there performing the experiments that they say they are. I think it's all just simulation. But I do think there is quite a lot of, I would say, activities around CERN that lead me to think that it has more to do with the worship of the Earth God. You got the occult statues. You got the obvious 666 in the logo. I mean, what's your general take on this CERN and the portal thing?
It totally makes sense that is what they're doing, something there. We really don't know what. And it's a gigantic black budget, just like NASA. So, yeah. And the whole portal thing, I don't know. I think that kind of stuff is possible. So.
Well, there's a show called Dark that I was watching, and it is about a portal beneath a nuclear silo, and it's something like you can travel back and forward in 33-year increments. Very interesting kind of plot twist there. But again, man in a high castle, portals. Like many movies I'm watching are portals. So in The Dark, it has an opening in 2019, 1986, and 1953. And this is all very interesting to me in general, just because they choose the number 33 for some specific reason. And it has this golden time travel sphere. But fascinating stuff, and time travel didn't really interest me all that much until it came up in the Donald Trump story. And I was talking about how he was in the Quantum Leap episode, It's a Wonderful Leap, where it's a young Donald Trump in 1958.
On a time travel show, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then in those stories, he's a time traveler, right?
Yep, exactly.
Is it? Weird. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. I'm just going to bring up Art Bell here because I've listened to a lot of the old shows. And when he has like his line where he only takes calls from time travelers, every once in a while, there's somebody who's very believable. I'm not saying it's real, but man, they sure are believable. And they've got like answers right away, and it's like something out of the ordinary, but totally makes sense in a way that it would be like that. It's very interesting.
Well, I'm interested
he had
in
Eternal call in. He had an Eternal line, and one woman out of all the ones I heard, there was one woman that was very credible.
Well, I've taken this topic of time travel, not so much literally at this time, but mostly I like to think about how they bend the news and how they manipulate or conform events to fit a predetermined program. And when they insert fake people into the news that didn't exist before, just like spies, you give them a fake backstory. It's analogous to a time traveler, and they are the controllers of time and space. And I think that this is a cult that is basically worshiping the god of time, and that's what Saturn would be, death, time.
Right. It's, very interesting. Okay, so why time? Because what, you control things over like periods? I don't know.
My best guess, based on their symbolism, I think that there's some kind of science to the migration or transmigration of souls, something they know about, something about recycling of souls. And we talk about the reset a lot. And one of the ideas implicit in these resets, if they're cyclical, is that whoever's behind it, whoever hits the reset button, they don't get thrown back a couple centuries. It's just the masses. And it got me thinking, maybe that's one of their big secrets. Maybe there's some kind of science behind a person undergoing serial reincarnation. That's kind of one of the things that has crossed my desk recently.
Serial reincarnation. What's that?
As in having yourself born again and having your without a loss of consciousness, without an amnesic break between lives, like a continuity of consciousness across several lifetimes. In other words, everyone else has to reset when they die, but you don't. That's the only kind of immortality I can envision that would be achievable.
All right, so I would explain that by, you had mentioned, you said something once about people having to climb the pyramid and be backstabbing and anything it takes to get higher up on the line. But I think that actually the top is the blue bloods. They're born into it. I don't think they have to. There might be some people that fight their way up into that. I think it's probably pretty rare. And so that would be, all right, so, and that all kind of ties into cycles in time. You said cycles, and I think that's the key to time, is the cyclic nature of it, somehow,
Okay, let me bring this up. You said blue bloods. I want to talk about what the blue bloods might be from your perspective, because if you look at the Blue Origin, and think about that phrase, Blue Origin, the rocket company that Bezos has, and its logo is like a blue feather. And I'm thinking, what is that blue feather, blue blood? And I think it means blue blood because the capsule is analogous to the capstone on the pyramid. So I'm thinking blue blood, Blue Origin, and then he's the guy who spent $42 million on a clock, a shrine, a clock in his mountain that has a, quote, capstone. The only part that's above ground is the capstone, and it's a lens that brings light in to power the thing.
Yeah, he's a blue blood. He's in the group. Yeah. It's these, David Wilcock did a lot of deep dives into blue bloods. He gave a list of names once that was like 22 names of these families that are the blue bloods. And they're in every ethnic group. There's a Chinese bunch, there's a Russian bunch, English, British, Europe, America, they all have their little blue bloodlines that are the great rulers and controllers. That's how I see it. I think that's how it is.
You said 22?
I think so, but I'm not sure. He gave a list once on one of the lectures he gave a long time ago. A lot of the stuff I watched from him was from 2011 and 2012, like back then.
Well, I bring this up because are you familiar with the Paramount Pictures, the mountain? It's like it says Paramount Pictures, and it has the 22 stars around it. And
Dude, I can't believe it. I just counted those last night on a movie. I freeze framed it and counted the stars.
Okay, well, the number
Yes,
22. Someone somewhere had said that when the Watchers fell, the ones that rebelled, the ones that chose to fall down or whatever, it's not the same story as Lucifer falling, but the Watchers that fell landed on Mount Hermon. And there are some that say that Paramount Pictures is presenting you Mount Hermon, and those 22 stars refers to the fallen angels that plotted together and descended. And I don't know the precise numbers, if it was 22 or 220, but somehow I've seen that correlated.
Wow, that's really good. That totally makes sense. Yeah, because that shows that's where the stars come down, and then they go into a circle around the top of that mountain.
Yep.
Which, and I'll tell you from another perspective too, is if you think about what you were talking about, serial reincarnation, but they're reincarnating into these families, so they get taught everything right from the beginning. They're like indoctrinated completely.
Right.
Something I was going to say.
Well, this thing with the mountain, this Mount Hermon is interesting to me because I found a way to take a day off work when I was in the Army. I was at Fort Bliss, and they said you could take a day off. It's called a day with God. And I did it to be ironic because I was pretty much atheistic at the time. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. And I went with a group of others with the chaplain. It was very informal. We were taken out. They had Subway cater to the place where we went. And we took a long walk up a mountain. And they didn't even talk about anything. It was just hanging out with the chaplain. He was there to answer questions. But I brought with me a book by Elizabeth Clare Prophet from the Church Universal Triumphant. And it was Fallen Angels and the Origin of Evil. And so I actually spent that day up on a mountain reading about Mount Hermon and these fallen angels. So the story's been really interesting to me because the idea is that this represents some kind of intervention where interference happened, where man was in some way empowered or corrupted, I guess you could say.
I'll tell you what I think about that, how I see it. When we come into physical form on this planet, catalyst makes us grow. We all know that some of our most challenging times in our lives have been our greatest lessons, and we learned a lot from it, and we were better for it. There are people on the planet, probably these blue bloods, these 22 families, that come to be that, to be the catalyst that helps the humans grow by being horrible. They're gurus with sticks. And that's how I see it. They are here to create a catalyst, and they're doing it. They're doing a great job. That's how I see it, man. And that ties into everything what we talked about this serial reincarnation actually being indoctrinated into these families. God.
Well, I got a little more information. I just posted it in the chat. There's a link. Paramount Pictures Subliminal Message Truth in Plain Sight. It says, the logo of Paramount Pictures starts off with 22 stars falling and coming down to a mountain. These represent the Watcher angels falling from heaven. Why 22? 22 of the angels are named in the book of Enoch as the conspirators of the pact they made to corrupt humanity and to create abominations. And this is the thing. I remember thinking the story was really interesting, how you had a group of angels who swore an oath to one another to betray God and go down and have a good time. And I thought, okay, this is very interesting. But there were names, and they named, like, this one taught men cosmetics, this taught gambling, this taught weapons of war, this taught, and each one had a specialty. Anyway, the 22 named angels seem to be associated with the 22 stars of Paramount, which would make that Mount Hermon.
That it all makes sense. It all really makes sense. Yeah. These are our elite. Yeah.
Very interesting too, considering the name. Okay, because it's Book of Enoch, which is what I was reading up there, and Enoch was this biblical patriarch who was able to be an intermediary because God wouldn't talk to them since they fell, so they were cut off. But God would talk.
Oh, so this is all right. So, but this isn't in the Old Testament. Is this one of the Apocrypha?
This is Apocrypha, and it's one of the apocryphal stories about the dynamics between the angels that are condemned to earth forever until the end of time, and their only way to.
So that's what the Book of Enoch is about.
Yeah, and Enoch
I've
is
never read it. I've only heard about it.
Okay. Well, it's worth a read because what happens is Enoch is able to communicate with God directly, and he's relaying the messages saying, hey, they're sorry that they did this. Can you let them back up? Can you take off the chains? And God's message to them is no, not until the end of time. So they're bound to the earth. And according to Elizabeth Clare Prophet's idea, they were destroyed in the flood. All their abominations were destroyed, but the spirits became non-biological entities, disincarnate, non-corporeal beings, and they still lurk around the world and require human vessels to operate. But this is the theory that evil has its origin with this specific group of fallen angels, and Enoch was the intermediary. And then one more thing about Enoch is most of the Western occult tradition is based on the magic of John Dee. And he used something called Enochian magic. And it was magic that was all about communicating with angels. Presumably the same ones. I mean, it's all about conjuring these things or communicating with entities that are non-biological entities that can communicate to him through supposedly a black scrying mirror.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same as the entities that inhabited the blue bloods and here are on the planet for like millennia or however long they are.
That's what I'm wondering. Okay, the blue blood thing. Are we talking about? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, are these what you would consider to be? I mean, they're not Nephilim. Nephilim would be something completely different. What would the blue bloods be?
The blue bloods are all right. So the blue bloods are just like us. When we're non-physical, we're all kind of the same. Before we come into bodies, into physical existence, we're eternal. That's where I'm coming from. So, whatever your belief system is, whatever. But to me, we are eternal beings, and we come into physical existence. These people in the blue bloodlines are just like us on the other side. When you're on the other side, there's no good and bad. There's only love, how I see it. So you come into physical, they come in, they agree to be catalysts. They agree on the other side. They're God we're all God on the other side, whatever that all-knowing vibrational eternity is. And so some of the players on the stage that agree to be the bad guy. And they're having fun, but I don't know if they are really. I think it's a really animalistic, sordid life. Yeah, and they're bound to the planet just like we are, but they have kept secrets over time.
Well, I agree with this. Like, I don't have any evidence that consciousness exterminates at death. I mean, maybe the body ceases to be a vehicle, but every indication that I've had is that there is some kind of a continual connection, but it's more intuitive and perhaps manifests through synchronicity or through other means. But I don't think that consciousness ends in death. I don't think you immediately vacate. And there's enough, I think, that you could consider to say there's enough. I mean, is it evidence? I don't know. Does it require a leap of faith? Not really. I think direct experience can kind of counteract the idea that consciousness is merely a byproduct of the brain.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous at this point, from my perspective.
But back to the thing with the non-biological entities, because the story, according to this theory, the origin of evil, is that these entities come down, they corrupt man, and they create a bunch of things that the creator or God or whatever doesn't like, and he wipes them all out with the flood, but that their spirits remain, and that these are the source of demonic or possession or evil. But this was one explanation for evil, was that it's just like residual from the flood story.
From my perspective and how I see that is, human beings welcome these things in, and they're here because they've been allowed and invited. And so, yeah, they do wreak havoc, and the ones that are inviting are probably mostly the blue bloods. I'm guessing there are other people that messed around with that shit. I don't know if Jack Parsons was a blue blood, but they played with witchcraft. You know, they messed around with spells and stuff, like John Dee. I mean, who was he pulling in? And a lot of it has to do with, I guess all of it has to do with the intention of the human doing it. You know, were they conjuring the Antichrist, or were they just conjuring some whatever contact they've had with some kind of being? I don't know. It gets sketchy when people start playing like that. I don't think it usually ends up very well.
With the Jack Parson thing,
For them.
it was obviously, for them, it was bringing about the spirit of the Antichrist, but they saw Christianity as the enemy of progress, that the old traditions needed to be burned down and replaced. They see it as sort of a revolutionary thing, and that the new age is a revolution that's encoded into the stars, that this is coming from higher. It's not a man-instigated revolution, and these old structures have to go away. So to say it's Antichrist, it doesn't necessarily mean, like the Hollywood version, Damien or Omen, not necessarily. But, we'll see.
The Bible has the original version.
And also, this is what I got to point out too. The term Antichrist is mostly a Hollywood construct. In its original form, it was never some bad guy. This was some kind of tampering by some Jesuit a few centuries ago.
Well, I wonder what the original language is. I wonder if we have somebody that knows whatever Hebrew or whatever they were speaking at the time, Aramaic, and know what that word is that we've all seen in English. Well, I'd like to know.
Joseph Atwill, who wrote Caesar's Messiah, and it was the Roman conspiracy to invent Jesus or something. Very interesting story, but his contention is, and again, this book, Caesar's Messiah, is kind of a must-read because it suggests that psyops have always been used to get the public to worship government or need the government or worship the leaders. But anyway, it's
a civilization, yeah.
Right, but
rather than hunter-gatherer groups, don't need it there.
Right, but anyway, in his book, the idea of the Antichrist wasn't referring to anything other than the subsequent or the replacement, the succession, the follow-up Christ, and that the idea was that, of course, there's a lineage or the apostolic succession. It was never about some nefarious character from the future that was going to wreck everything.
Okay.
Kind of like global warming. I think there's just maybe even with the CERN thing, it just seems like the power elite like to keep us with a great number of options to choose from for various doomsday scenarios. I think the most popular one today. Like, did you see that guy at the tennis match who set himself on fire a couple days ago?
Oh, gee. What the hell? Yeah.
He's wearing a shirt that said, ban UK jets, or ban private jets in the UK. Now, he didn't burn. I mean, his arm burned and they put it out. He probably was opposed to using jet fuel, which would have totally torched him.
Yeah. All right. So entities are something different than the blue blood, as far as I'm concerned. And whether they take physical form or not, I don't know about that. Maybe they could jump into bodies. I'm not sure about any of that.
That's the basis for some religious or spiritual practices. The very basis of it is that there's
welcome.
Possession.
If you did a lot of ritual and work to welcome them into your body, you probably could get them to inhabit you. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's some traditions like Santeria, etc., where the candidate chooses a path and follows a certain saint, which represents some deity, and there's some kind of period of time when they bond with the thing, and it's supposed to possess them, is the word that we would use. Again, the word possession, what we're talking about is really non-biological or non-corporeal beings finding a vehicle through which to express their sentience. And this is really very much analogous to the idea of AI, which is why I find the topic interesting, because it seems like we're being introduced to an archaic concept with modern trappings using, it just seems like, is it the same thing?
I wouldn't say so, no. It
Like,
depends on a lot of it, dude, you cannot underestimate intention and people making intentions to create certain things. And how much it would affect other people, how far that would go. I don't know. Look at Mark Zuckerberg. But that's all. I like Zuckerberg, by the way. That was good. But that's all choice. People choose to partake of that shit. So that's what you're choosing. That's what you go for. Do it.
well,
Whatever.
here's what I've been thinking. I've been considering, 'cause just based on where the public's mind is being steered, I think we're being steered to accept the inevitability of sentient beings finding expression through our sophisticated technology, like we're creating life, man is God. And I think this is idol worship. I think it's all fakeable, obviously, but I'm open to the possibility simply that it's far more likely that if there is anything to demonic possession or anything at all, then it's more likely that would be the source than something man actually created. Like, I don't think we're creating life, but like the story of Shelley's Frankenstein. It's an inanimate, it's dead matter, but it's animated with lightning, symbolizes life being injected into it. But the idea is that if you have a fine enough vehicle, then consciousness can reside in it. And again, I'm just kind of bringing this up because this is a reoccurring theme I'm seeing in so many movies where if they can get us to accept the idea of AI, it'll be very easy for people to accept the idea that their own consciousness, through neurolinking or otherwise, can be transferred.
Right. Yeah, this is all just part of the narrative of limiting people and keeping them from looking inside themselves for what we have, which is far beyond what anything can. Technology is the mirror. So we're being shown mirrors everywhere, and that's part of the lesson. That's part of what people are waking up to if they wake up. But it's always choice. And yeah, it reminded me of, there was a quote in the Bible, something like, the blind leading the blind. They'll come in my name saying I'm the Christ and will deceive the many. And that kind of fits in with your whole really clear parallel of media as our new God, and the television and the black screen and all of that. They're deceiving the many. But there's always these color outside the line people. They're always going to be. So they can't get us all, but they will get the many. And it's all part of the game. We in my world, they come back.
Interesting.
Turn right around and come back. Yep, and then you try it again.
Fascinating. Well, this idea of catalyst makes sense. The idea that there's a purpose to it all. I might not agree with everything Icke says, David Icke, but I do like his book Tales from the Time Loop because he suggests that the purpose to quote evil is it's about in his way, it's about recognizing and separating from the worst elements of ourselves, and it's all just an expression of us manifested in the world, which sounds new agey, but the idea that he's put forth here is that until we are able to overcome our own nature and recognize that we are more divine than meat suit, we're going to be dominated by the lowest aspects of the meat suit, which makes sense. It's like the devil in the tarot card who has the man and the woman chained to the black cube, and he's holding a torch upside down, and that symbolizes the inversion of spirituality, putting the flesh over the spirit.
I totally agree with all of that. Yes, we need to be mirrored of our own dark sides, and when we don't need that anymore, it's not there. When you don't need catalyst goes away. So obviously we still need it. I think we need a lot.
It's fascinating though how the extent to which people have been lied to. Like we're making jokes about this stuff all the time about wooden moon rocks and just questioning stuff, but just the fact that we have whether or not you believe in the moon landing, there's plenty of stuff that's emanating from NASA that's very questionable. And obviously, there are questions that are never going to be answered because they're not telling us. And I think that when we can see deception, but we can't call it out, I think it leaves us in a state of being gaslit. which leads long term to apathy, where people don't even bother.
Traumatized.
Yeah, you don't even
Yeah, you're
bother asking for the
traumatized.
truth because
Yeah.
you're like, well, we're just going to get lies.
Yeah, so they turn into kind of zombies, but there's always going to be more zombies than outside the line color people or pushing the envelope folks.
Well, isn't there some desperation here? Like last night I was speaking to Lynn, and on Facebook, they banned carrot emojis because people are using the carrot as a stand-in for the vax needle. I'm just seeing desperation on behalf of the media to silence any kind of dissenting opinions. Look what they're doing to Alex Jones. They're trying to make an example of him.
Yeah. Well, Jones is a player. He's playing the game, and so he takes the risk when he plays the game. And as far as banning carrots go, yeah, it's stupid and outrageous. But it reminds me of look at the pandemic. Now, I'm sure they would have loved to create stampedes where the grocery stores were empty, but look at what people did, Tim. They took the toilet paper, something that you actually can live without very easily. Think about that. This is a mass action of human beings, completely unpredictable. They didn't take food and water. They took toilet paper. So there we are.
Yeah, wasn't that a sad chapter, for humanity? That whole event, that situation. You know what it told me? That the elite were running some kind of psyop, and they're making fun of us because they're destroying the economy, and meanwhile, people are fighting over what? Worthless paper. You see the analog there, worthless paper, the money being flushed as they throw it all away. I think it was all just code to watch us fight over worthless paper for their amusement.
I wouldn't doubt it. Although I think that, don't you think that they would have liked it more though if people had hoarded food?
Well,
I mean, a really crisis, or maybe they don't want that. Maybe that's too far. I don't know.
It might be too far. I mean, look, there was some predictive programming in Judge Dredd? No, in Demolition Man, where in the future they were socially distanced, they had no toilet paper. It was pretty much making a joke. And what's funny was in that movie, it's Sandra Bullock and Sylvester Stallone. The only restaurant in the future is Taco Bell. And funnily enough, the only restaurants here that were already set up for Uber and for people to pick it up just by calling it in was the Taco Bell. And it's like they knew in advance. They knew the apocalypse was coming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some things that I'll just wonder at without trying to think too hard about it.
No, but you're right that people, they didn't fight over essentials. But here's what I wonder. Do you think that, because as unpredictable as that was, and as unstoppable as it was, once it started, there was no stopping it. Do you think they could create the same kind of panic for food or anything just as easily as they did that? Because I think so. I think that's their main power, the stampede button.
They're going to keep trying. And so it all has to do with the reaction of the human beings and how many people buy into it. Like you said, we're watching this shit, like what Biden said. And I'm glad you, it's so funny to hear another sync. I just started to type in, I was going to ask you to play the clip because I thought maybe he was more innocent or maybe it was out of context or the tone of his voice, but you're right. I mean, it's just like, no, I don't know what to make of that. And the fact that maybe there's an inside, I'd like to know the context, but I don't know. I mean, does that matter? I don't know.
It wouldn't to me, because focusing on the age like that shows that even if there was nothing, at a minimum, he has no insight into how bad it sounded.
Well, that's, I mean, there is a very outside chance that the guy really is that innocent, but he's a dupe, of course. He might even be being drugged. And I don't know what else. I'm not saying he's innocent, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
Right.
He's obviously extremely feeble-minded and feeble, and so probably easily directed and kind of brainwashed in whatever way.
I actually think this is kind of a psyop too. I wonder how much of it's authentic, how much is acting. He certainly presents the idea that he's enfeebled, but I thought when they put him up there, it was a hideous joke. Like, let's put this ghoul up there after a massively popular man loses to gaslight the people who voted for Trump, and they put him up there so we can watch like the death of an old white Democrat. It's supposed to represent something, maybe the death of the old age, and they're going to replace him with Kamala. Like, I think there might be some presentation here that we're witnessing that he symbolizes something. I'm trying to figure out how it all works, but there's definitely, I think it's strategic, the use of an older, enfeebled, non-threatening man like this who needs to be
Maybe
replaced.
so. Yeah. Yeah, totally possible. I was thinking of something. No, I forgot.
Well, we've been covering a lot of things. The blue blood topic, though, I find very interesting. You brought up David Wilcox, and I'll look into that. The I have a book about archons that I have to dig into. I found it at a thrift store, but I've been really interested in this idea overall of what explains evil, what explains a lot of what people would lump under paranormal possession, etc. Because I do think there is something tangible, that there is a counter human or a counter I guess I think there is an oppositional force to human beings existing in peace and harmony, and I don't think it's solely a byproduct of our needs to survive terrestrially.
Uh, well, I hearken back to something you said once, Tim. When we talk about evil, you said all you see is human agency. And so even if there are these dark entities, which there are, I mean, people contact them all the time. It has to do with the human being actually being allowing and having intention to welcome them in. I don't think they come in otherwise, really. So, but then once they're in, who knows? I mean, I don't know how that works. It always seemed to me, I've seen people that do that, and it seemed like it only affected them. I was actually present with somebody that started freaking out and kind of like basically conjured these spirits of her parent-in-laws, her mother and father-in-law, that she was freaked out and afraid of these people, and she started like panicking and freaking out, and then she's like, and then she goes, "Oh my God, they're here," and I'm like, and I felt something come in, and I sat there, and my first response was I was pissed off that she got him to come when I was there.
Well,
then,
interesting. So the invitation thing is interesting to me because the talk about the phone is the portal, and we've been talking about
she
this
allowed him in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, think about this too.
And
We used to have privacy, and now your phone has become a portal through which people are eliminating the privacy and putting everything out there. And I think, are we paving the way to being totally open to beyond just marketing, other influences?
Well, people aren't being very smart about what they're doing. And, I don't mess around with Facebook. It's nothing but a giant drama with people attacking each other. I mean, there's some good things too, but most of it seems like just these big laundry airing things going on most of the time with people fighting each other. And so, I don't know.
Trump's going to be back on next year, by the way, on Facebook, from what I heard. I follow him on Truth Social. And, on the take on the left is he's retweeting Q stuff because it's like a tantrum. He's mad. Others say it's because he's waking up his shock troops and his terrorist cells. But he was at an event today or yesterday, and he had some guy with like an olive drab shirt going around saying, "Put your hands down," not letting people do the one finger salute. So I'm getting mixed messages.
I'll bet you anything that people doing that were agent provocateurs put into the crowd, and they started something, and they got everybody to do it, because that does hearken to like a Heil Hitler kind of thing.
Well, Hillary came
and they're
out.
trying to get him. They're trying to do that to him. And so that would be very easy to start something like that, and I could see why they'd want to shut it down.
I think you might be right. This is classic, right out of the Democrat playbook, because they used to have it where you're a Republican, you're running, and a Klansman will show up and photobomb you. And this would be typical because Hillary Clinton was in the news today. She said it reminded her of Hitler.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's easy, actually, to see it, because they're after him. They're trying to get him. And of course he's going to, I saw that thing about Jesus, he was like second only to Jesus or something like that. The guy, and this is the last time I talked to you. I'm just like, he's such an egomaniac. He's being ridiculed in front of everybody, and so all he wants is to feel better about himself and to get his troops back behind him and his crowds, and that just, he felt better about that. He felt good about that, being compared to Jesus.
Well, I looked at Truth Social, and he did tweet this. He tweeted this image proclaiming that he's second only to Jesus, and many, if not all of the commenters are like, yeah, we agree, 100%, you're Jesus. Like, they're totally...
It was a retweet, right? Wasn't it a retweet? I mean, he didn't originate it.
No, he doesn't originate anything, so he has a wall of plausible deniability. But look, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he made this meme. Like, Melania Trump was actually bid shielding. I think she was buying her own NFTs to inflate the price through a fake account that they traced to her. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump has two phones.
These are blue bloods, bruh.
Yep.
You can do anything.
All right, well, hey, I appreciate the call, very much. Thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And by the way, I did catch that video you posted of David Lynch and his weather report.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting because somebody sent it to me today. It's like, oh, we've been talking about it. And then I watched it, and it was just like, he's just happy. He's so sweet.
Yeah, I was actually going to play part of it. I was going to play part of his weather report. I have it queued because we were waiting for nuclear winter to start today, and then here he is on the West Coast being like, no, weather's great. I'll play that clip.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. You too. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right, let's see. Covering lots of topics. Yeah, here you have Donald Trump compared to Jesus. And you wonder why some people think he's the Antichrist, making these very flippant comparisons. Okay, now today's 9/24/2022. Many of us were expecting nuclear winter, Cthulhu, space station falling on Seattle, nuclear annihilation, mutually assured destruction, all kinds. Oh, solar flares, moonfall. What wasn't supposed to happen? I was waiting for space junk to fall in the Philippines, Chinese space junk, but none of it happened. Here we have a bit of a weather report. I'm just going to play a short clip. This is David Lynch.
Soon it'll be going up to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's around 32 Celsius. And it looks like beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
All right, so the world didn't end today. And that would be David Lynch. I only recently learned that he was the director of Dune, which is why I never took an interest in it because I wasn't into science fiction. But I have it on rental right now. I watched it very late and I fell asleep halfway through, but I'm going to watch it again. I was actually pleasantly surprised by some of the special effects. There's this alien character, looks like a giant walrus-like being in a big tank. Massive brain, obviously, but great special effects. This is pre-CGI. A lot of the great David Lynch stuff where they use props, they use animatronics, they use whatever it took to make it look real. And these days it doesn't matter because the public doesn't have any sort of standards when it comes to how realistic something is. They don't. In fact, their standards are so low and they've been rendered so visually illiterate that when NASA prepares a simulation like they did for the Artemis mission to the moon, on their video which simulated what it was going to do, they had to put a label on there, like a sticker. This is an animation, so no one would think this was the actual mission. Like, why would they have to label something animation if the public wasn't so, if we weren't so just impaired? I have a comment here from Chris Corley says, with regard to Alex Jones and his trial, capstone event, make-believe trial, actors all around, the world is a stage. Yeah, what are the odds? I mean, the fact is, what are the odds that he's not an actor and that the judge isn't playing into a scripted role? I mean, just the fact that we're looking at a psyop that's been exposed, and now he's treating it like it wasn't a psyop. I'm sorry, but his best defense would be prove it actually happened. Call the bluff. Doesn't happen. He will not call the bluff on the rubber-nosed Sandy Hookers. And I say that because many of them are wearing prosthetic faces because they say that conspiracy theorists are so scary. Here's the article. This is from Wired. It's called Do It Yourself Biohacking. Magnet implanting do it yourself biohackers are paving the way for mainstream adoption. This is one of these areas where I'm going to be a laggard. I'm not going to be an early adopter. This is one of these things you want to let the others work out the bugs first. But what we're looking at here are bits of metal under the skin. We're talking about implantable magnets. It says do-it-yourself biohackers or garage body mods. That's what you call them. Body augmentation. It's part of transhumanism. It says the principles of the practice lie in transhumanism. And speaking of transhumanism, the singularity, the term singularity, the technological singularity, the point where technology becomes so advanced that it becomes our evolutionary agent, we can't control what happens next. That was coined by John von Neumann. Think about the name, Neumann, new man. Transhumanism. They are under no illusion that what they're doing is groundbreaking stuff. Kevin Warwick of Reading University put RFID transmitters under his skin in 1998, and the practice of slicing up your flesh has become so commonplace that one tattoo artist recently stuck 4 magnets under his skin to hold his iPod Nano in place. We're still talking about transhumanism kind of being mainstreamed. Not surprising here. But calling it transhumanism, I'm sorry, this is fashion. This is not transhumanism. This is so phony. I mean, sure, it's just body modification. I don't think it's all that impressive, to be quite honest. We were talking about the teacher, the shop teacher. Obviously, that is a troll. So if you missed that, basically it's been exposed, more or less, that this famous Canadian shop teacher with the giant fake chest piece and the wig is a troll who was almost fired for being too red-pilled. And this is some kind of performance art piece, likely so he can get fired and sue for discrimination. Yesterday we were asking the question, will 92422 live up to the misguided hype? I would say yes. It kind of has. It showed something. It demonstrated the willingness of millions to not only believe, but openly hope for the end. Even the QAnoners are jumping onto this thing, saying, hey look, this might be the time. Vengeance Day. Vengeance for what? Finbar says, I've seen all of Lynch's work several times over. He's truly a madman Jesus. Blame it on transcendental meditation. Right, I agree. I think many of his movies are just masterful, and I think the soundtracks are always good. Really, most of his work is, I think a lot of his experimental work is worth watching, especially if you're into animation. Again, just a reminder, ips.monster. That's the new domain. That is our ground zero. It takes you where you need to be on the Infinite Plane Society website. We're no longer promoting any of these world stage platforms. There's no reason to. But you can find us on every single platform out there. And we're going to be encroaching even deeper into every platform. And I'm working on a few things, like, for example, clips. I'm going to be taking clips, phone calls, and contextually putting them in a different context. So instead of it being on a channel with live streams, maybe I'll just put all the calls on a channel and I'll call it Infinite Plane Radio Clips. Something like that will be very censorship resistant. Australia to treat climate change denial as a mental disorder from News Punch. Meanwhile, you have a climate change believer setting himself on fire. Nobody notices there's some kind of a contradiction or a discrepancy there. I mean, what are we supposed to take out of that? I'm waiting to see if he's lauded as a hero. I do think that is the case. I think they're going to see him as a hero. It was a noble act, sacrificing himself, his own carbon footprint. Honestly, I think he should be charged with terrorism. How is that not terrorism? You put on a bomb belt and you scream, Gaia Akbar. Blow yourself up. Is that any different than setting yourself on fire to save the earth? No. It's the exact same thing. Now, speaking of Gaia, Gaia is the god of the earth. Mother Earth, although I believe that the earth has been mis or transgendered because I think it's the Father Earth God. That's why it has the obelisk in their cult. And their goddess is the goddess of the night sky, Isis, goddess with the stars. And in the New Age version, you have Nuit, and she's arched over the world, and she's covered in stars. My point is, Gaia was the great god of the earth, mother of all life. And then you look at, again, this is another example of how the elite like to mirror everything, as the previous caller said. The World Economic Forum, 666, launches a new global initiative. It's called Gaia. The Global Initiative to Advance Artificial Intelligence. Global AI Action Alliance. Gaia. There's your AI. Again, the fact that this is coming from the World Economic Forum makes it notable. This is the whole Great Reset, and part of the program is introducing artificial intelligence as a way to perhaps, I don't know, perfect human government. Nothing megalomaniacal about that, or the guy who wears the Darth Vader costume while he talks about the inevitable implants that will be in everyone. I have this meme on the screen. Props to everyone out there that knows what's really going on and still manages to stay sane and get up and handle their business every day. And there you have Darth Schwab, and behind Darth Schwab you have the Greys, and behind the Greys you have the Reptoid. Thanks, Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support. Again, we have text messages going out every day now, and the reason why is that this will allow us to rebuild at our own new ground zero, and we're not going to lose ground this time. I mean, we have been on this roller coaster of subs. Sometimes it's a few hundred, sometimes it's a few thousand, but it's been difficult because we've been targeted. And now that we're no longer promoting these, I'm not going to say opposition platforms, I think that we're going to have steady and consistent growth day after day. And what we are doing here is this is a media insurrection in a sense, figuratively speaking. There's no actual violence or activism entailed here. What we're doing here is we're creating a large enough body of people who know how media works, just the hyper-mediated environment, the monolithic nature of it, the multifaceted nature of it, and how it is not even asking your permission. It's just simply brute force. They lay down the program. If you don't agree, they kick you out. They use perception management. They use psyops. It is psywar. Taking that into account gives you a different perspective. You're less certain about a lot of BS, but you know what you know. And it's an important philosophical distinction. We're all in this Plato's cave. They don't let you out. That's what the world stage is. It's Plato's cave. But instead of believing or being obsessed with the shadows on the wall, we're throwing popcorn. We're looking back at the projectors, and it's inconvenient to them that we know that there are projectors. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I'm going to continue through a few topics. We're talking about Gaia, artificial intelligence, non-biological entities. This is all prompted off of this conversation. CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side. Anthony Patch. Now, I'm not very familiar with Anthony Patch beyond these ominous proclamations here, but if you want to look into it, I'll probably put some of my notes in minds.com about this. Again, I think CERN is more hype than not, but it definitely serves a purpose. Disconnected entities. This is going to be, again, a short clip. I'm going to play it again. This is Anthony Patch.
Beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension, and that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not.
All right, he says it's not science fiction, right? Right. It's bad science fiction, is what it is. Same with NASA, and I'm not inclined to believe it. I'm not inclined to believe it because they know how easy it is to fool people when you have a big budget and some machine they don't understand. Look how easily people fell for the space meat, the sausage in space, the slice of bologna or whatever. They said, "Oh, this is a star. You can trust me. I work around this $10 billion satellite." But no, it's a piece of bologna in the sky that this scientist passed off as a real star. And who fell for it? I'll tell you who didn't fall for it. The flat earthers, or the people who were skeptics about the globe. Let me go ahead and play a clip here. This is Rudy Giuliani explaining how the people who want to censor are basically fascists. They're not semi-fascists. They're full-on, full-blown fascists. And I agree with him here. Let me play this clip.
They want us ignored. They want us put in prison. They want all our property taken from us. They don't want us to be allowed to be employed. And they don't want any television station to put us on. And they say so. And the television stations comply. That's not fascism.
Restless Bear says, remember when Rudy leaked the black goo? Yeah, that's right, didn't he? Rudy did. Rudy Giuliani, black goo. So we know he's been taken over. That's how you know. That's how you know when the NBE is hijacked a human being. Oh yeah, the NBE's got him. Non-biological entities. You got the black goo coming out of his head. President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, addressed the dark goo running from his hairline down to his jaw during a recent press conference, and he said, quote, "They were brains, and he used a rag to stuff it back in his skull." This is from Newsweek. As Giuliani pushed unverified claims of rigged elections, members of the press began to notice that his sweat started to drop in color. A stream of dark liquid on Giuliani's face became hard to ignore towards the end of his statement, and the media outlets began sharing articles on what the substance could have been. And here's a picture on the screen where he's talking about the election, and his hairline is dripping with black goo. He said, "I was thinking so hard, God, it was like a really rough press conference. I got to think really hard. It was some of my brains." Giuliani went on to say that when he put a rag to his head to put the brain back in, it, quote, rejuvenated my brain power. I wish this was a tabloid. I do, but this is not a tabloid. This isn't The Onion. This is not the Babylon Bee. This is mainstream world stage news. This is a Twitter account, GimmeShelter67. Intel has it that the green light is about to be given by a certain president. Think in historical personalities. So I have some intel from Q Street. JFK, I believe, is the one they're talking about. It's either him or Lincoln. What do you think? Is it going to be Lincoln? Who are the QAnoners waiting for now? It says historical personalities. I mean, JFK is 105. How old would Abraham Lincoln be right now? 205? George Washington, maybe? Fascinating. But this is the state of Q. They're still waiting on their dead presidents to come back and save them. Dead Kennedys. We says, concerning CERN, D. Wilcox talked about a machine that could create a time travel portal. Forget the project name. It took massive amounts of energy. Yeah. Could be. When I think CERN, I think Cernunnos, the horned god, the god of the wild forces of nature. And when I watched their opening ritual, they had a portal, and they had a bunch of people dressed up as, goats. The horned one, Cernunnos, In Celtic religion, an archaic and powerful deity worshipped as the lord of wild things. If you look at the image, it's sort of a Baphomet-like character. You'll find many of these gods that represent the forces of nature have horns, which represents a number of things. It's not difficult to put it all together, but for the most part, the Cernunnos character is very similar in many ways to the Baphomet, because the Baphomet is not the devil. It's an amalgamation. It's a collection of symbols that represents. It's a personification of all the wild forces of nature. That's why you have him as part man, part beast, part angel. You know, the angel wings, the goat face, the man's body, male, female. It's meant to encompass everything, all. Pan means all. Cernunnos is very much like Pan or Baphomet. And here you're looking at the image, and it looks just like Baphomet, and there he is. And at his feet, right below his hoof feet, he has the serpent. Like the Baphomet has the snake wrapping around the staff that he's carrying. It's the same symbol, same meaning, if you ask me. But this is who I believe they are worshiping at CERN. All right, let us move on, going through some of the recent news. Let me see if I can get some more insight into the entities that they're communicating with at CERN. I just had the audio clip here. I'm going to go through some of the comments. Some believe they're communicating with fallen angels and demons. They are called demons. Cheryl says, I'm pretty sure whoever's running CERN can't be trusted to tell us the truth. Interview with 2016 Anthony Patch. I have the full interview here. If anyone wants to find it, I'll retweet it. You can follow me at Real Tim Osman, and I also have my tweets embedded over at infiniteplane.media. Anything we talk about, you can pretty much find over there. The underworld where demonic beings exist, says Lou5369. Fascinating. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but someone else has made this connection. Love and Justice has retweeted an image. Cernunnos. Your Gray says, the amount of high-level rituals they will need to be able to perform the so-called science on a global scale is crazy. If you do not discern the times that we are in, what are you doing with your life? Was that a pun or a joke? He said, if you do not discern the times that we're in. I don't think he meant that. Kyle Unlearning says, entities. Sounds kind of bad. Let's call them AI and put them in children's hands. Again, you can't really ignore the fact that they have a 666 logo, and look, I have a real life lived synchronicity that ties into this. You have the statue of, is that Lord Shiva, and then you have the 666. You have the Cernunnos connection, but I think there's something more there. But I had a kind of a synchronicity having to do with CERN, weirdly enough, this year. And basically, I'll find a picture of it. In fact, I posted this on my blog back in July. So if you follow my blog, you'll be able to find it there. I'll probably bring it up tomorrow. But basically, I had a synchronicity that had to do with CERN. And I was looking at some of their iconography. And they definitely have something there suggesting that, yeah, there's kind of an occult undertone. Plus, they love to troll the Mandela affected. Some of their website images, they use Alice in Wonderland. They reference a few things that are definitely part of the, what I would call, Mandela effect lore. All right, and going through your comments. Finbar says, why can't life be more like an ABBA song? You know, I don't think they're innocent. You're talking about ABBA, ABBA. I saw something, 1221. Someone had decoded it and connected it to the reset. I mean, I don't trust any of these mainstream entertainers. I think they're all singing for Satan, more or less. I mean, how could they not? That's the thing that they're plugged into. I think that might actually be the meaning of the rock star in the modern context, the introduction of Elvis. I think they're, when I say they, the church of the world, which is the mainstream media, they give us gods and idols to worship. It's always a person that's just an embodiment of something, and you may not even know it at the time. But I think that there's really something here. This is the idea behind the Pope being the Son, the incarnated Son. This is the idea behind the Scarlet Witch, which is a very prominent character in a lot of movies today. Doctor Strange had the Scarlet Witch. Game of Thrones has the Red Witch. And this is a reference to the Scarlet Woman, who is the physical embodiment or the incarnation of Babylon or Isis. Babylon is what the New Agers call her. We've been talking about the Queen's funeral, the timing of her death. It was 1,776 days from the first Q drop to the Queen dropping. Again, that's another reason why the QAnoners aren't going to let it go, because they keep on finding meaning between these things. It's also very significant that it was exactly to the day 911 days from novel corona that her death occurred. I have a video here from an animal denialist. This is someone who doesn't believe that platypuses exist. And I only point out animal denialism to draw a distinction between what they're doing and what we do.
Yes, they're a real animal.
They're really made up.
No, platypuses are real.
They really exist in some dude's mind that was like, yo, let's like make this cartoon, like there's a beaver, there's a dog, like boom, platypus, like there's one named Perry, but they don't exist.
They're a real animal.
No, he's right. I just made it up. Here's actual video of me getting the idea.
What would it look like if a beaver and a duck got mashed together?
And there he is at the zoo with a platypus behind him. I had to do this. I had to go down and visit the penguins. I got a season pass at the zoo because people were denying penguins, and I wasn't going to have it. I let them have their fake toucans. I let them have their gorillas or people in suits, and koalas or animatronics. Pandas are fake, but when they went after the penguins, I kind of took it personally. My thinking here, though, is you're seeing a byproduct of the metaversers being completely disconnected from the meatverse. And what you heard was an argument from incredulity, which is not a good argument. It looks unbelievable. I can't believe it. I can't conceptualize it. It can't be. Right, but you believe that man landed on the moon? To me, it shows that people are so subjective, and they don't need to reality test claims because belief is a matter of conformity. And in this case, with the animal fakery, they don't have an understanding for some reason of, I guess, the weakness of the claim. Arguing from ignorance in the information age, in the too much information age, you should not be making arguments from ignorance in the too much information age. There's too many ways to verify. You can find time lapses of pelicans, or of toucans rather, of toucans being hatched, their life cycle from birth to death. You can find it all. Or you can go to your zoo. And even if you were to posit that, okay, I watched the images, but I still believe that pandas and gorillas are fake. Okay, if you still believe that, and you're not willing to go to the zoo, then your argument is null and void. It's solely based on ignorance, and that's not an argument. It's not a case. Hitchens' razor, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And it wasn't really on, the burden of proof wasn't on this individual to go verify that the platypus existed. It wouldn't be. The proof is on the person making the claim. So this individual who's telling his wife that he doesn't believe in platypuses, he needs to get to the zoo.
They're a real animal.
They're really made up.
All right, then go through some comments. Salty Siren says, my dog looks like an animatronic puppet to me 99% of the time because he's so damn cute. He doesn't look real, but he's really real. Miguel 2010 says, pick up a penguin. Over here, you can high five penguins. You can get a pass and you can pet the penguins or something. But Again, when it comes to gorillas or any of these things, um, there's a very easy test that you could apply. You just go down and check it. But what's more, if you're going to say that gorillas are fake, who's doing the faking? How widespread? Are zoos then a big conspiracy? And how deep does this go? This is where it gets into the realm of, is it even fakeable? Like many things are fakeable on a small scale. They're fakeable on the screen, but fakeable in real life on a wide scale, I don't think you could make the case for gorillas being fake. And I found a few videos just in my own research because I was trying to debunk people's claims about panda bears of people who had stumbled into panda bear habitats. And you know what happens to them? They get shredded. It's like a wood chipper. The panda bear will chew your feet off. They will drain so much blood from you that you will require an entire blood transfusion. That's not some guy in a costume. And that's the price you would pay for being so reality impaired. And maybe this is why people can get away with it. As long as we're all locked down and metaversed, we never have to confront the reality that we're vicariously experiencing through CGI avatars. There's no reality testing. Okay, let's continue. I'm going through my Twitter feed. It's Real Tim Osman. I earmark a lot of things if you follow the liked. I'm going to make it everything very easy to be involved in our chats, to get our live stream notifications. Go to ips.monster. Our Telegram account is Infinite Plane. Very easy to find. So in addition to text alerts, I am making it possible for people to get alerts just by going to Telegram. Like it's t.co/infinite plane. Let me take a quick look and see how many people are there. I'll put a link. That's not the precise address, but it's Infinite Plane is the username or the channel name. I linked it on ips.monster. Again, that's the hub. That is the new ground zero. It's important that we just go through there first. All right, going through some comments. Tominoid says, Penguin Parade, Phillip Island, remote controlled maybe. Again, you could make animatronic penguins. You can make CGI penguins. You could have augmented virtual reality anythings. I saw this really good, realistic looking video of an airplane taking off in downtown Los Angeles, and Vegas, and it was fake. I think it was a augmented virtual reality plane, but it looked so real on the news that if the person on the news didn't say, hey, look, this is a fake plane taking off, nobody would have known. And the irony of it, of course, was that it was a fake CGI plane on the news, and they were just awestruck about, hey, wow, it's a fake CGI plane on the news. Right. Ever heard of 9/11? They've been doing this for 20 years. Miguel 2010 says, I've seen penguins before. They're real, of course. Well, that's just hearsay. And there's something else to consider, too. It's the status quo. The idea that penguins don't exist goes against the status quo, and you can't just refute that and say, no, everybody's wrong, if you're not going to provide something. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something. You can't just say everything's fake. I would never say everything's fake. I'll say many things are fakeable, and the news media is committed to its agenda and its narratives over facts. But I would never say everything's fake. I would never say that because I'm not confused. I am the least confused person that you will probably ever hear from. Not an exaggeration. Like, I'm very clear on what's real and what's fake. My contention is that the consumers of mass media are mistaken and really ignorant about how mistaken they are about what they actually know versus what they merely believe that they know. And they may not even know that is a meaningful distinction to make. And it's one of the first distinctions that we make in the IPS Institute's course, Autohoaxology 101. One of the very first distinctions I make is, are you a media knower or believer? Like, do you know? Or do you just accept what you're told to believe? And you'll find most people are true believers, fundamentalist even. Donald Trump here in Ohio making cues and pointing out the Q signs. So there's Donald Trump running around giving cues to people, tracing an O and then a dash and then pointing. It's like dog whistles. Let me play a short clip here. The U.S. filed a patent for luciferase proteins.
Something that's largely flown under the radar, a patent filed by the U.S. government for a new product containing luciferase. That's a bioluminescent material often used in COVID-19 research. There are now reportedly proposals to use this product to start tracking people's vaccination status with an injectable that would sit under the skin. Now, you've been digging into this issue. Can you tell us what you've learned so far?
Now, this is NTD News. I don't think they're credible. I actually think this is almost so bad it's parody. And what's sad about it is I can't even talk about this or criticize their take on things without being lumped in as a misinformationist. My point is, these guys are LARPing. It's like fake. This is literal fake news. It's almost comical. It's like this is a scene from a bad movie. And these are actors playing the role of newscasters. And these are the same ones who spread the story that dead bodies are suddenly full of clots when bodies clot. Their blood congeals. That's normal. But again, they're always making stuff up. But this is, again, this is parody.
Well, I think people get hung up on the freaky name of it because it, of course, it sounds like they're talking about Lucifer from the Bible being like the devil. And,
anyway, I'm going to move on. But this is not new. I listened to this today and I thought these people are phoning it in. They don't sound like they really believe it. So much fear of the weak. Now, here's a clip. This is a little controversial, I guess. I don't know why. I don't think it's even all that interesting. I mean, most of you here who've been on the internet long enough know that everybody has their scapegoat. But now here's an interesting bit here. Alex Stein, 99, prime time on the grind. You know him, Alex Stein. I mean, he's never going to go away. He's a permanent fixture now. He's the new Andy Kaufman. He's Borat. And I didn't like Borat, but, honestly, I would rather have a Stein than a Borat. They're both cringe, but I think, whatever. My point is, Alex Stein is now being called out for gatekeeping. And I don't know if this is fair. So here he is, hosting InfoWars, as I predicted he would be a couple of years ago. And I have witnesses to this. I said in 2020, Alex Stein was going to be on the Dark Matter Network. He was with his Conspiracy Castle for a couple of days. And back then I said, I'm pretty sure this guy's being groomed to be the next Alex Jones. And now here he is, filling in for Alex Jones while Alex Jones is in court. Well, now, Stein is here in studio at InfoWars, and he's talking to a guest. And the guest brings up some pretty wild stuff about who controls Warner Brothers. And Stein is like, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." Now, you may not agree with what this guy has to say. I don't have an opinion on it. I think it's ludicrous and absurd. But I almost feel like this is a troll in itself. This has got to be a provocateur. But I'm going to play the clip in its entirety just so you can hear Alex Stein gatekeeping, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." I don't know who this individual is. And again, I'm not all that interested in learning who he is. But I'm just taking this clip because it's getting a lot of traction.
The day I arrived in Hollywood, they told me when I was offered the job at Warner Brothers that you need to know this town is run by a homosexual and Jewish mafia. And I believe
oh my gosh! Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No, be careful what you say on InfoWars. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. Even here, we don't want.
Wow, well, full stop. Full stop. He stopped that meme. He bounced it right back. That meme went right back into that guy's face. He wouldn't let it get past. Nope. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I mean, wow. That sounded like somebody begging for their life. Like there's a gun to his face, finger on the trigger, and like, please don't, I'll say anything. What was that? Anyway, InfoWars is being called out by some as gatekeeping. I think he's just being polite. You know, it's his friend's station, it's his friend's thing. Maybe he doesn't want to let this stuff get out there. But what is he really saying anyway? Is there any substance to the claim? I mean, come on. It's obviously, patently, this is absurd. But true or not, what's funny is, in my view, what's funny, and I think it is funny, is Alex Stein's way of handling it. Like, don't they have a mute button? I guess, or a delay? Maybe not. But I want to play it one more time. Just the second half.
What you say on InfoWars, even here. Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No. Be careful what you say on InfoWars.
Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I never thought I would hear that. I don't think it means he's over the target. I think it means that, I don't know what it means, actually. What a strange... I think someone just posted a picture. Yes, Alex Stein has basically taken many of the shticks of Alex Jones. Here he is in studio ripping off his shirt just like Alex did before. Again, it's a replacement. Get used to it. Like I said, this is Stain, Alex Stain, it's forever. Alex Jones is being phased out. I'm not sure what's next for him, but they're phasing in Stein. And it's the same thing. It's kind of a template thing. You got these comedian entertainers who fill in a niche in the MSM ecosystem. And make no mistake, they're not off-world stage. They're part of the mainstream media ecosystem. They're no different than, really, is there a difference? Tell me that if you can actually make the case that there is a meaningful distinction to be made between Anderson Cooper and Alex Jones. Alex Cooper, Anderson Jones, there's no difference. These things are interchangeable. Okay, let us continue. Salty says, remember when Dearth wouldn't let him be free reign? That's right, he was on the Baby Truther show. And Dearth did kind of shut him up a few times. I remember he was under control. Dearth was acting like a handler, interestingly enough. And Dearth, we're talking about deep inside the Rabbit Hole podcast. Interesting character. He was behind the perv, sadly, which is why we kind of cut ties with him. Yes, Dearth was the guy who was protecting a person who abused 14-year-old. I shouldn't even say that, but it's true. Anyway, Lean Dion says, cops, controlled opposition performers. I like that. Okay, moving on. Peter W. says, tip of the spear. Tip of the spear is the QAnon shaman running into the Capitol with a spear. And the whole operation, if you ask me, was to demonize the far right. And there isn't even a far right. The right wing is not even limited government conservatism whatsoever. I mean, everything's so lost anyway. All right, this has been fun. Phones are still open. I want to run through some headlines here before we go anywhere. But one thing I'm working on, one of the things we're working on, is the documentary on the Mandela effect. And we've put a lot of work into it. There's a lot of research, and every single link, every idea that people have posted in the server is going to be included. I want it to be inclusive. There's no constraint on time. If it takes 3 hours to tell the story, it takes 3 hours. The point of it is it needs to be complete. We want to have every angle covered. The Mandela effect is one of the most fascinating conspiracy theories out there. And the CERN angle, the food labels, that's really just scraping the surface. It goes much deeper. And I think it does open the door to other conversations that are far more interesting. I don't just entirely dismiss it. And I think the people who gravitate towards the Mandela effect are the people who are looking to explain glitches in their own matrix. You know, they're just looking for answers. But the documentary is going to express every view, including my view, which I think is a debunk, more or less, but it's not specifically a debunk. And you're welcome to disagree with my conclusions on the matter anyway. UN food chief warns of hell on Earth over food shortage crisis. Watch NASA mission that could potentially save all humankind. You've been wondering where your money's going, right? The $58 million a day that goes to NASA. I mean, we have an exploding, booming homeless population here. And it's getting pretty bad. And it's pretty sad that they can't be taken care of, that we don't have enough shelters. And here we are putting $58 million a day into bad science fiction. And now they're saying, oh, but we're going to save all mankind by deflecting this space rock. That's what they're actually saying. This is from CNN, so you know it's credible. A NASA spacecraft will slam into an asteroid called Dimorphos. The DART, or Double Asteroid Redirection Test Mission, will see if this kinetic impact can deflect asteroids that pose a threat to Earth. So yeah, they'll save us on Earth from way out there. And they'll spend $10 billion to bring you a picture of a fake star that's actually just a joke, just a piece of baloney. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing for the people here on the ground. And that's been a long time criticism of NASA, and I used to make fun of that criticism. I'm just like, it's just a communists attacking progress. They're attacking market-driven technologies. Look at all the good NASA has done. NASA's done this for us. I remember making these arguments, and now it's definitely a big waste of money. The graphics are terrible. And I did hold out hope that the Chinese space station would be an improvement, but it's not. It's clearly a step down. And the limiting factor for deep space travel is actually special effects. Update: NASA continues to prepare for Artemis launch despite deteriorating weather. Again, this is the Artemis rocket, which I believe is very much tied in to the meta-scripted stories of Gabby Petito, Eliza Fletcher, Anne Hesh, Girl in Room 13, Princess Diana. Artemis is another lunar goddess, and this is a lunar mission, but the rocket is cracked. And I believe that this Huntress, Artemis, the rocket being cracked, I've connected this to the idea of Broken Arrow. And Broken Arrow is specifically a reference to a nuclear threat. And here we are at a time where Russia is reportedly flailing and losing, and they're cornered, and now we're looking at the threat of nuclear attacks by Putin. Express.co.uk: Putin likely to be killed by own generals if he uses nuclear weapons. Nuclear war is possible, U.S. commander. Then you have Elon Musk bringing in his Starlinks to bring internet service to Iran during a government crackdown. Internet service in Iran tumbled to 0% after the protests began, according to data from NetBlocks. So here you have your savior, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Elon Musk, and of course this has incurred the ire of the Russians, who said that it's fair game, that commercial satellites being used to interfere in these types of things could be shot down. So we have the specter of space wars kind of dangling above, waiting for that. White House privately warned Russia against using nuclear weapons. Experts and the international community are divided about how seriously to take Putin's nuclear war threats. Now, I'm not worried about nukes at all. I'm not losing any sleep over it. But I'm very aware of the fakeability of nukes. And even the fakeability of a protracted lockdown period based on the idea of nuclear winter and fallout. It's all fakeable, and it's all very believable. That's one of the things that I could say concerns me, in a sense that if we get locked down again, it's going to be because the overwhelming number of people fell under a spell. I mean, they're spellbound, and we have to play along. And this time the mask is going to be a little more cumbersome than just a piece of cloth over your mouth. Nuclear war, the myth of atomic weapons. This was just posted in the Discord server. A-bombs were invented by science fiction writer H.G. Wells. The top secret Manhattan Project was a work of fantasy and scaremongering propaganda. The nuclear war hoax was used to siphon money and end World War II. Evidence proves that the U.S. dropped napalm carpet firebombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nukes don't exist. They are a technological impossibility. Compressing uranium metal to double density with a neutron in between to ignite an uncontrollable explosion is fiction. I agree. It's fiction. It's some kind of, I would say, cover for a more esoteric concept, likely alchemy. It has to do with the destruction of primordial matter, some kind of, I guess, ritualistic expression of something that may have to do with a spiritual transformation. I don't think that this is a literal thing. I think most of what we're seeing is really just repurposed mysticism. Like I was talking about the digital transcendence, I don't think it's a remote possibility. But I think they've taken the concept of transcendence and the concept of heaven and they've rebranded it with science. Heaven has been replaced by outer space. And every single religion believes in outer space. Every religionist, and even the atheist. The atheist believes in outer space. Well, they believe in heaven. The atheist believes in, well, they believe in flood myths. They believe in angry flood gods. Here's the excerpt from Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, Michael Hoffman II. Now, Michael Hoffman II. Michael Hoffman II wrote Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. He took a lot of the work from James Shelby Downard, who did some of the really original ritual deconstruction of the Kennedy assassination. Anyway, Michael Hoffman wrote about the nuclear bomb and the alchemical significance of it, the ritual significance of it. Here's an excerpt from his Wikipedia. And by the way, he's been attacked and maligned by the ADL. He's been called a Holocaust denier, etc. Par for the course. But you can ignore a lot of the ad hominem attacks against him and just look to his writings. He has spent, quote, his life reaching the subterranean workings of the occult the cryptocrats and their orchestration of American history. Yeah, we do have a hidden group of rulers behind the scenes that show themselves and reveal themselves through these psychological operations which have these occult connotations. Hoffman claims to have operated from an organic farm and lived among the Amish for several years. In 1995, he moved to Idaho. Now here's where it gets into his writings. I'll see if I can find a PDF copy or maybe even a paperback copy of Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, but what he outlines is the theory of a shadow government that gains power through, quote, the manipulation of symbols and twilight language. Examples of such psychodramas in Hoffman's view include the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, in which he sees ritualistic elements. The theory of Masonic symbolism in the assassination of President Kennedy was first articulated by James Downard, who co-authored with Hoffman King Kill 33, which became the inspiration for a song by Marilyn Manson. Now there is an interesting point here, a tie-in. The King Kill 33 Marilyn Manson thing, because Marilyn Manson, in his video Coma White, he reenacts the death of JFK. And in the video he's dying as Kennedy, but the song is about how Kennedy was Christ and how he was killed by the powers that be, and the world's waiting to be saved by the third Christ, who would be JFK Jr. This was from a 1998 Marilyn Manson song. 1999 was the video being released, and I'm saying it was based on a script called Hollywood. And this script is what the QAnoners actually believe. Thus, their obsession with John F. Kennedy Jr. And funnily enough, the Marilyn Manson song Coma White's video was delayed because it was about the time that JFK Jr. crashed and died. MTV delayed the video being released because it inferred JFK Jr. as a person, part of the music video. Goes on to say, in a 2002 lecture in Sandpoint, Idaho, Hoffman analyzed the 9/11 terror attack in terms of alchemy and psychological warfare. And that's what he said about the atomic bomb and the whole Manhattan Project, that we're looking at alchemy and psychological warfare. And what does this mean? Alchemy is lead into gold. It's the transformation of humanity, transhumanism. And the alchemy, the term alchemy, it's really about alchemical or chemical reactions. You mix things up and you get something out of it. And in this case, he's suggesting that the human race is being alchemically processed, that we're being transformed, that we're being converted from lead, spiritual lead, into spiritual gold. Moving on, Trump is a messianic figure in QAnon calls. Yes, I've been listening. There are a number of QAnon live streams, and he is definitely Jesus to them. Nothing new here. South Korea on alert after detecting signs of a submarine missile launch. North Korea may be preparing to test submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Now, one thing to point out here is whenever you look at these missiles being tested, it's worth noting here, put on your flat earth glasses. If you've ever watched with a critical eye rockets taken off from NASA or SpaceX or Blue Origin, you'll note that as fake as those look, these so-called rocket tests by North Korea look even faker. It's like it's the same production studio or a knockoff. It really does look that bad. In fact, I was looking at North Korea's missiles, and they remind me of the ones that Bezos launches, but they look a little cheaper. Like maybe he bought, like North Korea's dictator orders them from Amazon. Like, give me a couple of these Blue Origins. I'm going to paint it olive drab and call it a nuclear warhead. But they use just as much CGI and fakery as NASA. In fact, there have been many news stories, like mainstream news stories, pointing out that the North Korean missile launches are faked, that sometimes the rockets are faked. ICBM launch May 31st, 2022 may have been fake. August 11th, 2022, North Korea faked massive missile launch. They used footage to fake a, quote, monster missile. March 30th, 2022, why did North Korea fake a monster missile test? You mean they did it for real at some time? Fact check, did they fake it? Yes. And how did they figure this out? In one instance, they were able to look at the stars and show that it wasn't the right time of year. January 2016, footage released last week by North Korea purporting to show the firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile appears to be fake. Now, if you took the same eyes and the same level of scrutiny to anything launched by NASA, Bezos, or Musk, you would arrive at the same conclusion. Fake, fake, fake. North Korean propagandists use rudimentary editing techniques to crop and flip old video footage of tests and Scud missile launches. The media used several different camera angles and editing to make it appear that the launch was several continuous launches when it was in fact a single event. Goes on to say there was an analysis of 38 North monitoring website. An aerospace engineer who specializes in satellite and launch vehicle propulsion systems said that looking at the video, it was fake. They failed to launch, combined the testing. Anyway, it goes on to say about how they faked it. And this is not new. It's just clever editing. But why can we talk about North Korea faking rocket launches and we can't talk about NASA faking rocket launches? And they all look the same. Angst G says, the funny video of North Korean soldiers crying over the missile launch. Oh yes, what they did is they had a Top Gun-like unveiling of one of their rockets, and then out comes, striding, you have the North Korean dictator. His hair's slicked back, he's got glasses, and he takes off his glasses in slow motion. Very Top Gun. Combination of Top Gun and Elon Musk. That's kind of where he's modeling himself. And then the rocket takes off and they do a countdown like it's going to the moon, like it's taking people to another world. But no, it's just a missile. And the soldiers cry at the end of the video. I might pull that video up here soon. It might be worth watching. Red alert, China, Iran, Russia teaming up for massive show of naval force. Or they'll be simulating it and presenting it as real to the public. The caller had suggested that maybe the people who did the finger wagging at the Trump rally were agent provocateurs. I think the caller was correct. Hillary Clinton compares Trump's Ohio rally to Hitler speeches. In Austin, Texas, Hillary Clinton likened the salutes at the Adolf Hitler speeches to the finger salutes at the Donald Trump rally. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole event was infiltrated by a bunch of Clintonistas and they dress up like Trumpers and they go do the one finger salute. Again, this is the type of thing that Democrats do. It's the photo bombing. It's the guilt by association. And it's not just them. This is actually standard practice all over the place. Just dirty tricks in general. Look how many neo-Nazis were planted among the flat earthers. People are convinced the world's going to end September 24th. Again, according to David Lynch, the weather's fine out there on the West Coast where I would have expected one of these nuclear tsunamis that Putin's been advertising. I don't believe Hillary Clinton's alive. I'm pretty sure the Kuru killed her. Isn't that what they call it? Is it Kuru? It's that thing they get when they... Yeah, Kuru. It's from eating human brains. It's a transmissible spongiform prion disease, but there's something about it. I'm pretty sure. The main risk factor for Kuru is eating human brain tissue, which can contain the infectious particles. Yeah, it's a rare, incurable, fatal neurodegenerative disorder. Kuru itself means trembling, and it's also known as the laughing sickness due to the pathological bursts of laughter, which are a symptom of the disease. Now, I didn't know this. This is new to me. But think about it. Look at all the Democrats that you suspect of having Kuru. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and what are they known for? Spontaneous bursts of mad laughter. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton, she said, we came, we saw, he died, and then she starts laughing? I'm starting to think that she might have eaten Gaddafi's brain. I mean, let me play this clip here. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Tell me this isn't a Kuru laugh. But yeah, they resurrected her to rip on Trump for being, quote, like Hitler.
It's all too familiar. Been down this road before. I believe it was in Germany just before.
This isn't the one I was looking for, but you can hear her squawking in the background. There are so many remixes of this one. Okay, here's another one. I'm trying to get the cackle. You know what I'm talking about? Hillary's cackle. One of her first cackles that you can hear on record is the one where she was laughing about how she got a child abuser freed off of a lie detector test that she knew was not reliable. And she laughed. And if you recall, that's pretty much the same story or theme of Devil's Advocate, where in order to sell his soul to the devil, he has to betray a 12-year-old and get the abuser freed. It's a really sick story, but she did exactly that, and it's on record. Let me play this clip, Hillary Clinton and her Kuru laugh. And I get the sense they can't control it, and I do see a lot of the trembling, which would also be symptomatic of the neurodegenerative disease caused by eating brains.
Look, we came.
This is really sick and morbid, but yeah, here she is, literally grave dancing.
We came, we saw, he died.
All right, that's enough nightmare fuel for one night. Latest QAnon conspiracy. Tomorrow will either be a day of vengeance or maybe something else. It turned out it was something else. Blue skies, 90 degrees on the west coast. Very nice weather. No nuclear winter in sight. We learned that the large-breasted Canadian shop teacher is the greatest troll of the 21st century. We'll follow that story. I think I figured out why Grimes is getting her ears cropped. Elon Musk's animatronic 3D printed baby's mother is having her ears cropped. I don't know if you saw the news on this. As in, she's going to have elf ears. Grimes is having a no, this is the one, not the face tattoo. Here it is. Grimes posted a post-plastic surgery picture, and fans are convinced she has elf ears. 6 days ago, Ola.com, did Grimes get surgically implanted elf ears? Grimes shares a pic of bandaged face after wanting elf ears. TheCut.com, why am I not surprised that Grimes wants elf ears? So she's having her ears cropped. And I'm thinking, what is this? I mean, Lord of the Rings, who watches that? The new Lord of the Rings was not all that great. What is this? Why can't you just wear a costume? But no, this is a surgical augmentation. She's actually having them cropped. And here's why, I think. There's a new Netflix original series out called The Legend of Zelda. And it's coming soon. And I recall back when, before they printed out their little ones, she was in his mansion playing with swords. And I thought, okay, she's all into cosplay. So now we have Legend of Zelda coming out. So I think cropped ears are going to be a thing, along with eating bugs. Just something to look forward to. All right, this has been a very interesting few days. But, you know, if anything, this individual who set himself on fire at the tennis match really, I think, exemplifies where we're at. Like, we're all ready for the end of the world. And as soon as things get a little hot, people just jump away from it and back off. It's all been a bluff. Nobody really means it. They're all just trolling. Putin is trolling. Trump is trolling. Is anybody even serious here? Today did not live up to the hype of the ad hoc prophecy. But I'm very much open to the possibility that the only reason why we had this conspiracy theory jump out of nowhere that there's going to be the end of the world today is I think that the MSM may in fact be trying to discredit people analyzing predictive programming and extrapolating predictions from it. I think they're trying to stop it, but you know, it's a little too late. Lean Dion says truther ears versus commie elf ears. Oh yeah, truther ears. If you don't know what those are, you have to watch South Pole. Ears that are cauliflowered, not from hitting the mats, but from hearing so many truths. Very common among the mixed martial arts truthers. Now, if you believe that the guy who set himself on fire was a martyr, that he set a good example for his cause, and that he's not a hypocrite like all of the other eco-hypocrites and climate criminals, which they are. I mean, if you really get down to it, Al Gore is a climate change accelerationist based on his lifestyle. But anyway, if you want to commemorate the near martyrdom of that actor or activist, I have a mug here. The end is near. Eco-activist on fire glossy mug. You can get these at infiniteplane.media. Thanks everyone for joining. Tomorrow will likely be live, same time, same place. If you want to leave voicemails, go ahead. We listen to them all live. Nothing but good things ahead for this channel. I think that losing our big channels on YouTube probably did more for us than against us. It definitely helped to, I think, hasten our move into our own ground zero. No more YouTube centricity. It's like Charlie Brown in the comic, he's always trying to kick the football. And then Lucy pulls the football and he falls on his back and he never learns. Like, I started to feel like that with YouTube. It's like they're just waiting. I get the notification, oh, your channel just got monetized. You made it 1,000 subs. And then, sorry, you committed hate crime. And then we're down. But no more. We don't care about their ridiculous standards. We don't have to bend over backwards because we have our own breakaway off-world stage platform. This is Gaia's Revenge, JT33. Have a great night.
To extreme concern, as scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this.